Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possess Haki Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya stood at the edge of the middle school roof, tears streaming down his face. All Might's words echoed in his mind, without a quirk. No, I should be honest. It's not possible to become a hero. The setting sun cast long shadows across the concrete, and his notebook, the one labeled Hero Analysis for the Future number 13, lay torn and soggy near his feet. I'm sorry, Mom, he whispered, closing his eyes. The wind rushed past his ears as he fell forward. But death never came. Instead, Izuku found himself plunging into icy waters. Salt burned his eyes and filled his lungs as he thrashed in the unfamiliar sea. Just before consciousness faded, strong arms pulled him from the depths. Another one falling from the sky? The Grand Line gets stranger every year, a gruff voice muttered. When Izuku awoke, he was aboard a marine vessel, surrounded by men in crisp white uniforms. A small tiger cat dozed on his chest, purring softly. Vice Admiral Garp stood at the foot of his bed, arms crossed and grinning. Where am I? Izuku bolted upright, his heart racing. The last thing I remember was jumping off the roof of my school, and then I was falling into the ocean. His eyes darted around the unfamiliar room, taking in the pristine white uniforms of the men surrounding him. Wait, those uniforms. I've never seen military uniforms like that in Japan before. Am I in another country? Oh no, am I in trouble? Did I accidentally drift into restricted waters? But that's impossible, the school isn't near the ocean, and the trajectory of my fall wouldn't have. The words spilled out faster and faster, Izuku's signature muttering reaching hurricane speeds. His hands gesticulated wildly as he spiraled deeper into his analysis, causing Kobe, Helmeppo, and even the battle-hardened Garp to stare in shocked silence at the sheer velocity of his verbal deluge. Tap. A tiny paw pressed against Izuku's forehead, immediately halting his muttering spiral. The small tiger cat had awakened and fixed him with an almost exasperated look, as if to say, "Calm down, human." Its amber eyes held his gaze steadily until Izuku's breathing began to normalize. Sorry, Izuku whispered, a blush creeping across his cheeks. I tend to do that sometimes. Garp settled into a chair beside Izuku's bed, the wood creaking under his bulk. Behind him, two young cabin boys, Kobe with his distinctive pink hair and Helmeppo with his blonde locks, stood at attention, though their curious eyes were fixed on the strange boy they'd fished from the sea. Japan? Garp tilted his head, his brow furrowing in confusion. Never heard of a place called Japan, kid. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. What? But that's impossible. I'm from Japan. How can you not? He looked around at the uniforms again, his analytical mind racing. Those uniforms. I've never seen anything like them in Japan. Garp and the two cabin boys behind him tilted their heads in perfect unison, mirroring Izuku's confusion. You keep mentioning this Japan place, Garp said, scratching his chin thoughtfully, but in all my years sailing the Grand Line, I've never come across it. Are you sure you're not from one of the four blues? Izuku felt like his world was tilting on its axis. His hands gripped the bed sheets tightly as he tried to process what he was hearing. Grand Line? Four blues? His voice came out as a hoarse whisper. I don't understand. Those places don't exist. I've studied world geography extensively. I had to track international hero activities, and I've never heard of anything like that. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. No Japan? Places he'd never heard of? Uniforms unlike anything he'd seen before? The implications made his head spin. This can't be happening, he muttered, his face growing pale. Either this is some elaborate prank, or... He couldn't bring himself to finish the thought, but the possibility that he might have somehow ended up in another world loomed large in his mind. The small tiger cat on his lap sensed his distress and pressed closer, its warm presence acting as an anchor amid his spiraling thoughts. My clothes. Izuku suddenly remembered. Where are my clothes? Oh, the ones you were wearing when you fell out of the sky into the sea? Garp replied casually. They're drying right over there. Izuku attempted to leap out of bed. Whoa there, kid, slow down. Garp's hand clamped down on Izuku's shoulder, gently but firmly pressing him back against the mattress. The little cat, sensing Izuku's urgency, hopped onto his chest and planted its paws firmly on his sternum, as if trying to pin him down. Its amber eyes stared intently at him, a silent plea for him to stay put. Izuku's legs, still shaky, wobbled beneath him as he tried to push himself up. Where is it? Where is it? He muttered, his hands already scrabbling at the blankets, searching. Hey kid, what are you looking for? Garp asked, watching the green-haired boy's desperate movements. Without stopping his search, Izuku responded, "My phone. I need to find my phone." Kobe spoke up for the first time, his voice tentative. "Phone? What's that?" Izuku froze mid-search, slowly turning to face the pink-haired boy. "What do you mean, what's that?" "It's a small rectangular device I use to make phone calls." His voice trailed off as he saw the genuine confusion on their faces. You don't have cell phones here. How do you make calls to another person?" Garp asked, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out what appeared to be a small snail-like creature, setting it on the bedside table. Izuku stared at the creature, his mouth hanging open. Then the snail's eyes turned to look directly at him, blinking lazily, and Izuku felt the room start to spin. His face went chalk-white as the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Oh no," he whispered, slumping back against the pillows. "This isn't just another country. This isn't even my world. I actually got. His voice cracked as the absurdity of his situation hit him full force. "I got Isekai'd." The last thing he saw before his vision went dark was Garp's confused face and the Den Mushi tilting its head at him in perfect synchronization. For days after Izuku went missing, the Midoriya apartment felt like a tomb. Inko sat alone at her kitchen table, surrounded by maps and missing person flyers that would soon be meaningless. Her trembling hands clutched the official notice that had arrived that morning. The Hero Public Safety Commission and police force were formally closing their investigation into Izuku Midoriya's disappearance. Detective Tsukachi stood by the window, his face tight with barely contained anger. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. I tried to fight this decision, but..." He clenched his fists. "They're calling it a necessary resource allocation adjustment. Said they can't justify continuing to dedicate manpower to..." His voice caught, unable to repeat their cruel words about a quirkless child. 3 days, Inko whispered, her voice hollow. They gave up after just 3 days. Her quirk activated involuntarily, pulling Izuku's favorite notebook across the table toward her shaking hands. "Because he's quirkless. Because they think he's not worth..." Her voice broke. The detective moved to sit across from her. "I'm not giving up," he said firmly. "Official investigation or not, I'll keep looking. There's something wrong about this whole situation. People don't just vanish into thin air, quirk or no quirk." But they both knew what an unofficial investigation meant: limited resources, no backup, no authority to access security footage or question witnesses. The hero agencies had already recalled their staff, the police barricades were being dismantled, and the media vans outside were packing up their equipment. Inko's phone lay silent on the table, her desperate messages to Izuku still unread. "Baby, please come home. I don't care what anyone says about you being quirkless. You're my everything. Please be safe. I won't stop looking for you. Mama loves you so much." The school had already moved on, treating Izuku's empty desk as just another vacant seat. His classmates, who had barely acknowledged him in life, now whispered that maybe he'd run away because he was quirkless, as if that somehow justified the authorities' quick abandonment of the case. "They didn't even try," Inko said, staring at the security footage still playing on her laptop. The image of Izuku vanishing mid-fall had become burned into her mind. How can they just stop? There's no body, no evidence of. She couldn't bring herself to say the word death. Tsukachi's jaw tightened. The commission said they need to focus their resources on more pressing matters involving active quirk users. Their words, not mine. His normally calm demeanor cracked slightly. "It's wrong. All of it. A missing child should be a missing child, quirk or no quirk." Outside, workers were taking down the missing person posters. The hashtag #FindIzuku had already dropped off trending lists, replaced by news about the latest hero rankings and quirk-related incidents. The world was moving on, leaving Inko Midoriya alone with her grief and unanswered questions. In Izuku's room, his analysis notebook sat untouched, his dreams of heroics now seeming like cruel jokes in light of how quickly the hero society had abandoned him. His mother stood in the doorway, clutching his pillow to her chest, breathing in what remained of his scent. "I won't stop looking," she whispered to the empty room. "I don't care what they say. I don't care if I have to search alone. You're out there somewhere, Izuku. And I'll find you, baby. I promise." The setting sun cast long shadows through his window, darkness creeping across All Might posters that now felt like bitter reminders of a society that had deemed her quirkless son unworthy of their continued attention. But in that darkness, Inko Midoriya's determination burned bright. With or without help, she would keep searching. Because somewhere, somehow, her boy was out there. And no one, not the Hero Public Safety Commission, not the police, not society itself, would make her give up on finding him. As Tsukachi was leaving the Midoriya apartment, his phone buzzed. The caller ID showed All Might's number. Tsukachi speaking. "It's me," All Might's voice came through, unusually subdued. "I heard about the commission shutting down the Midoriya investigation. I need to meet with you. There's something you should know about that day." Tsukachi stepped away from the apartment door, lowering his voice. "What is it?" "Not over the phone. This is something I need to tell you in person." "Understood. I'll meet you at the usual place." As he ended the call, Tsukachi cast one last glance at the Midoriya apartment door. Whatever All Might needed to tell him about young Midoriya, he had a feeling it would only add more questions to an already baffling case. The top floor of Might Tower was eerily silent as Detective Tsukachi stepped out of the elevator. All Might, in his deflated form, sat by the window, his gaunt face a stark reflection in the glass as the city lights twinkled below. "I met him that day," All Might said, his voice heavy with guilt, not turning from the cityscape. "Young Midoriya. He asked me if someone without a quirk could become a hero." Tsukachi remained silent, allowing the weight of the confession to hang in the air. "I told him no." All Might's fists clenched in his lap. "I told a young boy, full of dreams, a boy who clearly idolized heroes. I told him it wasn't possible. Told him to be realistic, to set his sights on being a police officer." A bitter laugh escaped him. "Me, the symbol of peace, telling someone they couldn't be a hero. How far I've fallen." "You couldn't have known," Tsukachi said softly. "Couldn't I?" All Might turned, his sunken eyes filled with remorse. "I saw the light die in his eyes when I said those words. I saw something break. And now." He gestured helplessly. "Vanished. Into thin air. The security footage shows nothing. No body. No trace. Just, gone. And the commission." His voice hardened. 3 days. 3 days they searched before dismissing him as not worth the resources. Because he's quirkless. Tsukachi joined All Might at the window, the sprawling city a silent witness to their shared grief. "The timing of your meeting and his disappearance," he began, letting the implication hang unspoken. The city lights twinkled below, reflecting in Tsukachi's sharp eyes as he faced All Might. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken accusations. "You were quirkless once," Tsukachi said quietly, his words cutting through the silence. "Have you forgotten where you came from? What would Nana Shimura say if she knew you told that boy his dream was impossible?" All Might flinched, each word a blow. The mention of his mentor, Nana Shimura, struck a particularly painful chord. "I found something you should see." Tsukachi produced a notebook, its edges singed and pages water-damaged. "Hero analysis for the future hashtag. Remember signing this? Did you even bother to look inside?" All Might took the notebook with trembling hands, his sunken eyes widening with each page he turned. Detailed quirk analyses, strategic battle scenarios, support gear designs all meticulously documented with an astonishing level of insight. "I've never seen analysis this thorough," Tsukachi continued, his voice unwavering. "Not even from seasoned professionals. That boy wasn't just dreaming, he was preparing. All he needed was a chance. Someone to believe in him, to guide him, to train him. With his intellect, he could have been the first quirkless hero. His mind alone could have changed the world." All Might's hands trembled as he turned another page. I had no idea." "No, you didn't. Because you didn't look. You saw quirkless and nothing more." Tsukachi's words were measured, yet heavy with disappointment. "We need help. More than ever. Talk to Nizu. Show him this notebook. If we find Izuku." He paused, his next words carefully chosen. "I think Nizu would appreciate him. Someone with that analytical mind." "Yes," All Might said, clutching the notebook tightly. A spark of renewed purpose flickered in his eyes. "You're right. May I keep this, to show Nizu?" His voice gained strength. "Whether we find him in this world or another, we owe him that much. To finally see his potential." The weight of their collective failure settled heavily in the room, not just All Might's dismissive words, but an entire society that had failed to recognize the brilliance of a quirkless boy who only wanted to help. The first day Izuku didn't come home. Inko's knuckles were white as she gripped the doorframe of the Bakugo home, her breath coming in short gasps from running. "Please, has anyone seen Izuku? He hasn't come home, and he's not answering his phone." Mitsuki Bakugo's sharp eyes softened with concern at the sight of her friend's distress. "Katsuki," she called up the stairs. "Get down here. Have you seen Izuku today?" Heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs as Katsuki emerged, his perpetual scowl deepening at the mention of Deku's name. "Why the hell would I care where that quirkless loser went?" The words hit Inko like a physical blow, making her stumble back a step. Mitsuki's expression transformed from concern to pure rage in an instant. "What did you just say?" Mitsuki's voice was deadly quiet as she rounded on her son. Her hand shot out, grabbing Katsuki by the ear. That quirkless loser has a name, and his mother is standing right here, you disrespectful brat. How dare you? TCH. Katsuki turned away, but not before something flickered across his face, something that might have been guilt, quickly buried under his usual anger. Whatever. I haven't seen Deku since school ended. He probably just ran off crying somewhere like he always does. Katsuki. Mitsuki's voice echoed through the house. Get upstairs before I really lose my temper. And don't you dare come down until you learn some basic human decency. As Katsuki stomped back upstairs, Mitsuki turned to Inko, who stood trembling in the doorway, tears streaming down her face. Inko, I'm so sorry. That boy. I thought I raised him better than this. But Inko barely heard her. All she could think about was how many times Izuku must have heard words like that, not just from Katsuki, but from everyone. How many times had her sweet, brilliant boy been dismissed as nothing but a quirkless loser? And now he was missing. Katsuki slammed his door with enough force to rattle the walls, small explosions crackling from his palms. The sound of his mother comforting that crying mess Auntie Inko drifted up from downstairs, and it only made his anger burn hotter. Stupid FING Deku, he snarled, pacing his room like a caged animal. Always causing problems. Always making everyone worry about his useless butt. He kicked his desk chair, sending it crashing into the wall. Good. Let them hear it downstairs. Let them know exactly how much he didn't care about their precious Izuku. The homework on his desk caught his eye, specifically the empty seat next to him in class today. Not that he'd noticed. Not that it mattered. Deku was probably just hiding somewhere, writing in those creepy butt notebooks about heroes he could never be. Analyzing quirks he'd never have. Bet he's just trying to get attention, Katsuki muttered, flopping onto his bed. Probably thinks if he disappears, everyone will suddenly care about the quirkless wonder. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, where an old poster of All Might declared, "Never fear, for I am here." Katsuki's lip curled. That's what real heroes looked like. Not some pathetic, quirkless nobody who couldn't take a hint. The memory of Deku's face from earlier that day flashed through his mind, that same stupid, determined look he always had, even after Katsuki had told him to take a swan dive off the roof. His hand sparked at the thought. He'd meant it as a joke, obviously. Just another way to put the nerd in his place. If that idiot actually. He cut the thought off. No. Deku wasn't that stupid. He was too much of a coward to actually do anything like that. From his shelf, that DMN All Might figure Deku had given him years ago seemed to stare accusingly. Back when they were kids. Back before Katsuki got his awesome quirk and Deku turned out to be nothing. What are you looking at? He snapped at the figure. He's the one who couldn't accept reality. Been telling him for years to give up those stupid dreams. Not my fault if he finally listened. But Auntie Inko's face kept appearing in his mind. The way she'd stumbled back when he'd called Deku a quirkless loser. The tears in her eyes. She'd always been kind to him, always had extras of his favorite spicy snacks when he came over, always treated him like her second son. Whatever, he growled, rolling to face the wall. Not my problem. He'll show up eventually, and everyone will forget this ever happened. Just like they always forget about him. His phone buzzed. Probably his mom, telling him to come apologize. He ignored it. Another buzz. Then another. With a grunt of annoyance, he grabbed the phone. Messages from his classmates in their group chat. Anyone seen Midoriya? That quirkless kid? Yeah, his mom's filing a missing person report. LOL probably realized he had no future and ran away. Bakugo, you were the last one to talk to him, right? Katsuki's thumb hovered over the keyboard. The last one to talk to him. Yeah, he'd been the last one. Had told him to take a swan dive and maybe he'd get a quirk in his next life. He hurled the phone across the room. F off, he muttered to no one in particular. Like I care what happened to that nerd. The night grew deeper, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Deku's face. That determined look slowly crumbling into something else. Something he'd never seen before in all the years he'd known him. But that wasn't his fault. None of this was his fault. Deku was the one who couldn't accept reality. The one who kept chasing impossible dreams. The one who kept following Katsuki around with those annoying notebooks and that irritating concern. Showing up tomorrow with that stupid smile, Katsuki muttered into his pillow. Probably got everyone worried for nothing. Useless Deku. But tomorrow came, and Deku's seat remained empty. And if Katsuki's pillow got a little damp that night, if his hands shook slightly when he passed the Midoriya apartment the next morning, if he found himself checking his phone more often than usual, well, that was nobody's business but his own. Because Bakugo Katsuki didn't care about Deku. He didn't care at all. And he'd keep telling himself that until he believed it. The doorbell rang just as Katsuki was finishing his morning workout. Through his window, he could see Auntie Inko standing at their front door, clutching a stack of missing person flyers. His stomach twisted, but he ignored it, cranking up his music instead. "Katsuki!" His mother's voice cut through the bass. "Get down here." "Busy," he shouted back, dropping into another set of push-ups. Sweat dripped onto his mat, or maybe it was something else. He pushed harder. Footsteps thundered up the stairs. His door burst open, revealing his mother's furious face. "Inko, my best friend, is down there begging for help finding her son, and you're up here doing push UPS? Not my problem," Katsuki grunted, not stopping his exercise. "I already told her yesterday I haven't seen that nerd. She's asking if you'll help put up flyers. Join the search party. Actually do something useful for once in your..." "No." Katsuki exploded to his feet, small detonations popping from his palms. "I'm not wasting my time looking for someone who obviously doesn't want to be found. If that quirkless loser wanted to run away, that's his choice." The slap echoed through the room before he even saw his mother move. His cheek stung, but not as much as the look in her eyes. "That quirkless loser was your friend once," she said, her voice deadly quiet. "And his mother is downstairs crying her eyes out because the police have basically given up. Because society has decided her son isn't worth looking for. And you." She jabbed a finger into his chest. "You're up here, throwing a tantrum because what? Because helping look for him might make you seem weak." "I don't care about looking weak." Katsuki snarled. "I don't care about him at all. He's pathetic. Useless. Always following me around with those stupid notebooks, always trying to help when I don't need it, always looking at me with those DMN eyes like he actually believes in me." He cut himself off, but it was too late. His mother's expression had already shifted from anger to something worse, understanding. "Go help Inko," she said softly. "Or don't. But stop lying to yourself about not caring." She left him standing there, his hands smoking and his chest heaving. Through his window, he could see Auntie Inko showing the neighbor's Deku's picture. That familiar mop of green hair, those stupid freckles, that annoying hopeful smile. Damn it. Katsuki slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a scorched dent. His phone buzzed again, more messages in the class group chat. "Search party meeting at the park. Bring flashlights and water. Bakugo, you coming? You knew him best." Knew him best. Yeah, right. Knew exactly how to hurt him best, maybe. Knew exactly what buttons to push, what dreams to crush, what words would make those stupidly determined eyes finally break. "Should have just stayed in your lane, Deku," he muttered, watching Auntie Inko move to the next house. "Should have listened when I told you to give up. Should have." His throat tightened. Should have just kept smiling and taking notes and being annoying like always. The stack of flyers in Auntie Inko's hand seemed smaller now. How many houses had she visited? How many times had she had to tell Deku's story, show his picture, beg for help that probably wouldn't come? His phone buzzed one final time. A private message from his mom. "She's going to the warehouse district next. Dangerous area for a woman alone." Katsuki's hands clenched. Then unclenched. Then clenched again. "Fine," he roared, grabbing his jacket. "But I'm not doing this for that nerd. I just don't want Auntie Inko getting mugged or something." He thundered down the stairs, practically ripping the front door off its hinges. Auntie Inko was still visible at the end of the street, her shoulders slumped but still moving, still searching. "Oi," he called out, his voice rougher than intended. "You're doing it wrong. Deku. That nerd always liked high places. For watching heroes. Start with rooftops and work down." If she was surprised by his sudden appearance, she didn't show it. Just nodded, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. "Don't get the wrong idea," he growled, snatching some flyers from her hands. "I still don't care about that useless Deku. But..." He looked away, scowling at nothing in particular. "But you always had the best spicy snacks, so I guess I owe you one." And if his hands shook slightly as he posted the flyers, if his eyes lingered a bit too long on that stupid smiling face, if his chest felt a bit too tight every time someone asked, wasn't he that quirkless kid? Well, that was nobody's business but his own. Because Bakugo Katsuki didn't care about Deku. He didn't care at all. But maybe, just maybe, he was starting to realize that not caring hurt a lot more than he'd expected. Day 3, the footage. Katsuki's world stopped the moment the video started playing on his phone. Some extra from class had sent it to the group chat, security footage from the school, grainy but clear enough to see that stupid green hair, that familiar uniform. Holy shit, guys. The police just released the footage. Midoriya actually. Katsuki's hands trembled as he watched Deku walk to the edge of the roof. His own words from that day echoed in his head, "Take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life." But he hadn't meant it. Not really. It was just words. Just stupid FING words. The phone slipped from his numb fingers as he watched Deku step off the edge. No hesitation. No dramatic pause. Just gone. That FING idiot. Explosions burst from his palms, scorching his bedsheets. That stupid, worthless, FING Deku. His phone kept buzzing with notifications. OMG, did you see? He really did it. But where's the body? They can't find him anywhere. Bakugo, didn't you tell him to? He hurled the phone against the wall with enough force to crack the screen. Because that was the thing that made no FING sense. Deku had jumped, actually jumped, the useless nerd had actually done it, but there was no impact. No body. The video showed him falling, and then nothing. Like he'd vanished into thin air. The sound of sirens drew him to his window. An ambulance was parked outside the Midoriya apartment. His stomach lurched when he saw them wheeling out Auntie Inko on a stretcher. Cardiac episode, he heard someone say. The shock of seeing the footage. Katsuki's legs gave out. He slid down the wall, his hands smoking, his breath coming in short gasps. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. You were supposed to prove me wrong, he whispered, his voice cracking. You were supposed to keep getting back up, keep following me around with those stupid notebooks, keep being FING Deku. But the empty air where Deku should have landed mocked him. No body. No closure. Just gone. Like a magic trick, except there was nothing magical about watching your childhood friend step off a roof because of words you'd said. His mother's voice drifted up from downstairs, talking to his father. Never seen anything like it. The police are baffled. People don't just disappear mid-fall. Katsuki's fist connected with the floor, leaving a scorched dent. What kind of half-butted suicide was that, you nerd? Couldn't even do that right. Had to go and. The tears came then, hot and angry and unstoppable. Because this was his fault. His words. His bullying. His phone buzzed again from where it lay cracked on the floor. A message from his mom. They're taking Inko to the hospital. I'm going with her. There's food in the fridge. He stared at the message until the screen blurred. Auntie Inko, who'd always treated him like a second son. Who'd patched up his scrapes when he was little, right alongside Deku's. Who was now being rushed to the hospital because she'd had to watch her only son. Deku. The scream tore from his throat, raw and primal. His quirk responded to his emotions, setting off a chain of explosions that left his room looking like a war zone. Where the F did you go? Because that was the question eating away at him. Not just the guilt, not just the horror of watching that footage, but the impossible mystery of it. People didn't just vanish. Bodies didn't just disappear. Unless Deku had somehow done the impossible one last time. Had somehow found a way to be special, to be different, even in this. FING nerd, Katsuki whispered, his voice hoarse from screaming. Always had to be different. Couldn't even die normally. He picked up his cracked phone, watching the footage one more time. Watched Deku step off that edge with a determination he'd never shown before. Watched him fall. Watched him vanish. And somewhere, in the depths of his rage and guilt and confusion, a tiny spark of hope flickered. Because if there was no body, maybe that meant. You better not be dead, you useless nerd, he growled at the empty air. Because if you are, I'll FING kill you myself. Day 4, the final insult. Katsuki was trying to sleep when he heard his mother's voice rise from downstairs, sharp with fury. They what? He rolled over, intending to ignore whatever had set her off this time, but her next words froze him in place. Because he's quirkless? That's their excuse? His mother's voice cracked with rage. No, Inko, don't apologize. Don't you dare apologize. This is wrong. This is so FING wrong. Katsuki found himself moving to his door, pressing his ear against it. 3 days. 3 FING days, and they're just giving up? Because quirked cases take priority. His mother's pacing was audible even through the floor. What about the footage? What about him vanishing into thin air? That's not enough of a mystery for them? Something shattered downstairs, probably one of his mom's coffee mugs. His father's softer voice tried to calm her, but she wasn't having it. No, Masaru. You don't understand. They actually told her to her face, that they can't justify allocating resources to a quirkless case when there are active quirk-related incidents requiring attention. They're treating him like he's nothing. Katsuki's hands began to smoke, small explosions popping against his palms. What if it was Katsuki? His mother's voice broke. What if our boy was the one who disappeared? Would they give up after 3 days? Would they dismiss him as not worth the resources? The explosions grew larger, scorching the door. Of course they wouldn't, his mother continued, bitter laughter in her voice. Because he has a quirk. Because he's valuable to society. Because he's not worthless. Katsuki hadn't realized he'd spoken aloud until the word left his mouth. How many times had he called Deku that? Worthless. Useless. Nothing. And now the whole FING system was proving him right. His quirk detonated, blasting his door off its hinges. The crash brought his parents running, but Katsuki was already moving, storming down the stairs in his sleep clothes, small explosions trailing in his wake. Katsuki, his father called after him. Where are you? Out, he snarled, slamming the front door hard enough to crack the frame. The night air was cool against his skin as he ran, no destination in mind, just needing to move, to explode, to do something. His feet carried him to familiar places, the park where he and Deku used to play heroes, the convenience store where they'd buy All Might trading cards, the shortcut to school where Deku would always wait for him, notebook in hand. The explosion that burst from his hands lit up the night sky. Is this what you wanted to hear, Deku? That I was right? That society thinks you're as worthless as I said you were? His chest heaved as he stood in the empty street, memories assaulting him from every direction. Did you jump because of me? He whispered to the empty air. Or did you jump because you knew that even if you disappeared, they'd only look for 3 FING days before deciding you weren't worth the effort? Another explosion rocked the silence. Well, F them, he roared into the night. F their priorities. F their resources. F their whole quirk-obsessed system. His phone buzzed in his pocket, probably his parents wondering where he'd gone. He ignored it, staring instead at the school building looming in the distance, at the roof where Deku had. You always wanted to be a hero, right? His voice was raw now, barely above a whisper. Always talking about saving people, helping people, being there for people who needed it. His fists clenched, sparks dancing between his fingers. Well, who was there for you, huh? The heroes? The police? Society? A bitter laugh escaped him. Me? The sound of distant sirens drew his attention, probably another quirk-related incident that the system deemed more important than a missing quirkless kid. Damn it, Deku. He slumped against a lamppost, the fight draining out of him. You should have proved them wrong. Proved me wrong. Should have become the first quirkless hero just to shove it in everyone's faces. But Deku wasn't here to prove anyone wrong anymore. He was just gone. Written off by the system as efficiently as he'd been written off by society his whole life. And if Katsuki felt something break inside him at that thought, if his eyes burned with something that wasn't quirk-related, if his throat closed around words he should have said years ago, well, that was nobody's business but his own. Because Bakugo Katsuki didn't care about Deku. He didn't care at all. But maybe, just maybe, he was starting to care about what Deku's disappearance said about the world they lived in. Consciousness returned to Izuku slowly, like waves lapping at the shore of his mind. His eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus in the unfamiliar room. The ceiling above him was wooden, gently swaying with a motion he couldn't quite place. A warm weight pressed against his chest, the small tiger cat still curled there, watching him with those intelligent amber eyes. How are you feeling, young man? Garp's gruff but concerned voice came from beside him. We lost you for a moment there. Oh. Hi, Izuku managed weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry about that. This is a lot to take in at the moment. His analytical mind was already racing, trying to process everything he'd learned. Different world. No Japan. Snails that worked as phones. His head spun with the implications. The sound of hurried footsteps drew his attention to the door, where Kobe appeared, holding something familiar in his hands. Izuku bolted upright, startling the tiger cat who gave him a sharp glare for the sudden movement. Sorry, he mumbled to the disgruntled feline before turning his attention to the pink-haired boy. His heart leaped. There in Kobe's hands was his phone, the device looking strangely out of place in this wooden ship's interior. That's my phone, Izuku said, relief flooding through him. At least he had this one small connection to his world, this piece of home. Kobe looked at the device in his hand with curiosity. Is this what you were looking for? We had it in our research room. We couldn't figure out what it was or how it works. He approached carefully, as if the strange device might bite him, and handed it back to Izuku. The familiar weight of his phone in his hands was comforting. It was a small piece of home in this unfamiliar world. He wasn't sure if it was damaged from the fall into the ocean, but luckily, his phone model was water-resistant. He mentally crossed his fingers and pressed the power button, a flicker of hope rising as the screen began to glow. Relief washed over him as the battery icon displayed 90%, it was alive. This small connection to his old life made him feel a little less lost in this strange new reality. Thank you, Izuku said sincerely, clutching the device to his chest. His eyes began to water as the full weight of his situation crashed over him again. Here he was, in a world where his most basic assumptions about reality didn't apply, where even something as common as a phone was an alien curiosity. The tiger cat pressed against his side, offering silent comfort as if sensing his distress. Garp and Kobe exchanged glances, clearly concerned about their unusual guest's emotional state. Son, Garp said gently, leaning forward in his chair, I know this must be overwhelming. But maybe if you tell us more about where you're from, we can help figure out how you got here. And more importantly, how to get you back home. Noting Izuku's fingers trembled slightly as he unlocked his phone, the familiar swipe pattern feeling surreal in this wooden-walled cabin. Garp, Kobe, and Helmeppo leaned forward, their eyes widening at the screen's soft glow. It's like a portable Den mushy screen. Kobe whispered, fascination evident in his voice. Something like that, Izuku managed a small smile. In my world, we call them smartphones. They can do a lot more than just communicate. He opened his photo gallery, his heart clenching at the first image, a selfie with his mom from just a week ago, both of them smiling at the camera outside their apartment. That's my mom, he said softly, his voice catching. Izuku Midoriya. Garp's expression softened as he studied the image. She has your smile, kid. Izuku swiped to the next photo, showing the towering skyline of Mizurufu. This is where I'm from, Japan. Our cities are different from what I've seen here. The gleaming skyscrapers and elevated train tracks drew gasps from his audience. Those buildings! Helmeppo exclaimed. They're almost as tall as the Red Line. And look at those strange vehicles, Kobe added, pointing to the cars visible on the streets below. Izuku continued scrolling, each image opening another window into his world. A video clip of All Might's debut rescue played next, the booming I am here, filling the cabin. All three Marines stared in awe at the massive figure lifting a fallen bridge with seemingly impossible strength. That's All Might, Izuku explained, his voice a mixture of admiration and pain. The greatest hero in our world. He saves everyone with a smile, making people feel safe just by being there. He paused, swallowing hard. At least, that's what I always believed. The next series of photos showed various heroes in action, Kamui Woods restraining villains with his wooden limbs, MT Lady growing to towering heights to stop a rampaging criminal, present. Mike using his voice to shatter concrete. These are quirks? Garp asked, his brow furrowed in concentration. The powers you mentioned? Yes, sir. Izuku's analytical side took over, his voice growing stronger as he explained. About 80% of the world's population has them. Each person's quirk is unique, some are simple physical enhancements, others can manipulate elements or even bend reality itself. He swiped to a folder labeled UA Dreams, photos he'd taken of the prestigious Hero School's campus during his frequent walks past its gates. This is UA High School. It's where I wanted to go. To become a hero like them. The three Marines exchanged glances at the longing in his voice. Garp's expression grew thoughtful as he studied the imposing gates of UA. But you said you don't have one of these quirks? Helmeppo asked, immediately receiving an elbow from Kobe for his lack of tact. No, Izuku admitted quietly. I'm part of the quirkless minority. In my world, that means. He trailed off, but his audience could hear the unspoken words, worthless, helpless, dreams impossible. Garp's massive hand landed on Izuku's shoulder, startling him. Kid, let me tell you something about this world. Some of our strongest fighters, people who've shaped the very course of history, were born without any special powers, or even ate a devil fruit. They became strong through determination, training, and an unwavering spirit. Izuku's eyes widened as Garp continued, take these two, he gestured to Kobe and Helmeppo. When they first joined the Marines, they could barely throw a punch. Now look at them, training to become true defenders of justice. It's true, Kobe added enthusiastically. I was a complete coward when I started, but with training and determination. A series of loud snores interrupted him. The tiger cat, apparently bored with the conversation, had fallen asleep on Izuku's lap, its tiny paws twitching as it dreamed. The tension broke as everyone chuckled at the cat's timing. Izuku found himself smiling too, even as he continued scrolling through his photos. Each image told a story, of a world he'd left behind, of dreams he'd thought impossible, of a life he'd been ready to end. But here, in this strange new world with its wooden ships and snail phones, with a sleeping tiger cat on his lap and three Marines looking at him not with pity but with understanding. Maybe, just maybe, there was hope for a different kind of dream. Would you? Izuku's voice was barely a whisper. Would you teach me? How to be strong without a quirk? Garp's grin widened to near impossible proportions. Kid, by the time we're done with you, you'll make those heroes in your photos look like rookies. And for the first time since arriving in this world, Izuku felt something he thought he'd lost forever: possibility. The sea breeze hit Izuku's face like a gentle welcome as he followed Kobe and Helmeppo onto the deck. His eyes widened, drinking in sights that seemed pulled straight from fantasy novels. The marine base sprawled before him, a magnificent blend of military precision and architectural wonder that defied his understanding of physics. "This is," he breathed, fumbling for his phone with trembling hands. The device felt like a lifeline between worlds as he began capturing images of everything in sight. A group of Marines marched past, led by what could only be described as a giant, a real giant, easily 20 feet tall, wearing a perfectly tailored Marine uniform. Izuku's finger jabbed the capture button repeatedly, his analytical mind already racing. The structural requirements for buildings to accommodate varying sizes. The material strength needed for furniture. The logistics of uniform production, he muttered, his old habit surfacing naturally. "Oh no, he's doing it again," Helmeppo groaned, but there was an amused undertone to his voice. "Doing what?" Kobe asked, watching their new friend with fascination. "The muttering thing. Like when he was explaining those quirks from his world." Izuku blushed, realizing he'd slipped into his analytical spiral. "Sorry. It's just. Everything here is so amazing. The architectural engineering alone must be incredible to support beings of such varying sizes, and the cultural implications of different species coexisting in a military structure," and his hand twitched at his side. "I really wish I had a notebook." "Oh." A young Marine woman with cropped blue hair, who had been passing by with an armful of documents, stopped short. "Did you say you need a notebook?" Without waiting for an answer, she shifted her papers to one arm and reached into her uniform pocket, producing a fresh notebook and pen. "Here. We always keep extras around for reports." Thank you." Izuku accepted the items with a deep bow, his cheeks flushing pink at her kindness. "No problem." She waved cheerfully as she continued on her way. Izuku clutched the notebook to his chest for a moment before opening it to its first clean page. The familiar action centered him, gave him purpose. At the top, he carefully wrote, "Analysis of the Grand Line World, Volume 1. "Come on," Kobe called, already heading toward a set of buildings near the water. "We'll show you where you'll be staying." As they walked, Izuku's pen flew across the pages, documenting everything from the construction of the stone pathways to the curious mix of traditional and advanced technology he observed. The tiger cat trotted alongside them, occasionally glancing up at Izuku's furious note-taking with what seemed like amused tolerance. They reached a long, low building near the training grounds. "These are the trainee bunkers," Helmeppo explained, pushing open a door to reveal a simple but clean room with 2 beds. "You'll be sharing with Kobe. I'm next door with." He cut off as the tiger cat suddenly leaped up, landing gracefully on Izuku's mass of green curls and settling in like it belonged there. Izuku froze, not daring to move. "Is this normal?" Kobe and Helmeppo's jaws had dropped. That's impossible," Helmeppo stuttered. "What do you mean?" "That cat," Kobe explained, still staring, "only ever listens to Vice Admiral Garp and some of the female officers. It doesn't even let most people touch it, let alone." He gestured to where the feline was now contentedly kneading Izuku's hair. Izuku glanced up, though he couldn't actually see the cat making itself at home on his head. "Really? But why would it?" He reached up cautiously, and the tiger cat immediately bumped its head against his hand, purring loudly. "I guess." Izuku smiled softly, scratching behind the cat's ears. "I guess we're friends now?" The cat's response was to roll its eyes dramatically, a surprisingly human gesture, before settling more firmly into its new green nest. "Well," Helmeppo said, shaking his head in amazement, "looks like you've got yourself a training partner. That cat's seen more battles than most Marines." Izuku's eyes lit up. His pen returned to the notebook immediately. Tiger cat analysis, fighting style observations needed, possible combat applications. As he wrote, the cat peered down at the page, its tail swishing with what might have been approval. Outside the window, the sun glinted off the waves of a vast ocean Izuku had never seen before, full of possibilities he'd never dared to dream of. Here, in this world where giants walked alongside humans and cats chose their own companions, maybe being different wasn't a curse. Maybe being quirkless wasn't the end of his story. Maybe it was just the beginning. A knock at the door interrupted Izuku's furious note-taking about marine base architecture. The tiger cat, still perched regally atop his green curls, lifted its head with interest as a tall, stern-looking man entered the room. "Bogard, sir." Kobe and Helmeppo snapped to attention. The man, Bogard, gave a slight nod to the 2 young Marines before turning his calculating gaze to Izuku. I am Vice Admiral Garp's right hand. I'll be handling your sword training. His eyes flickered briefly to the cat lounging in Izuku's hair, and something like amusement crossed his stoic features. Additionally, Garp-san would like to introduce you to some people. If you'll follow me. Izuku scrambled to his feet, clutching his new notebook to his chest. Why yes, sir. He waved a quick goodbye to his new friends as he hurried after Bogart's long strides. They walked in silence through the winding corridors of the Marine base, Izuku's analytical mind cataloging every detail. The way Bogart moved, efficient, precise, not a single wasted motion. The subtle reactions of passing Marines, respect, perhaps a touch of fear. More data for his notebook. Finally, they reached an imposing door. Bogart knocked once before opening it, revealing a spacious office where 4 figures waited. Garp stood near the window, his usual grin replaced by an uncharacteristically serious expression. Beside him sat 3 individuals whose mere presence seemed to fill the room with authority. Midoriya-kun, Garp said, I'd like you to meet some people. The first to step forward was a man wearing circular glasses and a braided beard, his white coat adorned with epaulets bearing seagull designs. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he introduced himself, his keen eyes studying Izuku with interest. Next was an elderly woman, her sharp gaze reminding Izuku somehow of Recovery Girl. Vice Admiral Tsuru, she said simply, but there was a gentleness beneath her stern exterior. Finally, a powerfully built man with graying hair stepped forward. Commander-in-Chief Kong, he stated, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Izuku bowed deeply, his heart hammering in his chest. I Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you all. Please, have a seat, Kong gestured to an empty chair. As Izuku settled nervously into it, the tiger cat repositioned itself more comfortably in his hair, drawing a raised eyebrow from Tsuru. Garp has told us some interesting things about you, young man, Kong continued. About where you come from. But we'd like to hear it from you directly. And perhaps, he gestured to the phone still clutched in Izuku's hand, see some of this evidence of your world that Garp mentioned. Izuku's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked his phone. This wasn't like showing Kobe and Helmeppo, these were the highest-ranking officials in the Marines. His future in this world might depend on convincing them of his story. But as he began to speak, to show them images of his world, he found an unexpected ally. The tiger cat's warm presence on his head, its gentle purring, helped steady his nerves. And more than that, he noticed how the others in the room seemed to take the cat's acceptance of him as some sort of positive sign. The high-ranking Marines leaned forward with increasing interest as Izuku showed them his world. Sengoku's eyes narrowed thoughtfully at the footage of All Might's feats. Tsuru made contemplative noises at the explanations of hero society and quirk regulations. Kong's expression grew particularly intense when Izuku demonstrated his phone's various capabilities. Even Dr. Vegapunk has nothing quite like this, Garp muttered, watching Izuku pull up archived hero fight analyses. Speaking of analysis. Tsuru spoke up, gesturing to the notebook in Izuku's lap. I noticed you've already begun studying our world with the same thoroughness you applied to your hero observations. Izuku blushed. I just find everything here so fascinating. The way different species coexist, the architectural adaptations, the military hierarchy, the fighting styles I've glimpsed. He ducked his head. Sorry, I tend to get carried away. Don't apologize, Sengoku said firmly. That kind of analytical mind is exactly what the Marines need more of. The implications of that statement hung in the air. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he realized what might be happening. These weren't just introductions, this was an evaluation. Tell me, young Midoriya, Kong leaned forward, his presence filling the room, what do you want to do with yourself in this world? The question echoed in Izuku's mind, bringing with it memories of another time someone had asked about his dreams. But this time, there was no dismissal in their eyes. No pity. Just genuine interest in his answer. The tiger cat's tail swished encouragingly against his neck as Izuku straightened his spine and met Kong's gaze directly. I want to help people, he said, his voice growing stronger with each word. In my world, they said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But here. His hand tightened around his notebook. Here, maybe I can prove them wrong. Maybe I can show that analysis, strategy, and determination can be just as powerful as any quirk or devil fruit. A smile, small but genuine, crossed Kong's face. Well then, Midoriya-kun. I believe we have much to discuss about your future with the Marines. The walk back to the barracks was a blur of excitement and nervous energy. Izuku's mind raced with everything that had just happened, meeting the highest-ranking officials in the Marines, sharing his story, and potentially having a path forward in this new world. So? Kobe practically bounced off his bunk when Izuku entered their shared room. How did it go? Helmeppo tried to appear more casual, But his curiosity was just as evident. Did they believe you about, everything? Izuku collapsed onto his bed, the Kage gracefully hopping down to curl up beside him. They did. And, he sat up, eyes shining, Vice Admiral Garp and Bogard-san are going to help train me. That's amazing. Kobe exclaimed. Though, maybe a bit terrifying. Garp-san's training methods are, insane, Helmeppo finished flatly. The old man's completely bonkers. Izuku laughed nervously, remembering Garp's enthusiastic mentions of throwing things. Well, whatever it takes to get stronger, right? And they said I'll need lots of other lessons too, navigation, marine protocols, history. The three spent the rest of the evening discussing what Izuku's training might entail, with Kobe and Helmeppo sharing their own experiences and offering advice. Kage listened with what seemed like amused interest. 1 week later. The same office that had hosted their first meeting now contained a spread of training schedules and curriculum plans. Izuku stood at attention, trying not to fidget as Garp, Bogard, Tsuru, and Sengoku finalized the details of his development program. The boy's physical conditioning needs to be our first priority, Garp declared, punching one fist into his palm. Can't build advanced techniques on a weak foundation. Bogard nodded in agreement. His sword training will begin with basic forms and stances. His analytical mind should help him grasp the principles quickly, but his body will need time to develop the necessary muscle memory. And between those sessions, Tsuru added, reviewing a sheet of paper, we'll ensure he receives a thorough education in marine operations, navigation, and tactical theory. Your detailed notes show promise, Midoriya-kun, but they need structure and context. We'll also need to establish a cover story, Sengoku reminded them. As far as anyone outside this room is concerned, you're a promising recruit that Garp discovered during his travels. Nothing more. Izuku absorbed it all, scribbling frantically in his notebook. The tiger cat, which hadn't left his side all week, watched the proceedings with those same knowing eyes. Thank you all, Izuku said earnestly. I promise I won't let you down. Garp's booming laugh filled the room. Save that enthusiasm for tomorrow morning, kid. We start at dawn, hope you're ready for some cannonball exercises. The color drained slightly from Izuku's face, but his determined expression didn't waver. This was his chance to prove himself, to become someone who could help others in this new world. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them head-on. As they left the office, Bogard held him back for a moment. Remember, the stoic swordsman said quietly, strength isn't just about physical power. Your greatest asset is this. He tapped Izuku's notebook. Keep observing, keep analyzing. We'll help you transform that knowledge into action. The tiger cat purred its agreement, and Izuku clutched his notebook tighter. Tomorrow, his real training would begin. Dawn broke over the marine base, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that Izuku had never seen in his world. He was already awake, sitting cross-legged on his bed with his notebook open, adding to his growing collection of observations. The tiger cat, which he'd started calling Kage after noticing how it could seemingly appear and disappear at will, dozed nearby. A sharp knock at the door made him jump. Time to begin, Midoriya-kun, Bogard's voice carried through the carbon. Kobe, already dressed in his training gear, gave Izuku an encouraging smile. Good luck. Bogard-san is strict, but he's an amazing teacher. Izuku quickly changed into the training clothes he'd been provided, a simple white t-shirt with Marine printed across it and navy blue pants. As he moved to leave, Kage stretched lazily and leaped onto his shoulder, apparently deciding to join the training session. Outside, the marine base was already alive with activity. Training groups ran in formation, their boots thundering against the ground. The morning air carried the sounds of clashing wooden swords from the practice fields and the distant boom of cannon practice. Bogard stood waiting in a small, enclosed courtyard, 2 wooden training swords held in his hands. His expression remained neutral as he assessed Izuku's stance. Before we begin, Bogard said, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, I need to understand your current capabilities. Show me how you would naturally take a fighting stance. Izuku swallowed hard and shifted into the basic fighting position he'd studied countless times in hero videos. Kage jumped down from his shoulder, settling on a nearby wall to watch with apparent interest. Bogard circled him slowly. Interesting. Your form shows knowledge, but no practical experience. You've studied fighting extensively, haven't you? Why yes, sir. Izuku nodded eagerly. I used to analyze hero fights and their techniques, trying to understand different combat styles and... Show me your notebooks. Izuku blinked in surprise but quickly retrieved his Marine's analysis notebooks from his bag. Bogard flipped through them with increasing interest, his eyebrows rising slightly at the detailed combat breakdowns and strategic analyses. Your observation skills are exceptional, Bogard finally said, handing the notebooks back. But observation alone won't win fights. You need to bridge the gap between theory and practice. He tossed one of the wooden swords to Izuku, who barely managed to catch it. Let's begin with the basics. What followed was the most intense physical training Izuku had ever experienced. Bogard drilled him in basic stances, showing him how to hold the sword properly, how to move his feet, how to maintain his balance. Every time Izuku's form slipped even slightly, Bogard corrected it with precise instructions. Your greatest advantage, Bogard explained as he demonstrated a basic strike, is your analytical mind. But it can also be your weakness. You think too much, hesitate too long. We need to train your body to react instinctively, to make those split-second decisions without conscious thought. Hours passed like minutes. Sweat soaked through Izuku's shirt, his arms trembled from holding the wooden sword, but his eyes burned with determination. Each correction, each repetition, brought him one step closer to his goal. Surprisingly, Kage participated in its own way, occasionally swatting at Izuku's feet when his stance was wrong or batting at his arms when they dropped too low. The cat's interventions often came seconds before Bogard would have made the same corrections. Interesting, Bogard murmured, watching the interaction. It seems you have two teachers. Finally, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Bogard called a halt to the morning's training. We'll continue this afternoon with stamina-building exercises. For now, get some food and rest. And, he paused, the ghost of a smile crossing his face, keep taking notes. Your analytical skills will serve you well here, once we teach your body to keep up with your mind. Izuku bowed deeply, his arms shaking from exertion. Thank you, Bogard-sensei. As he straightened up, he caught sight of Garp watching from a nearby window, a broad grin on his face. The Vice Admiral gave him a thumbs up before disappearing back into his office. Kage jumped back onto Izuku's shoulder as he headed toward the mess hall, his notebook already open as he recorded everything he'd learned. His muscles ached, his hands were covered in blisters, but for the first time in his life, he felt like he was moving forward instead of standing still. In his world, they'd told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But here, with a wooden sword in his hands and a Kage on his shoulder, maybe he could become something else entirely, something uniquely his own. The price of training. Izuku lay there, face down in the dirt, evaluating his life choices. That's when Kobe and Helmeppo finally found him. He was sprawled face down in a crater at the edge of the training grounds. Kage sat nearby, watching with what could only be described as exasperated amusement as its chosen human twitched occasionally to prove he was still alive. I told you, Helmeppo whispered, wiping away tears. I told you the old man was completely bonkers. Kobe sniffled, remembering his own first day of training. Izuku-kun? Are you still with us? A muffled groan emerged from the crater. Did anyone get the number of that cannonball? Which one? Helmeppo asked, helping pull Izuku into a sitting position. The first dozen or the last 100? Izuku's normally wild hair was now singed at the edges, his training uniform torn and covered in dirt. His notebook, somehow still intact, had fresh pages filled with wobbly handwriting analyzing the trajectory patterns of hurled cannonballs and the physics behind Garp's throwing technique. The training started normally enough, Izuku mumbled, accepting a water bottle from Kobe. Basic warm-ups, some running. Then Garp-san said, time for some light throwing practice, and the next thing I knew. Earlier that morning. Dodge. Garp's enthusiastic voice boomed across the training field as another cannonball whistled through the air. Izuku scrambled desperately to the side, his analytical mind working overtime. The projectile's arc suggests a launch velocity of approximately wait, no time for calculations. He barely avoided the impact, only to hear the distinctive sound of Bogard unsheathing his practice sword behind him. Always be aware of multiple opponents, the stoic swordsman advised, before proceeding to demonstrate exactly why that was important. Good instincts. Garp called out cheerfully, hefting another cannonball. Now, try catching this one. See catching? Izuku squeaked, right before being introduced to his first crater of the day. Present time. And that was just the first hour, Izuku continued, wincing as he tried to move his shoulders. After that came the real training. Kobe and Helmeppo shared a knowing look of sympathy. They'd been through Garp's idea of real training themselves. Then Bogard-san decided to test my sword forms. Izuku gestured vaguely at several wooden training swords that lay splintered around the training ground. He said my analytical approach was promising, but you need about 1,000 years more practice? Helmeppo finished. 5,000, actually. Izuku managed a weak laugh. Though he did say my observational skills helped me pick up the basic stances quickly. Right before he demonstrated why stances alone aren't enough. Kage chose this moment to saunter over and settle itself on Izuku's lap, purring soothingly. Despite his exhaustion, Izuku found himself automatically reaching for his notebook. The combination of Garp-san's throwing technique and Bogard-san's sword style creates an interesting training dynamic, he muttered, pen moving across the page. The constant threat of aerial bombardment while maintaining proper sword form requires a unique balance of spatial awareness and... He's analyzing it. Helmeppo stared in disbelief. He's actually analyzing how they tortured him. Kobe shook his head, caught between admiration and concern. That's our Izuku. Oh. Izuku perked up slightly, flipping to a new page. I also noticed something interesting about the way Garp-san channels his strength through his throwing arm. If I could just figure out the muscular coordination involved. Dinner time. Garp's voice thundered across the training ground, causing all 3 young Marines to jump. Better hurry up, or I'll eat all the meat. Izuku attempted to stand, immediately regretted it, and flopped back down. Kage gave him a look that seemed to say, well, you wanted this. Don't worry, Kobe said, helping Izuku to his feet while Helmeppo supported his other side. The mess hall has some amazing healing properties. Though, maybe we should stop by the infirmary first? No time for that. Garp appeared behind them, causing another round of startled yelps. Food first, healing later. Besides, he grinned at Izuku's battered form, tomorrow we start the real training. As they half-carried, half-dragged Izuku toward the mess hall, Helmeppo leaned in close. It's not too late to fake your death and become a farmer somewhere. But despite his injuries, despite the insanity of the day's training, Izuku's eyes still burned with determination. His notebook was already filling with observations, strategies, and improvements to consider. This was his path now, no matter how many craters it took. Kage trotted alongside them, its tail held high, as if proud of its human's resilience. Or maybe it was just looking forward to dinner too. 3 weeks into his training regimen, Izuku sat cross-legged in the base's library, surrounded by history books and official marine documents. Kage dozed nearby, occasionally opening one eye to check on its human's progress. The Void Century. Izuku muttered, pen moving rapidly across his notebook. 100-year PRD of history that's completely forbidden to research. But why would he shook his head, forcing himself to focus on the approved historical texts instead. His hand paused over a passage about the celestial dragons. Something in his gut twisted as he read about their privileges. The way they could simply declare anyone their property, how they were considered above all law. Kage's tail brushed against his arm, pulling him from that dangerous line of thought. Right, he whispered. Focus on the basics first. He turned to his notes on marine protocols and hierarchy, trying to ignore the nagging questions at the back of his mind. His notebook pages were filling up with observations, but also with carefully coded symbols in the margins, marking things that didn't quite add up, patterns that seemed concerning. Midoriya-kun? Izuku jumped slightly, looking up to find Vice Admiral Tsuru watching him with those knowing eyes. Why yes, ma'am. He scrambled to stand, but she waved him back down. Your instructors tell me you're making excellent progress, she said, glancing at his notebooks. Though they mention you ask interesting questions. Izuku felt his face heat up. I'm sorry. I know I should focus more on the fundamental materials first, but sometimes I just notice things and... It's good to question, Tsuru interrupted gently. But it's also wise to know when to hold those questions close. Her gaze flickered meaningfully to his notebook, where he'd been developing his own cipher for certain observations. Some knowledge requires careful handling. Kage lifted its head, meeting Tsuru's eyes in what seemed like silent communication. She nodded slightly before turning back to Izuku. Come with me, she said. I believe it's time for a different kind of lesson. She led him to a small, private study room, checking carefully before closing the door. What I'm about to tell you isn't secret, exactly, but it requires context. Understanding that comes with time and experience. For the next hour, Tsuru explained the delicate balance of power in their world, the relationship between the Marines, the world government, and the various other factions. She spoke of justice that sometimes had to bend to accommodate larger goals, of compromises made to maintain order. The world isn't as simple as heroes and villains, she said, reminding Izuku painfully of his own world's complexities. Sometimes maintaining peace means working within an imperfect system, trying to change things gradually rather than breaking them entirely. Izuku's pen moved frantically, recording everything in his increasingly complex shorthand. But how do you know when to accept something versus when to question it? Tsuru's expression softened slightly. That, young Midoriya, is perhaps the most important lesson any Marine can learn. And it's one each of us must figure out for ourselves. Kage, which had followed them to the study room, jumped onto the table between them. Its gaze seemed to carry centuries of wisdom as it looked from Tsuru to Izuku. Your analytical mind is a gift, Tsuru continued. But it can also be dangerous, to yourself and others, if not tempered with wisdom. For now, focus on building your foundation. Learn everything you can. Observe. Record. She tapped his notebook. But be careful about sharing those observations too freely. Izuku nodded slowly, understanding the weight of what she wasn't saying directly. Thank you, Vice Admiral. I'll try to be more discreet with my questions. Good. She stood to leave, then paused. And Midoriya-kun? That cipher you're developing. It's quite clever. But you might want to add another layer to it. After she left, Izuku stared at his notebooks with new eyes. He'd filled dozens of pages already, documenting everything from training techniques to marine protocols to historical events. But now he began to see patterns in his own notes, questions and observations that might be better left carefully coded. Kage headbutted his hand gently, as if approving this more cautious approach. Right, Izuku muttered, pulling out a fresh notebook. Time to develop a better system. He spent the rest of the afternoon creating a more sophisticated cipher, one that would let him continue his analysis while protecting both himself and anyone who might read his notes. Kage watched with apparent interest as he worked out the complex system of symbols and cross-references. Later that evening, as he walked back to the barracks with aching muscles from the day's physical training and a mind full of carefully organized questions, Izuku reflected on Tsuru's words. He'd come to this world hoping to be a hero, but maybe heroism here meant something different, something more complex than what he'd originally imagined. I guess I have a lot more to learn, he told Kage, who purred in what seemed like agreement. But for now. He pulled out his training notebook, the one filled with observations about Garp's throwing techniques and Bogard's sword forms. These, at least, were straightforward problems he could work on solving. The bigger questions could wait until he was ready to handle their answers. Still, as he drifted off to sleep that night, his dreams were filled with blank centuries and unanswered questions, while Kage kept its silent vigil, guarding both his rest and his growing collection of carefully coded notebooks. 10 months have passed since Izuku started his training with the Marines. Dawn painted the training grounds in soft golden light as 3 figures moved through their morning exercises. To any observer, it would have been clear these weren't the same awkward recruits from 10 months ago. Kobe's movements had gained precision, his once hesitant strikes now flowing with growing confidence. Helmeppo's swordsmanship showed marked improvement, his dual-blade style becoming more refined with each passing day. And Izuku, your footwork is improving, Bogard noted as he circled the green-haired youth. Though your left guard is still dropping slightly when you transition between forms. Izuku nodded, already analyzing the correction in his mind while maintaining his stance. Kage watched from its usual perch on a nearby training post, tail swishing in time with the practice. Swings. Incoming. Garp's cheerful warning sent all 3 young Marines scrambling in different directions as cannonballs rained from above. He's getting faster, Helmeppo muttered, narrowly avoiding one projectile. No, Kobe replied, executing a neat roll under another. We're just getting better at seeing them coming. Izuku's notebook had documented their progress meticulously. While his natural aptitude for analysis gave him an edge in understanding techniques, his friends weren't far behind. Kobe's determination and Helmeppo's pride drove them to match his pace, creating a friendly rivalry that pushed all 3 to improve. The difference in our learning curves is fascinating, Izuku had noted one evening, showing his friends the detailed graphs he'd made. Kobe-kun, your reaction speed has increased by 47% since we started, while Helmeppo-kun's precision with dual wielding has shown a 52% improvement. My own progress shows similar percentages, just distributed differently across various skills. Only you would graph our training progress, Helmeppo had laughed, but he'd looked pleased at the numbers all the same. Now, as they moved through their morning routine, those improvements were clearly visible. When Garp finally called a halt to the cannonball practice, all 3 remained standing, battered and breathing hard, but standing nonetheless. Not bad. Garp grinned, hefting another cannonball. Maybe tomorrow we'll try the explosive ones. The what? All 3 yelped in unison. But before Garp could elaborate on this terrifying new training method, a messenger arrived with summons for their academic lessons. Kage, sensing Izuku's relief, gave an amused murrow as it fell into step beside him. In the classroom, their different strengths became more apparent. While all 3 absorbed the tactical and practical knowledge eagerly, Izuku's notebooks filled up noticeably faster. His questions drove discussions deeper, often leading to impromptu advanced lessons. It's not that you're smarter, Kobe had insisted one day, seeing Izuku's concern about advancing faster. You just see patterns quicker. But then you explain them to us, and we all learn together. It was true. The three had developed a study system that played to their individual strengths. Izuku's analytical breakdowns made complex concepts clearer, Kobe's practical experience helped ground theoretical knowledge in reality, and Helmeppo's surprisingly strategic mind often found applications they hadn't considered. Like a well-balanced squad, their combat instructor had noted approvingly. Even their physical training showed this dynamic. While Izuku might grasp the theory of a technique first, Kobe often mastered the practical application more quickly, with Helmeppo finding creative ways to adapt moves to his unique style. "Your progress is remarkable," Tsuru commented one afternoon, reviewing their latest assessments. "All three of you." Her knowing gaze lingered on Izuku's newest notebook, the one with the enhanced cipher he'd developed. "Though some of you might be learning more than just the official curriculum." Izuku ducked his head, but didn't deny it. His questions about this world's darker aspects hadn't disappeared, but he'd learned to balance his curiosity with discretion. Kage's presence seemed to help, somehow knowing when to distract him from dangerous lines of inquiry and when to let him pursue his investigations. Knowledge is like muscle, Bogard had told them during a rare philosophical moment. It grows stronger with proper training, but push too hard too fast, and you risk injury. So Izuku kept his more problematic observations carefully coded, focusing instead on immediate challenges. Like how to dodge Garp's increasingly creative projectiles while maintaining proper sword form. Or why Kage seemed to know exactly when to trip him during spars, inevitably saving him from a worse hit he hadn't seen coming. "I think," Kobe said one evening, as they nursed their newest collection of bruises, "we're actually getting stronger." "We better be," Helmeppo groaned, applying ice to a spectacular welt. "Otherwise all this torture is for nothing." Izuku smiled, adding another page to his training analysis. "According to my calculations, our overall combat effectiveness has increased by approximately 63% since we started. Though Garp-san's methods still seem to be about 89% chaos and 11% actual technique." Kage batted playfully at his pen, as if suggesting some things weren't meant to be quantified. "You know what's really impressive?" Kobe grinned. "We haven't had to carry you back from training in weeks, Izuku. Though you still end up in just as many craters," Helmeppo added. "But I'm getting better at climbing out of them." Izuku protested, earning laughs from his friends. As they settled into their bunks that night, Izuku reflected on their progress. While his analytical mind might help him learn techniques faster, it was the shared experience with his friends that truly made him stronger. Every bruise, every victory, every late-night study session, they were growing together, each at their own pace but none truly outpacing the others. Kage curled up beside him, purring contentedly, as if approving of this understanding. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new techniques to master, and probably new craters to climb out of. But facing it all alongside Kobe and Helmeppo made even Garp's craziest training methods seem manageable. Well, almost manageable. Those explosive cannonballs still sounded terrifying. 1 year and 6 months later. The promotion ceremony had been brief but meaningful. Izuku adjusted the new warrant officer insignia on his uniform, still getting used to the weight of increased responsibility. Beside him, Kobe proudly wore his Master Chief Petty Officer rank, while Helmeppo carried himself with new confidence as a Chief Petty Officer. "Your analytical abilities have proven invaluable," Vice Admiral Tsuru had noted during the ceremony. "All three of you have exceeded expectations." After the celebration of their accomplishments, they were informed of their first mission, to apprehend Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. Garp's ship docked at the marine port of entry. He'd been given orders to apprehend Luffy and his crew. Izuku and the rest of Garp's men disembarked, making their way to the building where the Straw Hats were staying and recovering after rescuing Nico Robin. Garp approached the building, his actions puzzling everyone, including Izuku. He wound up his fist and punched a hole through the wall, then proceeded to swiftly blitz past 2 of Luffy's crew before punching Luffy himself in the head, yelling, "Wake up." Luffy yelped in pain, one of his crew expressing disbelief that a punch could hurt their rubber-bodied captain. Garp, looking proud, declared, "You can't stop the fist of love." Luffy, looking up at Garp, cried out, "Gee Grandpa." The revelation shocked everyone present. Luffy then warned his crew, "Don't fight him, or you'll end up dead." The commotion at Water 7 drew everyone's attention as Roronoa Zoro cut his way through the marine ranks with terrifying efficiency. Izuku's analytical mind was already racing, documenting every movement of the infamous pirate hunter turned pirate. "Zoro! Stop fighting them!" Luffy's voice rang out across the chaos, though he seemed more amused than concerned. Garp watched the scene unfold with an expression that mixed pride and exasperation. "Kobe! Helmeppo! Show me how much you've grown, try to stop them." Izuku and the other Marines watched with a mix of worry and fascination as his friends engaged the infamous pirates. Kage perched on Izuku's shoulder, tail twitching with interest as the brief skirmish played out. It was over in moments. Both Kobe and Helmeppo found themselves thoroughly defeated, though neither seemed particularly discouraged. If anything, Kobe was grinning as Luffy pinned him down. "It's great to see you again, Luffy-san, Zoro-san." Kobe laughed from his position on the ground. "Looks like we're still no match for you." Luffy's face scrunched up in confusion as he stared at the young Marine. Zoro looked equally puzzled until realization slowly dawned on their faces. "Kobe?" Luffy's eyes widened comically. "Eh? But the Kobe I remember was short and round. You've grown up." "Yes." Kobe beamed, clearly delighted that his old friend recognized him. Helmeppo stepped forward expectantly. "Do you remember me too?" "Nope." Luffy and Zoro answered in unison, causing Helmeppo to deflate dramatically. Kobe patted his friend's back consolingly. "Ah. Let me introduce you to our friend," Kobe said, gesturing to Izuku. "This is Warrant Officer Izuku Midoriya. He's been training with us under Garp-san." Izuku bowed slightly, his notebook already in hand. "It's an honor to meet you both. Your fighting styles are fascinating, the way you combine rubber-based physics with combat applications, and Zoro-san's unique three-sword style. He's interesting," Luffy declared with his characteristic laugh, immediately taking a liking to Izuku's earnest enthusiasm. The moment was interrupted by the sound of Marines complaining as they worked to repair the wall Garp had broken during his cool entrance. "Vice Admiral Garp? You should help fix this." "Eh? Why should I?" Garp crossed his arms stubbornly. "Because you're the one who broke it," the Marines shouted in unified exasperation. "Oh, fine," Garp grumbled, before turning to Luffy with an unusually serious expression. "By the way, I heard you met your old man in Logtown." "Huh? My father?" Luffy tilted his head in confusion. "I have a father?" "Yes, he's a revolutionary. His name is Monkey D. Dragon." The silence that followed was deafening. Izuku's pen practically flew across his notebook, documenting not just the shocking revelation but everyone's reactions to it. The tiger cat's tail puffed up in surprise as Marines all around them gasped and muttered in shock. The most wanted man in the world. Garp-san's son. Luffy-san's father. Izuku's mind raced with the implications, his cipher-filled notebook acquiring several new pages of carefully coded observations. The only one who seemed unaffected by the earth-shattering news was Luffy himself, who was just as confused. "Who is this guy?" Luffy, bewildered by his crew's shocked reactions, turned to Nico Robin for an explanation about his father. Robin provided a concise summary of Dragon's identity and influence. Just as the weight of this revelation settled, Garp, in a characteristically unpredictable move, abruptly exclaimed, "Oh, you know what? Never mind. Forget everything I said." The sudden reversal, especially after such a significant disclosure, did not go over well. The Garp crew, already reeling from the initial news, reacted with even greater astonishment to this unexpected turn of events. Garp gave the boys the go-ahead to spend time with Luffy and Zoro. Izuku watched as Kobe explained all the training adventures they'd been on. But as much as catching up was fun, all things have to come to an end. Garp informed Luffy that he wouldn't capture him, but he had until dawn to leave, otherwise, his crew would be hunted down. Luffy's casual "okay" irritated Garp enough to punch him again, stating, "We haven't seen each other in so long, and this is how you act toward your loving grandpa?" I'm sorry. Luffy yelled back apologies. Then, both fell asleep standing up. Garp woke up first and punched Luffy for falling asleep while being scolded by his grandfather. All of this happened while Kage watched from atop a nearby wall, observing the strange reunion with detached curiosity. Izuku's notebook was still open, documenting every detail. The next morning, Luffy and his crew set sail, and the Garp crew gave chase, saying, "Sorry," Garp said, "but we're going to have to sink your ship," as Garp attacked the Straw Hat crew with baseball pitch cannonballs. The Straw Hats managed to escape by blasting into the sky on the new ship they got from Frankie. The shipwright in water Izuku can only look on in amazement at what has transpired and quickly drew the Straw Hats ship in his notebook. Izuku's mind is racing with lots of questions of justice and a pirate who wants true freedom. The evening sea breeze carried the lingering scent of gunpowder as Izuku sat in his quarters aboard Garp's ship. Kage lounged on his desk, watching as he spread out an array of newspaper clippings, wanted posters, and his own detailed notes about the Straw Hat Pirates. "It just doesn't align," he muttered, green eyes scanning the evidence before him. His analytical mind, honed by nearly a year and a half of Marine training, couldn't reconcile the official narrative with what he'd witnessed and researched. The first article detailed the liberation of Kokoyashi village, Marine Captain Nozumi reports, Straw Hat Pirates defeat Arlong. Izuku's careful notes in the margins highlighted the inconsistencies in the official report, how it glossed over Arlong's 8-year reign of terror, the apparent corruption of the local Marine branch, and most importantly, the fact that the Straw Hats had freed an entire island from tyranny. Their navigator, Nami, he wrote in his coded shorthand, returned to her hometown not as a pirate seeking plunder, but as a daughter determined to free her people. The crew fought not for treasure, but for their friend's smile. The next clipping described the fall of Wapol in Drum Kingdom. The official report painted it as pirates causing chaos in a sovereign nation, but Izuku's investigations had revealed a different story. His notes detailed how Wapol had abandoned his people, hoarded medical resources, and ruled through fear. The Straw Hats hadn't just defeated him, they'd helped restore a doctor who treated everyone, regardless of status or wealth. They literally carried their sick friend up a mountain in the middle of a blizzard, Izuku noted, remembering Kobe's retelling of the stories he'd heard. Pirates aren't supposed to risk their lives to find medical care for others. The most substantial evidence lay in the reports from Alabasta. Multiple newspapers covered the fall of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The official story credited the Marines, but Izuku's careful investigation had uncovered the truth. The Straw Hats had exposed Crocodile's manipulation of an entire kingdom, saved Princess Vivi, and prevented a civil war that would have killed millions. They didn't just defeat Crocodile, Izuku wrote, his pen moving swiftly in his increasingly complex cipher. They protected a kingdom while asking nothing in return. No territory, no tribute, not even recognition for their actions. Kage's tail brushed against his arm as he reached for the most recent reports from water. They declared war on the world government itself, he noted, not for power or territory, but to save one person. To tell someone who had lost all hope that her life had value, that she deserved to live. His pen hovered over a fresh page as he considered the actions of heroes he had studied. Weren't the Straw Hats, in their own way, acting like heroes time and time again? Kage moved to sit directly on his notes, as if warning him to be careful with such dangerous thoughts. Izuku scratched behind its ears absently while reaching for his most secure notebook, the one with his highest-level cipher. The fundamental question, he wrote carefully, isn't whether they're criminals according to the law. The question is, what does it mean to be just in a world where helping others can be labeled as a crime? Luffy's simple, direct approach to right and wrong resonated with him. The Rubberman didn't seem to care about laws or regulations, he simply acted when he saw people suffering. It reminded Izuku of similar impulses from his past, a deep-seated instinct to help those in need, regardless of personal risk. Perhaps, he continued writing, his cipher growing more complex with each potentially seditious thought, true justice isn't found in blind obedience to laws, but in the courage to help others regardless of the consequences. Kage stretched lazily, providing a perfect excuse for why he might be sitting alone in his quarters. Everyone knew about his habit of documenting the mysterious creature's behaviors. When Kobe poked his head in, Izuku had already shifted to his official analysis notebook. Still working on your reports? Just reviewing some case studies, Izuku replied carefully. The Straw Hats' tactical approaches are fascinating from an analytical perspective. Kobe's expression suggested he understood the deeper implications. You know, he said quietly, closing the door behind him, I've been thinking about something Luffy-san told me when we first met. He said that being a pirate meant being the freest person in the world. Freedom to help others without being bound by regulations? Izuku suggested, his analytical mind already connecting this to his earlier thoughts. Maybe. Kobe sat on the edge of the bunk. But I think there's more to it. The Marines stand for justice, but justice isn't always as simple as following orders. Kage moved to sit between them, its presence somehow making the conversation feel safer. Look at their pattern of actions, he said, pointing to his carefully organized timeline. Wherever the Straw Hats go, they end up helping people who have been failed by the system. Villagers oppressed by corrupt officials, kingdoms manipulated by warlords, individuals branded as criminals for knowing too much. Like Robin-san, Kobe nodded. The government called her a demon, but Luffy-san saw someone who needed help. Izuku's pen moved across the page again, adding new observations. It's like they're exposing gaps in the system, places where official justice falls short. But instead of just documenting these failures, they actively work to fix them. Even if it means being labeled as criminals themselves, Kobe added softly. The implications hung heavy in the air between them. Both young Marines had sworn to uphold justice, but their experiences were forcing them to question what justice truly meant. I've been developing a theory, Izuku said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. What if some people choose to be pirates not because they reject justice, but because they see it as the only way to pursue a higher form of justice? One that isn't constrained by. He trailed off, but Kobe understood. They both thought of Tsuru's lessons about the delicate balance of power, about compromises made to maintain order. It's like what Vice Admiral Tsuru told us, Kobe mused. About working within the system to change things gradually. But some problems can't wait for gradual change. Some people need help now. Kage purred loudly, as if approving of their careful analysis. We should be careful with these observations, Kobe warned, though his expression showed he agreed with the analysis. Izuku nodded, closing his notebook. Of course. But understanding their motivations and methods could make us better Marines. If we can identify where the system fails people, maybe we can work to fix those gaps from within. While being very, very careful about how we document such observations, Kobe added with a slight smile, gesturing to Izuku's elaborate cipher. Kage moved between them, offering its mysterious comfort to both young Marines wrestling with difficult questions. Finally, Izuku opened his notebook one last time, adding a final observation in his most secure cipher: the greatest challenge for those who serve justice is not in fighting obvious evil, but in recognizing when justice itself needs to be questioned. The Straw Hat Pirates, through their actions, force us to confront this uncomfortable truth. Perhaps that is their most important contribution to our world, not the battles they win, but the questions they force us to ask. Kage batted playfully at his pen, as if suggesting he'd written enough dangerous thoughts for one evening. Whatever else they may be, he told Kobe, the Straw Hats make our world more interesting to analyze. Just don't let Garp-san hear you analyzing his grandson's crew too sympathetically, Kobe laughed, standing to leave. He might decide we need special training to correct our thinking. Izuku winced at the thought of what Garp's special training might entail. Right. Purely tactical analysis from now on. Nothing philosophical about the nature of justice at all. But as he prepared for bed that night, his mind still raced with observations and questions. Kage curled up beside him, its presence a reminder that some mysteries in their world defied simple classification. Just like the Straw Hat Pirates themselves, too complex to be labeled as mere criminals, too important to be dismissed as simple outlaws. His last thought before drifting off was that perhaps the most valuable lesson he'd learned since coming to this world was that true justice, like truth itself, rarely fit into neat categories. Sometimes it wore a marine uniform, sometimes it flew a pirate flag, and sometimes it simply did what was right, regardless of the consequences. Kage's soft purring seemed to agree. The morning sun cast long shadows across Aldera Junior High's empty classroom 3A. A layer of dust had settled on one particular desk, Midoriya's desk. Though 10 months had passed, no one had claimed it, as if the space itself remembered the quiet boy who once filled it with muttered analysis and hero notes. Outside, cherry blossoms drifted on the spring breeze, marking the season of new beginnings. But for Inko Midoriya, time had frozen on that day her son vanished. Dark circles rimmed her eyes as she stood on another street corner, fresh missing person flyers clutched in trembling hands. "Please," she whispered, bowing deeply to passing pedestrians. "Have you seen my son?" Most hurried past, averting their eyes from her grief. Some took the flyers out of pity, only to discard them in the next trash bin. A few kind souls would stop, examine the photo of the freckled, green-haired boy, and promise to keep looking. But after 10 months, even their sympathy held an edge of resignation. Mitsuki Bakugo watched from across the street, her heart breaking for her oldest friend. She'd spent countless hours helping search, making calls, pressuring police to keep investigating. But with each passing day, hope grew thinner, like a candle burning down to its last flicker. "Katsuki," she called out as her son emerged from their house, his UA participation waiver form clutched in one hand. "Make sure you eat properly before dash." Yeah, he cut her off, adjusting his school bag. But his crimson eyes lingered on Inko's small figure across the street, something unreadable flickering across his face. The route to UA took him past Midoriya's empty house. Its dark windows stared back at him like accusing eyes. Deku's room would have been lit since dawn, he thought unbidden. Probably muttering about the exam and hero statistics. He shoved the thought aside, his pace quickening. What did it matter what that quirkless nobody would have been doing? He had his own destiny to seize. But as he passed the house, his steps slowed just enough to notice the fresh missing person flyer taped to the gate. The photo showed Izuku's nervous smile, those determined green eyes that had always watched him, analyzing his quirk, admiring his strength. TCH. Katsuki turned away sharply, his palm sparking with small explosions. "Useless Deku. Making your mom cry like this." He didn't acknowledge the slight tremor in his voice, or the way his eyes burned as he resumed his march toward UA. He had a practical exam to ace, after all. No time to waste thinking about missing nobodies who couldn't even manifest a quirk. Behind him, the morning breeze rustled the flyer, making it dance like a lonely flag in the wind. Izuku Midoriya's voice could still be heard somewhere in the distance, asking strangers if they'd seen her son. The world had moved on, as worlds tend to do. But in the spaces where Midoriya Izuku should have been, his empty desk, his dark room, his mother's breaking heart, absence echoed like a cry that no one could answer. The UA practical exam had gone exactly as Katsuki expected, mostly. His explosions tore through robot after robot, each destroyed target feeding his certainty that he'd claim the top spot. No one else's quirk could match his raw power and combat instinct. Villain points racked up with each devastating blast. 63 points. He lost count after that, too focused on proving his superiority. The other examinees scattered before his fury, wisely staying clear of his destructive path. He came in first place with a score of 3 weeks later. When the results arrived, his confidence was absolute. First place, as expected. 77, he scoffed. Should have been higher. These extras are slowing me down. A flicker of a memory crossed his mind, Deku, muttering about hero rankings and quirk analysis. Always trying to understand how to be better, even without a quirk. Katsuki blasted the thought away with an explosion that left scorch marks on his bedroom wall. The first day of class brought fresh irritations. That glasses-wearing robot, lecturing about proper behavior. Coming in third place in the quirk apprehension test, behind that DMN ponytail and her bullshit quirk, and that second place, half-and-half BSTRD, set him off. None of them, not the glasses-wearing robot, not the half-and-half BSTRD, not even that round-faced girl with all her rescue points, looked at him with fear, with the proper respect for his power. It wasn't like Aldera Junior High, where his word had been law. Here, his explosive temper earned only disappointed looks from teachers and wary distance from classmates. Even that scruffy homeroom teacher, Aizawa, seemed to watch him with particular scrutiny. The second day of school battle training with All Might should have been his chance to prove himself. Paired against the half-and-half BSTRD, Katsuki prepared to show everyone what real power looked like. But before he could even launch his first attack, the entire building froze solid. No warning, no chance to counter, just instant, overwhelming defeat. You relied too much on raw power, All Might had said afterward, his eternal smile somehow making the criticism worse. A true hero must consider strategy, teamwork, and the safety of others. Kaken. Your quirk is so amazing. But maybe if you varied the timing of your explosions, you could. Katsuki growled, shaking away another unwanted memory of Deku's endless analysis. The nerd had always tried to suggest improvements to his technique, as if a quirkless nobody had any right to critique him. The bus ride to the USJ facility was mostly silent, Katsuki brooding in the back, headphones blasting music to drown out the chatter of his classmates. He glanced out the window occasionally, the passing cityscape a blur of buildings and billboards. A flicker of a memory, Deku, excitedly pointing out hero agencies and analyzing billboard quirk usage, was quickly blasted away with an irritated scoff. He had better things to focus on than useless Deku. Inside the USJ, the vast dome loomed overhead, various disaster zones laid out like a hero's playground. 13, the rescue hero, stood at the center, their spacesuit gleaming under the artificial sun. Today's lesson, 13 began, their voice amplified by the helmet speakers, is about using your quirks to save lives. Remember, even the most powerful quirks can be incredibly dangerous if not controlled properly. A single misplaced blast, a moment of carelessness, could have devastating consequences. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He didn't need a lecture on the destructive potential of quirks. He knew his power better than anyone. 13 continued, gesturing to the various simulated disaster zones. I'll be demonstrating how to approach different rescue scenarios, how to prioritize safety, and how to effectively utilize your quirks for aid, not destruction. Before 13 could continue, a swirling vortex of black and purple mist appeared in the center of the plaza. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, and a chill ran through the facility. From the mist, shadowy figures began to emerge, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. All hell broke loose. The black mist spread like spilled ink across the USJ's central plaza. Villains poured out in waves, their killing intent palpable. At the center of it all stood a figure that made even Katsuki's combat-hungry instincts scream danger, a towering monster of exposed muscle and dead eyes, its brain visible through cracked skull. Where is All Might? The hand-covered villain scratched his neck irritably. I brought all these people to have some fun with him. And he's not even here. 13, get the students out of here. Now. But what about you? 13 called back, herding the remaining students toward the exit. I'll handle this. Aizawa's hair rose as his quirk activated, his eyes glowing red behind his goggles. It's not ideal, but I can hold them off. The villain's scratching intensified. Not here. Not here. You're lying. He has to be here. His voice rose to a manic pitch. Maybe if we kill some kids, the symbol of peace will show up? But before they could retreat, the black mist materialized into a humanoid form, blocking their escape. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Today, we've come to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might. Katsuki's palms crackled with barely contained explosions. This was what he'd been waiting for. A chance to prove himself against real villains, not just training robots. Die! He launched himself forward alongside Kirishima, their combined attack passing harmlessly through the mist villain's body. My. That's dangerous, the villain's yellow eyes narrowed. You may be students, but you are still excellent golden eggs. The mist expanded, enveloping the students in darkness. Katsuki felt himself falling, the world twisting around him. The void spat him out into the collapse zone, dropping him among broken concrete and twisted metal. Perfect. Let the villains come. He'd show everyone what real power looked like. Come at me, he roared, explosions lighting up the darkness. A group of villains emerged from the shadows, their quirks at the ready. Katsuki didn't waste time studying their abilities or planning his approach. He didn't need strategy, he had raw power. His explosions tore through the collapse zone, each blast more devastating than the last. Villains flew backwards from the force of his attacks, concrete barriers shattered, metal support beams twisted and warped from the heat. Watch it, Bakugo! Kirishima called out as he dodged both a villain's attack and the debris from Katsuki's latest explosion. You're gonna bring the whole place down. Shut up and fight, hair for brains. Katsuki snarled, launching himself at another group of villains. His palms sparked and crackled, the familiar rush of combat flooding his veins. This was what he was meant for, pure, overwhelming force. A concrete manipulator tried to trap him, but Katsuki just blasted through the barriers with raw power. When a villain with some kind of phasing quirk appeared, Katsuki's response was a barrage of explosions that left no room for escape. Is this all you've got? He taunted, standing amid the destruction he'd caused. You extras thought you could take on UA? I'll show you what real power looks like. The villains kept coming, and Katsuki kept fighting, his style growing more aggressive with each passing minute. He didn't need analysis. He didn't need strategy. All he needed was his quirk and his unstoppable drive to win. Kirishima, protected by his hardening quirk, managed to weather both the villain's attacks and the collateral damage from Katsuki's rampage. Dude, maybe we should just die. Katsuki cut him off with another explosive assault, his attacks growing wilder, more destructive. The collapse zone was living up to its name, sections of the facility crumbling under the force of his quirk. But Katsuki didn't care. Let it all fall. He'd prove to everyone, these pathetic villains, his doubting classmates, All Might himself, that raw power was all that mattered in the end. The villains never stood a chance against his relentless assault. When the dust finally settled, Katsuki stood triumphant among the unconscious bodies and demolished infrastructure, his uniform singed and torn but his pride intact. That's how you deal with villains, he spat, ignoring Kirishima's concern. Look. Pure force. Nothing else matters. From their hiding spot in the shallow water, Tsuyu and Mineta watched in horror as Aizawa faced off against the villains. Their teacher moved with practiced efficiency, his capture weapon whipping through the air as he systematically took down opponent after opponent. Aizawa's hair rose as his quirk activated, his eyes glowing red behind his goggles. The hand villain charged forward, but Aizawa's capture weapon intercepted him. They exchanged blows, moving with deadly precision. You're so cool, Eraserhead, the villain rasped. But you're not suited for long fights, are you? Your hair keeps falling. And every time it does. He grabbed Aizawa's elbow, and the fabric of his costume began to disintegrate. Your quirk has to reset. Aizawa leaped back, but the damage was done. His elbow had been reduced to raw flesh where the villain's fingers had touched. That quirk of yours. Aizawa's eyes narrowed behind his goggles. You have to touch things with all 5 fingers. The villain's scratching grew more frenzied. You really are so cool. Eraserhead. Suddenly, the villain's attention snapped to the water where Tsuyu and Mineta were hiding. He lunged forward, hand outstretched toward Tsuyu's face. Time seemed to slow as those deadly fingers descended. At the last possible moment, Aizawa's hair rose again, his quirk canceling the villain's power just before it could touch Tsuyu. The hand villain's fingers stopped mere inches from her face. You really are so cool, the villain repeated, before signaling behind him. Nomu. The monster moved with impossible speed, appearing before Aizawa could react. Its massive fist slammed their teacher into the ground with devastating force. Blood pooled around Aizawa's prone form as the villain turned back toward the students with renewed killing intent. That's when Kirishima burst onto the scene, his hardened form aiming straight for the hand villain. But before his attack could connect, Nomu appeared between them, its dead eyes fixed on this new target. Take this! Kirishima charged forward, his hardened fist aimed at the Nomu's exposed chest. The impact should have at least caused some damage, but his attack might as well have hit a steel wall. The monster didn't even flinch. Before Kirishima could process what happened, Nomu's massive hand shot out, grabbing him by the arm. Even with his hardening quirk active, Kirishima felt bones creak under the creature's grip. The next moment, he was sailing through the air, crashing into a pile of debris. Shitty hair! Bakugo's explosions lit up the area as he watched his classmate struggle to stand. Even with his hardening quirk, Kirishima's uniform was torn, revealing nasty bruises forming beneath. Meanwhile, at the entrance, 13 faced off against the mist villain. Everyone, stay back, the rescue hero commanded, preparing to use their quirk. Black hole, the mist villain mused. A quirk that seeks up matter and turns it to dust. How marvelous. And dangerous. But you're a rescue hero, 13. You're not used to using your quirk against people. 13 activated black hole, the powerful vacuum beginning to pull at the villain's misty form. But something was wrong. The villain's mist began to swirl, and suddenly a warp gate opened behind 13. How unfortunate, the villain's yellow eyes gleamed. You've turned your own power against yourself. The back of 13's suit began to tear apart as their own quirk was redirected through the portal. The rescue hero collapsed, their suit shredded. Now! Zero called out. Ida, run. Get help. Ida hesitated for a split second, torn between helping his fallen teacher and following the plan. But he knew what had to be done. His engines roared to life as he sprinted for the exit. I won't let you. The mist villain's form expanded, reaching for Ida with tendrils of darkness. But he hadn't counted on the combined effort of the remaining students. Uraraka lunged forward, her fingers brushing against what felt like solid metal within the mist. The villain's yellow eyes widened as his form began to float, disrupting his control. Go, class rep! Sato shouted as Ida burst through the doors, his engines propelling him at full speed toward UA. The mist villain's frustrated cry echoed through the USJ as Ida disappeared into the distance. Help was on the way. Bakugo launched himself at the Nomu, his palms crackling with explosive power. Die, he roared, unleashing a blast that would have leveled a building. The smoke cleared. The Nomu stood unmoved, not even a scratch on its exposed muscle. What the Bakugo barely had time to process before the creature's fist shot out. He managed to dodge, but the sheer speed of the attack sent chills down his spine. This wasn't like anything he'd faced before. AP shot, he yelled, concentrating his explosion into a focused beam. The attack hit dead center, and for a moment, Bakugo allowed himself a smirk. But as the smoke dissipated, his confidence wavered. The Nomu's regeneration had already closed the wound. Bakugo, watch out! Kirishima's warning came too late. The Nomu moved with impossible speed, appearing behind him. Bakugo tried to spin, to blast, to do anything, but the creature's backhand sent him flying like a ragdoll. He slammed into a wall, the impact knocking the air from his lungs. His vision blurred, ears ringing. Impossible, he thought. Nothing can be this strong. The Nomu advanced, its dead eyes fixed on him. Bakugo's hand sparked weakly as he struggled to stand. For the first time since getting his quirk, he felt small, weak. Shock absorption and regeneration, the hand-covered villain's voice carried across the plaza. You're just wearing yourself out, kid. Bakugo gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright. His whole body screamed in protest, but his pride wouldn't let him stay down. He was supposed to be the strongest. The best. He couldn't lose to some engineered freak. But as he faced the approaching monster, reality crashed down around him. All his power, all his skill. It meant nothing against this thing. He wasn't the apex predator anymore. He was prey. The Nomu's next attack came too fast to dodge, too strong to block. As darkness claimed him, Bakugo's last thought was a bitter realization: there were monsters in this world that raw power alone couldn't defeat. Just as the Nomu's fist descended toward Bakugo, something impossible happened. The air itself seemed to tear open, a portal unlike the mist villains appearing in the center of the plaza. This one crackled with strange black and red energy, bolts of power striking the ground around it. Kurojairi, the hand-covered villain, scratched his neck nervously. Is this your doing? No, Shigaraki-sama, the mist villain replied, his yellow eyes fixed on the anomaly. This is something else entirely. The energy pulses intensified, and through the portal stepped a figure that made everyone pause. He wore what appeared to be a military uniform, but it was his appearance that drew attention: wild green hair, diamond-shaped freckles on each cheek, and most bizarrely, what appeared to be a tiger cat lounging contentedly atop his head. But it was the aura he gave off that truly commanded attention. This wasn't just some random intruder, this was someone who radiated an unmistakable presence, the kind that warned, "Don't mess with me." The mysterious figure surveyed the scene before him, his eyes taking in every detail with analytical precision. The tiger cat's tail swished lazily, as if this was all perfectly normal. "Garp, please let me come with you to save Kobe." Izuku's voice carried the weight of years of friendship. The legendary marine's laugh boomed across the dock, followed by a heavy pat on Izuku's back that would have sent most people flying. "Don't worry about Kobe. I'll take care of saving him." Garp's expression grew serious. "Thanks to Vegapunk, you finally have a way home. You don't want to miss your one and only chance to see your mother, do you?" Izuku flinched at the mention of his mom. After all these years, the thought of her still brought a mix of hope and guilt. "I know, but..." Izuku's hands clenched at his sides. "I feel like I'm abandoning one of my best friends. I won't even get to say goodbye to him." "Don't worry so much." Garp's grin returned. "I know if Kobe was here, he'd say the same thing himself." The crew gathered around, tears in their eyes as they prepared to bid farewell to one of their own. Izuku looked at each face, memorizing them one last time. "Everyone. Thank you for everything." The portal crackled to life behind him, black and red energy swirling with otherworldly power. With one last look at the family he'd found in this strange world, Izuku stepped through. Back at the USJ's central plaza erupted with strange energy as a tear in reality formed. Black and red lightning struck the ground as the portal stabilized, drawing everyone's attention away from the battle. "Kurojiiri," Shigaraki scratched his neck nervously. "Is this your doing?" "No, Shigaraki-sama," the mist villain replied, yellow eyes fixed on the anomaly. "This is something else entirely." The energy pulses intensified, and through the portal stepped a figure that made everyone pause. He wore what appeared to be a military uniform, but it was his appearance that drew attention: wild green hair, diamond-shaped freckles on each cheek, and most bizarrely, what appeared to be a tiger cat lounging contentedly atop his head. But it was the aura he gave off that truly commanded attention. This wasn't just some random intruder, this was someone who radiated an unmistakable presence, the kind that warned, "Don't mess with me." The mysterious figure surveyed the scene before him, his eyes taking in every detail with analytical precision. The tiger cat's tail swished lazily, as if this was all perfectly normal. Green eyes swept across the plaza, cataloging threats with military precision. The exposed brain Nomu, clearly bioengineered. The hand-covered villain, likely a disintegration quirk based on the damage patterns. The mist villain, warp quirk, but different from the portal he'd just emerged from. The students caught his attention first. Not in standard uniforms, but in vibrant hero costumes. Each design unique, reflecting individual personalities and quirk applications. First-year hero students, he realized. Preparing for a world of professional heroism. His gaze first locked with Shigaraki's red eyes, pure hatred and broken desperation radiating from the villain. "Bakugo!" A red-headed teen in a hardening hero costume called out. Izuku turned, following the voice, and saw Bakugo lying unconscious on the floor. The same explosive childhood ex-friend now seemingly defeated and passed out. An injured pro-hero leaning against a boulder, barely conscious but still observing. Next, the villains. Bloodlust burning in their eyes, a desperation that spoke of a plan gone catastrophically wrong. In that moment, Izuku knew exactly where he was home. "What are you doing here?" Izuku's voice carried a weight of authority that seemed impossible for his age. "If you're here to bring harm to these kids..." His eyes hardened. "I hope you're prepared for justice to be served." Laughter echoed across the USJ, Shigaraki's scratching growing more frenzied. "Justice? You say?" His red eyes gleamed behind the hand covering his face. "I'd like to see you try to hand out the so-called justice you're speaking about, you no-good NPC." His scratching reached a fever pitch. "Nomu! Kill that cosplaying hero wannabe!" The bioengineered monster moved with frightening speed, appearing before Izuku in an instant. Students gasped, they'd seen how the creature had manhandled Aizawa and Kirishima. Even Bakugo had been powerless against it. The Nomu's fist drew back, ready to reduce Izuku to paste. But what happened next defied belief. The tiger cat, which had been lounging so casually in Izuku's hair, moved. Its tail suddenly transformed, taking on an obsidian sheen. With a single, casual swipe, it intercepted the Nomu's punch. Crack! The sound that followed was like a thunderclap. The Nomu, this unstoppable force that had been terrorizing them all, went flying backward. Its massive body bounced across the plaza like a skipping stone, finally crashing headfirst into a boulder with devastating force. Silence fell over the USJ. The Tiger Cat, as if it hadn't just casually swatted aside a monster that had been giving pro-heroes trouble, simply flipped back and settled onto Izuku's head, resuming its lazy pose. Its tail, now back to normal, resumed its casual swishing. With a movement so fast it blurred the very air, he crossed the distance to Mineta and Tsuyu. The surrounding students and villains could barely track his motion. One moment he was observing, the next he was standing protectively near the two students. The sudden appearance shocked everyone. Everyone stared, jaws dropped. The hand villain scratching stopped mid-motion. What the hell was that? The collective thought seemed to hang in the air. But the most shocking part wasn't just the display of power, it was how utterly casual it had been, as if swatting away bioengineered monsters was just another mundane Tuesday for this strange pair. The silence in the USJ was deafening. Students who had been holding their breath in anticipation of this stranger's imminent death now found themselves unable to process what they'd just witnessed. The Nomu, the same creature that had brutalized their teacher and shrugged off their strongest attacks, lay crumpled against a shattered boulder, its head embedded in stone. What? Shigaraki's voice cracked, his scratching becoming erratic. What did you just do to my Nomo? But Izuku's attention had shifted to Aizawa's broken form. The tiger cat, Kage, flicked its tail lazily, as if it hadn't just demonstrated power beyond anything they'd seen today. Its golden eyes studied the plaza with an intelligence that seemed almost human. Impossible. Shigaraki's voice rose to a screech. Impossible. That Nomu was engineered to kill All Might. Its shock absorption and regeneration make it the perfect weapon. You're cheating. This isn't how the game is supposed to go. Izuku's response was calm, measured, so unlike the stammering, apologetic Deku of Bakugo's memories. Shock absorption has its limits. Everything does. His eyes narrowed. And from what I just saw, your Nomu's regeneration isn't nearly as impressive as you think it is. As if to prove his point, the Nomu was struggling to extract itself from the boulder. Its movements were jerky, uncoordinated, nothing like the precise killing machine it had been moments ago. You damaged its brain, the mist villain, Kurojairi, observed, his yellow eyes widening. With a single strike. Kage's tail swished again, and several students swore they saw the cat smirk. That's impossible. Mineta whispered from his hiding spot in the water. That thing was taking everything we threw at it, and that cat just... I'll ask again, Izuku's voice carried across the plaza. What are you doing here? Why attack students? Kill him! Shigaraki screamed, his composure completely shattered. Nomu! Kurojairi! Kill this cheating NPC! The mist villain hesitated, something about the stranger's presence setting off warning bells. But the Nomu charged forward, its regeneration finally kicking in enough to move. This time, though, its movements were sluggish, uncoordinated. The precision it had shown earlier was gone, replaced by pure bestial fury. Kage's tail twitched. Who is he? Tsuyu wondered aloud, her large eyes fixed on the stranger. He doesn't look much older than us, but that uniform. She was right. While everyone else stared in shock at the display of power, the mysterious newcomer's expression hadn't changed. The cat's tail twitched. Wait, the stranger commanded softly, and to everyone's surprise, the cat settled back down. Let me handle this one. What happened next would be burned into the memories of everyone present. As the Nomu's massive fist swung toward him, the green-haired stranger shifted his stance slightly, his body moving with an almost mechanical precision. Tekai. The Nomu's fist connected, but instead of the devastating impact everyone expected, the stranger didn't budge an inch. Then, in a movement too fast for most to follow. Sure gone. His finger struck out like a bullet, hitting a precise point on the Nomu's chest. The monster staggered back, its regeneration struggling to keep up with whatever damage that single strike had caused. Rankyaku. A kick that seemed to slice the air itself followed, the compressed air blade cutting through the Nomu's defenses. The creature flew backward, crashing through multiple walls before finally embedding itself so deeply in the USJ's structure that only its legs remained visible. Impossible. Shigaraki's scratching had reached a manic pace. Impossible, impossible, impossible. You're cheating. This isn't fair. Nomu was supposed to kill All Might. The final boss isn't supposed to show up in the tutorial level. Final boss? For the first time, a hint of emotion crept into Deku's voice, something between amusement and pity. Is that what you think this is? A game? Throughout the plaza, students watched in awe as this mysterious person, who none of them recognized, systematically dismantled the villains that had overwhelmed them all. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Marine Captain in the World Government, the green-haired stranger announced, his voice carrying across the plaza with unexpected authority. The insignia on his white military coat gleamed under the USJ's lights. I strongly suggest you surrender. You've already seen what Kage can do, and I assure you, I'm far less gentle than my companion. From her position near the water's edge, Tsuyu's eyes widened. Did he say Marines? The world government? I've never heard of such an organization, Karo. Mineta, still half submerged beside her, gaped at the military-clad figure. Captain? But he can't be much older than us. Through his swollen eyes, Aizawa managed to focus on the newcomer. Despite his injuries, years of pro-hero experience had taught him to analyze even while incapacitated. The stance, the pristine white uniform with its ornate gold epaulets, the strange martial arts techniques, none of it matched any military or hero organization he knew of. And that rank? Captain? For someone so young? World government? Shigaraki's scratching intensified. Marines? What kind of cheat code is this? There's no military organization like that in the hero database. The tiger cat, Kage, let out what sounded suspiciously like a snort, its tail swishing with clear amusement at the villain's distress. I'll say this one last time, Midoriya's voice hardened, his captain's coat swaying slightly in the breeze. Surrender. You've lost your ace, he gestured toward the embedded Nomu, your plan has failed, and reinforcements are on the way. Don't make this worse for yourselves. The authority in his tone made several students shiver. This wasn't the pleading of someone trying to avoid violence, this was the command of a military officer who knew exactly how much damage they could inflict. That's the missing kid from the news, Uraraka realized, her hand covering her mouth. The one who vanished without a trace. But he's so different. And what's this about being a Marine captain? Aizawa, still struggling to remain conscious, found himself reassessing everything he thought he knew about the Midoriya case. The official report had suggested a possible villain abduction, but this looked like something far more complex. The white captain's coat, the combat techniques, that strange cat with impossible powers, and a military organization no one had ever heard of. Where have you been, problem child? He wondered. And what exactly is this world government you serve? The rest of Class 1A watched in stunned silence as their mysterious savior, apparently both a missing student and a military captain, stood calmly before the League of Villains, his strange feline companion still pinning Shigaraki with one massive paw. The contrast between the confident officer before them and the crying face from the missing person posters couldn't have been more stark. 10 months, someone whispered. He was gone for 10 months and became a captain in some unknown military? But looking at his stance, his eyes, the weight of command in his voice, it seemed like he'd lived through years in those 10 months. Whatever story lay behind his disappearance and return, one thing was clear. The quirkless, timid boy from the missing person posters no longer existed. In his place stood Captain Midoriya of the World Government Marines, someone who made even villains think twice. Bakugo's crimson eyes snapped open, his mind still foggy but rapidly clearing. He pushed himself up on his elbows, muscles protesting the movement. Baku bro, you're up. Kirishima's relieved voice echoed in the stairwell where they had taken shelter. Man, dude, so much has been happening since you lost to that Nomu monster. The word lost hit Bakugo like a physical blow. Memories flooded back, the overwhelming strength, the crushing defeat, the darkness that followed. His palms began to spark and smoke. Where? Bakugo's voice came out as a growl, rage building with each passing second. Where's that DMN BSTRD? He struggled to his feet, ignoring Kirishima's steadying hand. The sounds of battle echoed from below, but from their position in the stairwell, he couldn't see what was happening in the main arena. Small explosions popped from his palms as his quirk responded to his rising anger. Get out of my way, hair for brains. I'm going back down there. Wait, Bakugo. Kirishima moved to block his path. There's someone down there who... But Bakugo wasn't listening anymore. His pride wounded and his anger boiling over, he was focused on only one thing, revenge. Move! Bakugo roared, shoving past Kirishima. His palms ignited, and explosions thundered through the open space as he propelled himself down the exposed stairway. Each blast echoed across the vast facility, his descent visible to everyone below. The sound of his quirk reverberated through USJ's dome, a series of rapid-fire explosions marking his path downward. Students and villains alike turned at the commotion, watching as Bakugo launched himself from level to level, leaving brief flashes of light and smoke in his wake. As he reached the bottom landing, the battlefield spread out before him. Through the clearing smoke of his own quirk, he caught sight of something that made his blood freeze, a familiar head of green hair, freckles on a face he hadn't seen in 10 months. Deku? The name escaped his lips in a harsh whisper, anger and confusion warring in his voice. Before he could process this revelation, the air itself seemed to grow heavy. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, causing lesser villains to collapse where they stood. Even Bakugo felt his knees threaten to buckle, though his pride kept him standing. The stranger, no, Deku, stood tall amidst the chaos, his presence commanding in a way that defied everything Bakugo remembered about his former childhood friend. Surrender. The word carried weight beyond its meaning, filling the entire facility with undeniable authority. Then, words that shattered everything Bakugo thought he knew. My name is Izuku Midoriya, a captain in the Marines in the world government. The declaration hung in the air for only a moment before the main doors exploded inward. Have no fear, for I am here. All Might's booming voice should have filled the room with its usual reassurance. But as the symbol of peace took in the scene, and more importantly, heard Izuku's declaration, his ever-present smile faltered. The color drained from All Might's face, his usual bravado replaced by something the students had never seen before, recognition tinged with disbelief. Now here he stood, radiating power that rivaled All Might himself. The symbol of peace, looking like he'd seen a ghost. And that title, Captain in the Marines, World Government, terms that seemed to carry weight he couldn't understand. The moment Izuku announced his name, a wave of recognition swept through the facility. For both heroes and villains alike, the pieces suddenly clicked into place. That security footage. Todoroki's usually stoic voice carried a hint of disbelief. From Aldera Middle School. Around him, his classmates' faces showed the same dawning realization. Even All Might, who had just burst through the doors, froze at the declaration. They all remembered it, the viral security camera footage from 10 months ago. Long after school hours had ended, it showed Izuku Midoriya walking onto the empty roof. The grainy footage captured his figure stepping to the edge, and then he jumped. The security camera caught the impossible moment. Instead of falling, he simply vanished into thin air. No quirk activation, no special effects, just gone. Even Shigaraki had stopped scratching his neck, his red eyes narrowing at this new development. The footage had sparked countless theories. Some claimed it was doctored. Others insisted it was a new type of quirk. But no one had ever found answers. The boy in the video had simply ceased to exist. Until now. A captain in the Marines. Kurojire's mist form wavered slightly. Of the world government. The title hung in the air, heavy with implications none of them fully understood, while All Might's usually confident stance betrayed an uncharacteristic tension at the revelation. But wait. Mina Ashido's voice cut through the stunned silence, her yellow eyes wide with realization. Wasn't he quirkless 10 months ago? How is he doing all those things that look like quirks? She gestured at the devastation around them, the carved floor, the defeated Nomu, the very air that still seemed to crackle with residual energy. And what's stranger is, doesn't it look like he has multiple quirks? Her observation sent ripples of murmured agreement through the gathered students. They'd all witnessed it, the impossible speed that rivaled their teacher's mobility, the ability to walk on air as if gravity held no meaning, that devastating air blade that had sent the Nomu flying. Each ability seemed distinct, separate, like individual quirks rather than aspects of a single power. Shigaraki's body trembled as he fought to remain standing under the overwhelming pressure Izuku emanated. His scratching grew more frantic, drawing blood as his nails dug deeper into his neck. This NPC, he muttered, voice thick with confusion and rage. How can he have this kind of power? It's as if he has multiple quirks, but that's impossible. His red eyes darted wildly between Izuku and the downed Nomu. Only Master can do that. What is going on? All Might, still positioned by the entrance, turned his attention to the pink-skinned student. Despite his trademark smile, there was tension in his stance that his students had never seen before. Young Ashido, what do you mean by multiple quirks? The question hung heavy in the air as Mina straightened, suddenly aware that all eyes were on her. Well, she began, gesturing with her hands as she spoke. First, there's his speed. He moved so fast we could barely track him, like when he saved Bakugo and Kirishima. That seems like some kind of enhancement quirk. Then, she continued, gaining confidence, he did that thing where he walked on air. That's got to be a different quirk, right? Some kind of anti-gravity or air manipulation power? Kero, Tsuyu added, finger pressed to her chin thoughtfully. Don't forget that air blade attack he used against the Nomu. The pressure was incredible, nothing like we've seen before. And that's not even counting whatever that cat did. Kaminari chimed in, pointing at the small feline still perched casually in Izuku's hair. Did you see how it sent that Nomu flying? With just its tail. Yaoyorozu, ever analytical, stepped forward. If we categorize what we've witnessed, it appears to be at least 5 distinct abilities: enhanced speed, aerial mobility, air pressure manipulation, some form of sensing ability, and whatever that overwhelming pressure is. She glanced at All Might, noting his increasingly grave expression. That's not counting whatever powers his feline companion possesses. But that's impossible, Kirishima exclaimed, his voice carrying both awe and confusion. Everyone knows you can only have one quirk. And besides, wasn't he quirkless when he disappeared? The news coverage of that security footage mentioned it specifically. He was the quirkless kid who vanished. The mention of the security footage caused another wave of murmurs. Everyone remembered it, the grainy video that had dominated news cycles and social media for weeks. The mysterious disappearance of a quirkless middle school student, jumping from the roof only to vanish into thin air before impact. And now he returns claiming to be a captain in the Marines, Todoroki observed, his mismatched eyes fixed on Izuku. The world government, whatever that means. The pressure in the air seemed to increase as the implications of their observations sank in. A quirkless student disappears without a trace, only to return 10 months later wielding powers that seemed to defy the very laws of quirk science they'd all grown up with. Even the villains appeared unsettled by this development. Kurojire's mist form rippled with obvious unease. The sight of their ultimate weapon, the Nomu, lying defeated only added to their growing sense of uncertainty. All Might's usual booming confidence was notably absent as he processed the student's observations. His knowledge of One for All made the situation even more concerning. He knew better than anyone the impossibility of multiple quirks existing in one person naturally. Yet here stood young Midoriya, wielding abilities that couldn't be explained by any single quirk. The silence that followed was heavy with unanswered questions. What had happened to Izuku Midoriya in those 10 months? How had a quirkless boy transformed into this powerful figure before them? And perhaps most importantly, what exactly were these abilities that seemed to break every rule they knew about quirks? As if in response to their collective confusion, the pressure in the air shifted. Izuku stood calmly at the center of it all, his presence a reminder that sometimes reality could be stranger than any theory they might devise. All Might's descent to the plaza carried the weight of responsibility, his signature smile absent as he surveyed the chaotic scene below. The last 10 months had been filled with regret over his harsh words to that quirkless boy who'd asked him if he could be a hero. Now, inexplicably, here stood the same boy, transformed beyond recognition. The atmosphere crackled with tension as three gazes intersected in the battle-scarred plaza. Shigaraki's blood-red eyes gleamed with malevolent anticipation behind the hand mask covering his face. Izuku's emerald gaze held a hardness that made All Might barely recognize the once timid boy who'd approached him on that rooftop. The symbol of peace found himself taking an unconscious step backward, thrown off balance by this impossible transformation. Finally, Shigaraki's voice carried a twisted joy, his fingers intensifying their scratching against his neck until thin trails of blood appeared. The final boss makes his grand entrance. Now we can start the real event. His laughter echoed through the facility, a sound that sent chills down the spines of the observing students. The weight of that fateful day hung heavy between All Might and Izuku. The young man's strange energy field, which had been maintaining a protective barrier around the area, gradually dissipated like morning mist. His eyes met All Might's, and the hero saw something that made his heart clench, hurt, mistrust, and a strength that seemed impossible for the quirkless boy whose dreams he'd crushed with just a few careless words. Young All Might started, remembering all too clearly his dismissive, "No, you can't be a hero without a quirk." The words tasted like ash in his mouth now as he witnessed the impossible scene before him. "Nomu!" Shigaraki's command cut through the air like a knife. "Kill All Might!" The artificial human began to rise, its muscled form rippling as it regenerated from previous damage. Each movement was accompanied by the sound of cracking joints and tearing muscle as it pushed itself beyond its limits. Its exposed brain pulsed grotesquely, and its beaked face opened in a mindless roar that shook dust from the dome above. All Might shifted into a fighting stance, his cape billowing dramatically behind him. But before he could engage, a green blur intercepted the charging monster. Izuku stood between All Might and the Nomu, his right hand covered in a coating of pitch-black armor that seemed to absorb the very light around it. The Nomu's charge came to an abrupt halt against this immovable barrier, its massive form straining against Izuku's seemingly casual defense. Once again the Nomu found itself bouncing across the plaza from a powerful kick from the young captain. "Shigaraki," Izuku's voice carried across the battlefield, calm and measured despite the tremendous force he was holding back. "You seem to misunderstand something fundamental about power." His free hand began to emit a soft blue glow, reminiscent of moonlight on still water. "This strength you see isn't some quirk or genetic lottery. When someone told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, I found another way. This power comes from almost 2.5 years of training under Vice Admiral Garp of the Marines." All Might felt each word like a physical blow. The boy he dismissed had found another path, one that had transformed him into something beyond anything the hero could have imagined. The air between Izuku and Shigaraki crackled with tension, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. Shigaraki's crimson eyes burned with raw hatred, every fiber of his being screaming to destroy the man who had dismantled his plan so effortlessly. Without warning, Shigaraki lunged forward, fingers spread wide, aiming directly for Izuku's obsidian black arm. The speed was blinding so fast that even the sharpest eyes struggled to track him. But Izuku was ready. His body tightened, muscles coiling with practiced precision. He whispered, "Tekai," and his skin hardened like iron, absorbing the impact of Shigaraki's strike without flinching. Shigaraki's hand slammed against the impenetrable defense, the force reverberating through his arm, but Izuku stood firm, unmoved and unyielding. Seizing the moment, Izuku countered with a lightning-fast strike to Shigaraki's chest. "Shurgan," he murmured, his finger darting out like a bullet, targeting vital nerve points. Shigaraki convulsed involuntarily, his body stiffening as pain radiated from within. Before the villain could recover, Izuku spun into a devastating kick, Rankyaku, sending a razor-sharp blade of compressed air slicing through the debris and narrowly missing Shigaraki's head. The force knocked the villain off balance, forcing him to stagger backward. Kurogyri, seeing his masters being beaten by this marine, Kurogyri attempted to create a warp gate directly behind Izuku. "Master, we must," in a movement too fast for most to track, Izuku's obsidian arm reached out. But this wasn't a defensive gesture. This was an attack. His hand physically grabbed Kurogyri's mist form, something that should have been impossible. The mist villain's yellow eyes widened in absolute shock. Where other heroes had failed, where quirk after quirk had been unable to touch him, Captain Midoriya was physically restraining him. "Interesting quirk," Izuku's voice was clinical. "Warp gate quirk fascinating." Then he squeezed. The students watched in horror and fascination as the seemingly untouchable mist villain was compressed, twisted, his form struggling against a grip that shouldn't exist. Kurogyri's shocked voice barely escaped. How? How are you touching me?" Izuku's response was simple. "Because I choose to." Seeing Kurogyri in danger made the stunned Shigaraki called out for Nomu, "Hurry up and kill this cheater now." And with that the Nomu trying to get itself together to go and follow his master command, as the Nomu rushes but much slower than before towards Izuku, who was still holding the arms of Kurogyri, as the Nomu approach. Izuku released the warp gate user and in smooth swift movements the young marine dodged the Nomu attack, with that he was ready to show these villains what true justice is. "Let me demonstrate what true justice looks like," Izuku continued, the blue glow intensifying until it rivaled the brightness of All Might's own form. "This is what I learned from the hero of the Marines, Garp's galaxy impact." The punch that followed defied description. The air itself seemed to compress around Izuku's fist before exploding outward in a devastating shockwave. Every window in the USJ dome shattered simultaneously, the glass turning to fine powder that sparkled like diamond dust in the afternoon light. The Nomu's body, caught in the direct path of the attack, was launched skyward with such force that it punched through the reinforced ceiling like it was paper. The ground beneath Izuku's feet cratered, concentric circles of shattered concrete spreading outward from the impact point. The wind generated by the punch whipped through the facility, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the debris. When the dust settled, Izuku stood in the center of a 6-foot-deep crater, his expression contemplative as he examined his still glowing fist. "Still only about 30% of my master's full power," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Got a long way to go." All Might stood frozen, his mind reeling. The quirkless boy he'd turned away had achieved something that defied all logic, power that rivaled, perhaps even exceeded, his own. And he'd done it without a quirk, without one for all, without following the path that All Might had claimed was the only way to heroism. Shigaraki's reaction was pure chaos. His scratching became frenzied, drawing more blood as his composure completely shattered. "Impossible! Impossible! This isn't fair," he screamed, his voice rising to a hysterical pitch. "He's cheating. Some random miniboss spawning with admin privileges. Kurogyri." The mist swirled thicker as Kurogyri materialized beside his master, his yellow eyes sharp with urgency. "Yes, Shigaraki Tamura? Get us out of here," Shigaraki snarled, desperation creeping into his voice. But before Kurogyri could close the warp gate, Izuku moved with impossible speed. Using Saru, he closed the distance in an instant, his fingers coated in the shimmering aura of King's Haki. With lethal precision, he unleashed Shurgan, his needle-like strike aimed straight the villain's nerves points. Even All Might, standing nearby, was a fraction of a second too slow to intercept. His eyes widened in shock as Izuku intercepted the villain leader. In a last-ditch panic, Shigaraki reached out his hands, attempting to unleash his quirk once more on the mob boss. But before he could react, Kage moved with a speed that seemed to defy reality. With a swift, brutal slash of its claws, the massive obsidian tiger lopped off Shigaraki's outstretched hand. Fear flashed wildly in Shigaraki's eyes as he met Izuku's steady, determined green gaze, eyes promising that justice had come for him. Then came the pain. A searing, crushing agony unlike anything Shigaraki had ever known, not the surgeries, not the brutal training under All for One. This was something new, something deeper. The kind of pain that shattered and reshaped. Moments before the portal snapped shut, Izuku struck again with Shurgan, targeting the nerve endings with ruthless precision, 2 in each upper shoulder, 2 near the biceps, crippling the villain completely. His voice steady and cold, Izuku delivered his final words. For now, justice has been dealt. The portal closed behind them, sealing Shigaraki's fate as silence settled over the battlefield. Bitter defeat. The dark portal dumped Shigaraki and Kurojairi in an unceremonious heap at their bar hideout. Blood pooled beneath Shigaraki's severed wrist as he writhed in agony, his remaining hand clutching the stump where his right hand used to be. That beast. Shigaraki's voice cracked with pain and rage. That cheating monster and his demon cat. Kurojairi rushed to a hidden medical cabinet, his misty form moving more sluggishly than usual. The pain from where the Marine captain had somehow grabbed his gaseous form still lingered, a sensation that should have been impossible. Please hold still, Shigaraki Tamura. We need to stop the bleeding, Kurojairi managed, trying to ignore the ache in his mist-like body. Though I must admit, I'm still trying to understand how he was able to make physical contact with my warp form. Your injuries can wait. Shigaraki snapped, then winced as Kurojairi began treating his wound. My decay didn't work on him. I grabbed his arm, and nothing happened. Nothing. As if my quirk didn't exist. The monitor in the corner flickered to life. The familiar distorted voice of All for One filled the room. How did our plan proceed? Was All Might eliminated? Shigaraki's scratching intensified despite Kurojairi's attempts to treat him. It failed. It failed because of some stupid Marine who shouldn't even exist. Marine? All for One's interest was palpable even through the distorted connection. Explain. Kurojairi took the lead, his yellow eyes dimming as he recalled the events. A young man appeared during the operation. Green hair, approximately 16 years old. But what's most concerning is his ability to interact with my warp form as if it were solid matter. His hands turned black, which allowed him to grab me despite my intangible state. Most interesting, All for One mused. And Tamura, you mentioned your decay had no effect? None. Shigaraki's voice rose hysterically. I grab his arm. His skin should have crumbled away, but instead, it was like hitting a wall. His arm was covered in some type of black armor around his arm. He demonstrated power comparable to All Might's, perhaps even greater. Kurojairi continued his report. The Nomu was launched through the USJ dome with a single punch. He said all his abilities came from his training. All for One fell silent for a moment, thinking. And these abilities, this power that can affect even your warp form, Kurojairi, and negate decay? Tell me more about his fighting style. He moved like a veteran warrior, Kurojairi explained, finishing the bandaging on Shigaraki's wrist. His attacks weren't just powerful, they were precise. He could predict our movements before we made them, as if he could sense our intentions. And that cat of his. That demon. Shigaraki interjected. It cut off my hand and burned it to ash before we could retrieve it. And it had the same black armor coating its claws. All for One remained silent for a moment, processing this information. Shigaraki let out a strangled cry, clawing at his neck. He was the boy who disappeared 10 months ago in that video. He should have stayed gone. But he came back with impossible power. Power that makes quirks useless. It's not fair. The game wasn't supposed to work like this. Most concerning indeed, All for One mused. A power that can negate quirks, achieved through pure training. This requires careful consideration. There was a pause before he continued. Kurojairi, take Shigaraki to the doctor. We'll need to address his injury immediately. And Kurojairi, All for One added, I want you to tell the doctor everything about how you felt when he grabbed you in your warp form. The ability to make the intangible tangible. That could prove very valuable information. Of course, Sensei, Kurojairi bowed slightly, trying to ignore the lingering sensation of that impossible grip on his mist-like body. And Tamura, All for One's voice softened slightly, try to calm yourself. This setback, while significant, provides us with valuable information. If what you say is true about this Marine captain, about power that can override quirks themselves, well, perhaps we need to re-evaluate our entire approach. As Kurojairi prepared to transport them to the doctor's location, Shigaraki's mumblings grew more coherent. I'll kill him. I'll kill that green-haired cheat and his demon cat. I'll turn them both to dust. The monitor clicked off, leaving All for One alone with his thoughts. A quirkless boy returning with power that could negate quirks themselves. The implications were staggering. If such power could be achieved through training alone, if quirks could be rendered useless by this strange energy, then perhaps the very foundations of their quirk-based society were more fragile than anyone had realized. Doctor, All for One spoke into another communication device, we may need to accelerate our plans. And, prepare something special for our young Marine captain. It seems we're not just playing a new game, we're playing by entirely different rules now. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the USJ grounds as Class 1A watched the mysterious Marine captain being escorted toward the main building. His cat remained perched on his shoulder, emerald eyes scanning their surroundings with an alertness that spoke of battlefield experience. Dude! Kirishima finally broke the tense silence, his sharp teeth flashing in an excited grin. That was the most manly thing I've ever seen. And you're saying he's our age? Not exactly, Yaoyorozu interjected, her analytical mind already working through the implications. If what he said is true about spending 2.5 years in another world, while only 10 months passed here. She created a small abacus, fingers moving beads automatically. Technically, he would be mentally older than us, despite his physical age remaining the same. Can we talk about what's important here? Mina bounced on her feet, pink cheeks flushed with excitement. What's that? Uraraka asked, still trying to process everything she'd witnessed. He's totally a cutie. Mina gushed, earning several nods from other female classmates. Did you see how he moved? And that commanding presence? Plus, he has an adorable cat. A Shido. Ida's hands chopped the air with increased intensity. This is hardly the time for such observations. We should be focusing on the extraordinary feat of achieving such strength without a quirk. For real though, Kaminari chimed in, electricity crackling in his hair from residual excitement. Did you see how fast he moved? Ida, can you even move that quickly with your engine? I don't believe what we witnessed was merely speed. Ida adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. There was no displacement of air or dust that would indicate normal movement. It was as if he was shifting through space itself. The level of skill required. Todoroki spoke up for the first time, his heterochromatic eyes focused on the retreating figure. To achieve that at our age. Karo, Tsuyu put a finger to her chin, her direct nature cutting through the excitement. Is nobody going to address what Bakugo said earlier? About him wanting to end his life? The mood shifted instantly. All eyes turned to Bakugo, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since the battle ended. Hey, Bakubro, Kirishima ventured carefully. You seem to know him. What's the story there? Bakugo's hands crackled with small explosions, his face contorting with rage. You want to FING know? Fine. He's a worthless, quirkless Deku who used to follow me around like a DMN shadow. He was so FING weak that a few words made him jump. Left his mom worried sick for 10 months because he's quirkless but couldn't handle reality. The venom in Bakugo's voice made several classmates step back. The raw anger seemed to make the air itself heavy with tension. Dude, Kaminari whispered, you didn't have to go that hard. All of you. Bakugo exploded, literally and figuratively, before storming off toward the school entrance. The class stood in stunned silence, processing this new information. The powerful Marine who had just saved them all had once been suicidal? The same person who had faced down villains without flinching had been driven to such despair? That's pretty heavy, Jairu muttered, her earphone jacks twisting anxiously. But look at him now, Uraraka observed, watching as the young man spoke with the police, his posture radiating quiet confidence. Whatever happened in that other world? It completely transformed him. 2.5 years, Tokoyami mused from the shadows. 2.5 years of training, of growth, of finding one's path. Compressed into 10 months of our time. Perhaps Dark Shadow and I should seek similar enlightenment. Still, Yaoyorozu's voice was thoughtful, to achieve such power without a quirk. It challenges everything we've been taught about heroics. And did you see how he handled Shigaraki? Shiro added. That wasn't just power, that was experience. Real combat experience. The class continued watching as their mysterious savior disappeared into the building with the authorities. Each student processed what they'd witnessed in their way, but they all shared one thought: the world of heroics they thought they understood had just become much larger and more complex than they'd ever imagined. Hey, Kirishima spoke up again, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Whatever happened before, whatever made him. You know. He came back stronger. Not just physically, but... He gestured vaguely. You saw how he carried himself, right? That's real growth. The class nodded in agreement. They'd witnessed something extraordinary today, not just a display of power, but a testament to the human spirit's capacity for transformation. As future heroes themselves, they couldn't help but wonder what other possibilities lay beyond the limitations they'd always accepted as truth. The interrogation room was standard issue, bare walls, metal table, and the telltale mirror that everyone knew was a window. Izuku sat calmly, Kage still perched on his shoulder, as Detective Naomasa Tsukachi entered with a folder. "Hi there, Izuku Midoriya," the detective began with a friendly smile. "My name is Naomasa Tsukachi, detective with the police force. Before we begin, I must inform you by law of my quirk, it's called lie detector." Izuku's eyes immediately lit up with fascination, his old habit of quirk analysis briefly overtaking his military bearing. A quirk that can detect lies? The applications for interrogation and investigation would be incredible. Does it work on partial truths? What about lies of omission? Can dash? Kage tapped him lightly on the head with its paw, bringing him back to focus. Behind the glass, All Might couldn't help but smile. Some things hadn't changed after all. "Sorry," Izuku straightened, his captain's demeanor returning. "Please proceed with your questions, detective. First, please state your name for the record." "Midoriya Izuku." "Ping, true. Can you tell me about the chain of events that led to your decision that night?" Izuku hesitated, glancing at the mirror. "Are you sure it's okay for me to speak freely about that day?" "It's fine, Izuku," Tsukachi assured him. "If you're worried about All Might's secret, everyone behind the glass already knows about his condition." Izuku nodded, then began his story. "I was attacked by a villain made of sludge. All Might saved me, but I grabbed onto his leg as he jumped away. That's when I discovered his true form." His voice grew quieter. "He told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. That I should give up my dream." Ping ping ping, all true. Behind the glass, All Might's skeletal form seemed to shrink further with each word. Principal Nizu watched him with unreadable eyes. "And then?" Tsukachi prompted gently. I went to the roof of my middle school, I was going to." Izuku's voice trailed off, but Kage pressed against his cheek. Supportively. "That's when it happened." "What exactly happened, Izuku?" "I was Isekai'd." The detective's pen stopped moving. "I'm sorry, you were what?" "Isekai'd. Transported to another world. Specifically, I was sent to a world of pirates and marines, where I was found by Vice Admiral Garp of the Marines. He took me in, trained me, and helped me become who I am today. I spent 2.5 years there, though only 10 months passed here." Ping ping ping, all true. Present Mike, Midnight, Aizawa rolling in with a wheelchair, and All Might with Nizu on his shoulder came right into the integration with jaws hanging open. Hold up, Present Mike waved his hands frantically, his usual volume control completely abandoned. "You're telling us you literally got transported to another world? Like those manga stories? That's absolutely wild." "Hisashi, volume," Aizawa growled from his wheelchair, though his own eyes were wide with disbelief. Despite his logical nature, his quirk erasing abilities had never encountered anything like what he'd witnessed today. "Though I admit, this explains the completely foreign fighting style." Midnight leaned against the wall, fanning herself. My. So our young man spent 2.5 years in another world. That certainly explains the mature presence he carries." She smirked before becoming serious. "But the psychological implications of such displacement. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating." Nizu was practically bouncing. "The implications for physics alone are revolutionary." All Might remained uncharacteristically quiet, his skeletal form seeming to shrink further with each revelation. His words had driven young Midoriya to that rooftop, and instead of a tragedy, it had led to this. He wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or more guilty. "Wait a second," Tsukachi held up his hand, his detective's mind racing. "You're saying that while everyone here thought you were missing for 10 months, you actually lived through 2.5 years? Trained in a military organization? Fought in actual battles?" "Yes, sir," Izuku confirmed. "The Grand Line is not a forgiving place. The Marines are the primary peacekeeping force in a world where people can control earthquakes with a punch or turn entire cities to ice." Ping, true. Sweet mother of. Present Mike whispered, for once, quietly. "And you achieved the rank of captain?" Aizawa pressed, his analytical mind focusing on the practical aspects. "At your age? Age matters less there than capability," Izuku explained. "When you're facing pirates who can split continents, what matters is your ability to protect civilians, not how many birthdays you've had." Ping, true. Nizu's eyes gleamed brighter. "A meritocratic system based on ability rather than inherent powers or age. Most interesting indeed." "I need to sit down," Tsukachi muttered, actually taking a seat. "So when you returned?" "I found only 10 months had passed," Izuku nodded. "My mother. She must have been so worried." His captain's demeanor cracked slightly at the mention of Inko. Young Midoriya, All Might finally spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. My words that day. That was exactly what I needed to hear, Izuku interrupted, surprising everyone. If you hadn't crushed my dreams that day, I wouldn't have been on that roof. I wouldn't have been sent to that world. I wouldn't have learned that being quirkless doesn't mean being powerless. He smiled, a genuine expression that somehow made him look both his physical and mental age at once. Sometimes the harshest truths lead us to the greatest growth. There was a long moment of silence as everyone processed this. Finally, Nizu spoke up, his voice carrying that dangerous tone that his staff had learned to both fear and respect. Well then, Marine Captain Midoriya. I believe we have quite a lot to discuss about the future of heroics education. The UA conference room felt impossibly large to Inko Midoriya as she sat wringing her hands, tears already forming in her eyes. 10 months. 10 long months of not knowing if her baby boy was alive or dead. 10 months of police reports, missing person posters, and endless nights staring at an empty bedroom. When the call came, she'd nearly fainted. Her son was alive. Her Izuku was alive and at UA, of all places. She'd barely registered the rest of the explanation about villains and heroics, all that mattered was that her boy was coming home. The door opened. Mom? Inko's heart stopped. The voice was deeper than she remembered, more confident, but unmistakably her Izuku's. She turned, and there he stood, her boy, yet somehow more. He wore strange clothes, a white jacket with "Justice" emblazoned on the back, and a small black cat perched on his shoulder. But those eyes, those kind, green eyes, were exactly as she remembered. Izuku. She was moving before she realized it, tears flowing freely now. My baby. What happened next surprised everyone in the room. Instead of the tearful collision they expected, Izuku moved with impossible grace, catching his mother in a gentle embrace that somehow matched her momentum perfectly. His arms wrapped around her protectively, and for the first time in 10 months, Inko felt her world become whole again. I'm so sorry, Mom. Izuku's voice was thick with emotion, his captain's composure cracking. I'm so sorry for making you worry. Where were you? Inko sobbed into his chest, noting how much more solid it felt. What happened to you? You've grown so much. It's a long story, Izuku said softly, guiding her to a chair while maintaining the embrace. And you might find it hard to believe. The black cat hopped down from his shoulder, transforming its tail into a tendril that grabbed tissues from a nearby box and offered them to Inko. She blinked in surprise through her tears. This is Kage, Izuku introduced with a small smile. He's been watching over me. Watching over you? Inko dabbed at her eyes. Izuku, please. Tell me everything. Where have you been? Why didn't you come home sooner? Izuku took a deep breath, his hand still holding his mother's. Mom, I spent 2.5 years training with the Marines. I became a captain, learned to fight, to protect people. But because of how I was sent there. Only 10 months passed here. Inko's tears slowed as confusion set in. 2.5 years? But how? I was transported to another world, Mom. A world without quirks, but with different kinds of powers. Where I learned that being quirkless doesn't mean being powerless. He squeezed her hand gently. Where I grew up and became someone who could make you proud. Proud? Inko's voice cracked. Izuku, I was always proud of you. I just wanted you safe and happy. I know, Mom. And I am now. Both safe and happy. He smiled, and Inko saw both her little boy and the man he'd become in that expression. I found my path. Found my strength. And now I'm home. But 2.5 years? Inko reached up to touch his face, noting the subtle changes. You've lived 2.5 years without me? My baby grew up in another world? Every day, Izuku's voice wavered slightly, every single day, I thought about coming home to you. About making up for the worry I caused. About becoming someone worthy of being your son. Oh, Izuku, Inko pulled him close again. You were always worthy. Always. Kage purred softly, rubbing against both their legs in a comforting gesture. The cat's presence seemed to ground them both in the reality of the moment. I have so many questions, Inko said finally, wiping her eyes. About where you were, what you did, how did you become so strong? I'll tell you everything, Izuku promised. About Garp-sensei, about the Marines, about how I learned to stand on my own. But first. He reached into his jacket and pulled out something that made Inko gasp. It was a small, framed photograph. In it, Izuku stood in his Marine uniform, pride evident in his stance. I had this taken the day I made captain. Because even in another world, even 2.5 years later, I wanted you to see who I'd become. Fresh tears fell as Inko took the photograph with trembling hands. My boy. My brave, strong boy. I'm home, Mom, Izuku said softly, his own eyes glistening. And this time, I'm staying. I'm going to use what I learned to help people here, to be the hero I always wanted to be. But more importantly, he squeezed her hand again, I'm going to be the son you deserve. They sat together for a long time after that, mother and son, bridging the gap between 10 months and 2.5 years with tears, laughter, and stories. Kage curled up in Inko's lap, purring contentedly, as Izuku told her about his adventures, his training, and his growth. And if anyone passing by the conference room heard both laughter and tears, saw both joy and sorrow in equal measure, they understood. For this was more than just a reunion, it was the healing of a wound that had ached in both their hearts, the reconciliation of time lost and time gained, and the beginning of a new chapter for both mother and son. The car ride from UA back to the old apartment was quiet, almost painfully so. Inko kept glancing at her son, as if afraid he might disappear again if she looked away too long. Izuku gazed out the window, watching the familiar city blur past, feeling both heavier and lighter than he'd ever been. Kage, the black cat, lounged across his shoulders, eyes half-lidded but always alert. When the taxi finally pulled up to their building, Inko took a steadying breath. The door slid open. Izuku stepped out first. It was early evening, the sun just beginning to set behind the rows of apartment blocks. As he and his mother made their way up the walk, Izuku immediately felt it, the weight of dozens of eyes. Curtains twitched. Balconies that had been empty moments ago were suddenly occupied by neighbors pretending to tend to plants or check their phones. The air was thick with anticipation and judgment. He had not set foot here in over 2 years. To them, he was the boy who vanished, a quirkless, unlucky kid everyone had written off, some with relief, others with guilt. Now, he was back, and the news seemed to ripple through the building like a stone dropped in a still pond. He heard the whispers before he saw the faces. Is that Midoriya? The quirkless one? Didn't he run away? Or was it something worse? God, it was quieter without that freak around. Poor Inko, I always felt bad for her. At least she won't be alone now. Maybe he'll leave again. It was better that way. The word stung, sharp as ever. Izuku kept his head down, hands gripping the straps of his faded backpack, willing himself not to react. He'd heard worse from pirates and criminals, but somehow the cruelty of neighbors, the people who watched you grow up, cut deeper. Inko, walking just ahead, straightened her shoulders. Her steps faltered for a moment as she caught the edge of gossip, but she pressed on, holding her keys like a shield. When an older woman from the second floor called out, "Welcome home, Inko," her smile was weary but genuine. "Thank you, Mrs. Sato. We're glad to be back," Inko replied, voice trembling only a little. Kage, perched atop Izuku's head, flicked his tail with annoyance. His golden eyes narrowed at a cluster of teens loitering by the mailboxes, who had muttered, "Freaks back," a little too loudly. The boys met the cat's glare and immediately found somewhere else to look. Their door looked exactly as Izuku remembered, a little dingy, a little battered, but still home. Inko fumbled with her keys and finally managed to open it. The apartment smelled faintly of cleaning products and old furniture, a scent Izuku had never realized he'd missed. He stepped inside and let the weight of the world fall away, just for a moment. The apartment was small, 2 rooms, a cramped kitchen, a little balcony barely big enough for a potted plant. But it was theirs. Inko set her bag down and turned to her son. For a second, she just looked at him, as if memorizing his face all over again. "Do you want tea?" she asked, her voice gentle. It was the question of 1,000 evenings, a comfort so familiar it almost made him cry. "Yeah, I'd like that," Izuku answered, smiling. They kept the lights off, letting the orange glow of sunset flood the room. As the kettle boiled, Inko sat across from him at the table. She reached out and took his hand, her fingers trembling. "Izuku," she whispered, "I'm so sorry. I should have been stronger for you. I should have fought harder, believed in you more. When you disappeared, her voice broke. I thought I'd lost you forever." Izuku squeezed her hand. "Mom, I'm here now. That's what matters. I got to see places I never imagined. I met people who became like family to me. I learned what I'm capable of. It was hard. But I came back. For you." Tears welled in Inko's eyes. "I never wanted you to feel like you had to leave to find yourself." "I know," he said quietly. "But in that world, I became someone I can be proud of. Someone who helps people, even if I don't have a quirk." The kettle whistled. Inko wiped her cheeks and poured 2 cups, carrying them back to the table. "I used to worry every day. About what would happen if you stayed. About what would happen if you left. I was so afraid. And I let that fear make me say things I regret." Izuku looked down, remembering every night he spent staring at his ceiling, wishing he could be someone else, someone with a quirk, someone worthy. "It's okay, Mom. I forgive you. I always did." From the window, the muffled sounds of the neighborhood continued: a baby crying, a TV blaring, more whispers. Some voices were sympathetic. At least Inko won't be so lonely now. He's her whole world, you know. Maybe he'll surprise us all. But others were less kind. He'll just be trouble again. I hope he doesn't bring shame to the building. Why couldn't he just stay gone? Kage, having finished inspecting every corner of the apartment, hopped onto Izuku's lap and settled there, purring. He glared at the window, as if daring any of the neighbors to repeat those words to his human's face. Inko watched the cat and smiled for the first time that night. He really likes you, doesn't he? Izuku scratched Kage behind the ears. He was there for me when no one else was. We've been through a lot together. They sat in companionable silence for a long time, sipping tea as the sun slipped below the horizon. Izuku told her stories about the Marines, about his friends, about the battles and the laughter and the days at sea. Inko laughed and cried, sometimes at the same time, the weight of her worry slowly easing with every word. As night fell, Izuku helped Inko prepare dinner. The simple act of chopping vegetables and setting the table felt like a miracle, a proof that life could still be normal after everything. As they ate, the noise from the neighbors faded into the background. It was just the two of them, a family reunited. Later, as Izuku lay in his old bed, listening to the familiar creaks and sighs of the apartment, he thought about the stares and whispers. He knew not everyone would accept him. Some wounds ran deeper than time could heal. But he also knew he was stronger now. He had survived a world of monsters, pirates, and gods and come home with a loyal friend at his side. No matter what anyone said, he was here, and he was loved. And for tonight, that was enough. The next morning at UA, the atmosphere in the staff conference room was tense, the air thick with the weight of what had happened at the USJ. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows, revealing tired faces, eyes red from lack of sleep and too many news cycles. Principal Nizu, perched at the head of the table, cleared his throat and brought the room to order. We've all reviewed the reports. Let's discuss the chain of events from the attack, how the students handled themselves, and what comes next, Nizu began, his tone grave but focused. Midnight was the first to speak, her voice softer than usual. Despite the chaos, most of the students held up better than anyone could have expected. Some even tried to organize and protect each other. Snipe nodded. They showed guts. But the trauma it's going to set in. We need Hound Dog to meet with each of Class 1A and identify students who are struggling. Some of them are putting on a brave face, but it's evident in their eyes. They're shaken. Nizu scribbled a quick note. Agreed. I'll have Hound Dog begin counseling sessions starting today. We can't let this fester. Cementos crossed his arms. There's also the question of what happened with Bakugo and Kirishima. Their decision to attack the mist villain Kurojairi could have gotten everyone killed. Recovery Girl frowned. Bakugo's was reckless, but Kirishima is usually more level-headed. I want to know what was going through their minds when they decided to charge in like that, especially since both of them got in 13's way and nearly derailed the whole containment effort. Present Mike shook his head, recalling the chaos. They weren't just ignoring orders, they actively blocked 13 from using her quirk to contain Kurojairi. It was all impulse, no thought to the bigger picture. Cementos added, their actions didn't just risk their own safety, they put everyone else in more danger. 13 had a plan and the training to execute it, but Bakugo and Kirishima thought they could end it their way. That sort of hero complex can't go unchecked. Aizawa's jaw tightened. They'll both have to face the consequences. Not only did their recklessness almost get their classmates warped away by Kurojairi, but they also endangered a pro-hero by interfering. We can't have students undermining teachers in a crisis. Vlad King nodded. We'll need a focused debrief with both of them. Kirishima's usually a stabilizing force, but in the heat of the moment, he followed Bakugo's lead. We need to make sure they understand that true heroism isn't about jumping in headfirst, it's about trusting your team and the pros. All Might looked down at his hands, his voice low and tinged with guilt. And what of my actions? I wasted time taking down villains when I should have focused on the students. I let my emotions get the better of me. I should have trusted my colleagues to handle the lesser threats and kept my attention on protecting the class. Nizu's eyes narrowed, but his tone was fair. You're Japan's symbol of peace, but you're also a teacher. Your primary responsibility here is to the students. The media's already questioning whether UA can keep its children safe. We need to show the world that we're not above learning from our own mistakes. Ectoplasm glanced at the stack of newspapers on the table, each headline more damning than the last. UA's failure? Hero school attacked, students in danger, where were the pros? We're going to have to manage this media backlash very carefully. The public's faith in us is shaken, and if we don't address their concerns head-on, it could get worse. Nizu nodded. We'll hold a press conference. I'll speak myself and take responsibility for what happened. We'll outline new security measures and make it clear that student safety is our #1 priority." A short pause lingered in the room. Snipe tapped his finger on the table. "And what of that boy? The one who appeared at the USJ and saved the students?" The media's already running wild with speculation. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Midoriya. I want to know more about him. His tactics, his presence, the way he handled himself. It was experience. I want him in my class. UA could use someone like him, and I want to see firsthand the change he'll bring." Nizu gazed out the window, his mind clearly working through possibilities. "I'll reach out to Midoriya and his mother. We'll discuss what a future at UA could look like for him. In the meantime, let's focus on stabilizing things here, supporting our students, strengthening our protocols, and being honest about what needs to change." Aizawa nodded, determination in his eyes. "I'll prep a plan for integrating him into Class 1A. And I'll make sure Bakugo and Kirishima understand the gravity of what happened. No more mistakes like that." The staff looked around the room, the sense of unity returning. They had been shaken, yes, but not broken. They would rebuild. They would learn. And UA, for all its flaws, would rise again stronger, and perhaps, more just than ever before. After the staff meeting, sunlight slanted through the windows as Class 1A anxiously awaited their homeroom teacher. The usual bustle of energetic voices was replaced with a tense, uneasy quiet. The trauma of the USJ attack still lingered, and everyone knew a reckoning was coming. The door slid open with a sharp snap. In strode Aizawa, bandaged from head to toe, wrapped so thoroughly he looked like a mummy from one of Ciro's horror movies. Only his tired, sharp eyes and a few strands of messy black hair were visible between the layers of gauze and medical wraps. The class stared. Some students looked away, others paled at the reminder of how close they'd come to losing their teacher. Aizawa's voice, muffled but unmistakably stern, broke the silence. "Sit up. Eyes forward." He stood at the front, arms crossed over his chest, his capture weapon now coiled loosely at his waist. "We have to talk about what happened at USJ." His gaze was particularly piercing as it landed on Bakugo and Kirishima. "Most of you followed the evacuation protocols and did your best to work together. Some of you, however, decided to ignore orders and act on your own. Bakugo. Kirishima. Stand up." The two boys rose, stiff-backed. Bakugo bristled, chin jutting out in defiance, while Kirishima looked down, guilt etched into his features. Aizawa continued, "You both interfered with 13's containment strategy. Not only did you ignore direct instructions you got in a pro-hero's way and got your classmates warped to different zones in the USJ. Actions like that put everyone at risk." Bakugo couldn't hold back. "I saw an opening. If I could have blown that missed BSTRD to bits." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "You're not a solo act, Bakugo. You're a student. Your job is to trust your teachers, not throw yourself headlong into danger because you think you know better. Your recklessness and pride almost got people killed." He turned to Kirishima. "And you, Kirishima. Normally you're reliable, but you let yourself get swept up by Bakugo's bravado. That's not leadership, it's herd mentality. Heroes don't just run in, they assess and act as a team." Kirishima's voice was barely more than a whisper. "You're right, sensei. I messed up." Aizawa let the silence stretch, his presence even more intimidating wrapped in medical bandages. "Both of you have earned 2 weeks of detention with me. You'll report every day after classes, and you'll write formal apologies to 13 and the rest of your classmates for endangering everyone." Bakugo tried again, voice tight with frustration. "That's not fair." Aizawa cut him off. "Life isn't fair, Bakugo. Hero work isn't fair. What matters is that you learn from your mistakes before they become fatal. Until you can prove you understand that you're just another liability." Bakugo glared, fists clenched, but he didn't argue further. Kirishima just nodded, defeated. Aizawa faced the rest of the class. "This is bigger than just Bakugo and Kirishima. Every one of you needs to understand, in a crisis, following the plan and trusting your team saves lives. Heroics aren't about glory, they're about responsibility." A heavy silence settled over the classroom, the truth of his words sinking in. After a moment, Momo raised her hand. "Sensei, there's something we've all been wondering. The boy who saved us, Midoriya Izuku. He's the same one from that video, isn't he? The one who jumped off his school roof." A hush fell over the class. Even Bakugo looked up, his usual scowl replaced by something wary and troubled. Everyone had seen the video at some point, the grainy, heart-stopping footage of a boy, small and alone, standing on the edge before vanishing into a swirling, unnatural void. For days, the story had haunted the internet and the news, though it eventually faded into the endless churn of tragedies. Aizawa's bandaged face softened just a little. "Yes. That was him. Jiro's voice was quiet. But, how did he end up at the USJ? How did he survive? Aizawa shook his head. Some of that is still being investigated. What matters is that when he appeared at USJ, he acted with the skill and resolve of a pro hero without using a quirk. He put himself between you and danger, even though he had no obligation to do so. Mina bit her lip. Why would he risk his life for us? Aizawa's gaze moved over each of them. That's something only Midoriya can fully answer. What I can tell you is this: he's seen more and endured more than any of you realize. And despite everything, he chose to help. That's the kind of person he is. The class sat in reflective silence. The image of the lonely boy from the video, written off by so many as a lost cause, now overlapped with the memory of the determined figure who'd stood against villains at USJ. It was a lot to process. Bakugo's jaw worked, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came. Shiro finally broke the silence with a hint of awe. He really did all that without a quirk. Aizawa nodded. He's proof that courage and training matter as much as any power. He's not a UA student yet. But you may see more of him soon. Momo, always thoughtful, murmured, it's hard to imagine going through all that, and still coming back to help people. Aizawa's voice was steady. It's something worth remembering, for all of you. Heroism isn't about having the strongest quirk or winning the most battles. It's about what you do when things are at their worst, and who you choose to be. He let them sit with that for a moment before concluding. Class dismissed. Bakugo, Kirishima stay after. As the students filed out, their whispers were no longer just about fear or the attack but about the boy from the video, the mystery of his return, and what it truly meant to be a hero. Aizawa, still wrapped like a mummy, watched them go and allowed himself a rare, hopeful thought: perhaps this moment would change all of them for the better. Principal Nizu sat at his desk, tapping his paws together as he reviewed the latest staff notes. The events at USJ had left more questions than answers, and speculation about the mysterious quirkless hero had reached a fever pitch. Even now, the faculty's curiosity was matched only by their concern for their students' mental state and a growing sense that UA itself was at a crossroads. He reached for his phone and dialed the number he'd been given just that morning. The line rang twice before Izuku Midoriya picked up, her voice hesitant but polite. Hello? This is Izuku Midoriya. Mrs. Midoriya, good afternoon. This is Principal Nizu from UA High School, he said, his tone as warm and inviting as ever. I hope you and your son are doing well after everything that's happened. There was a pause, then a quiet, we're doing better, thank you. Is something wrong? Not at all. In fact, I'd like to extend an invitation. Would you and your son be willing to come to UA tomorrow? Our faculty would very much appreciate hearing Izuku's full story, his experiences, his journey, and anything he can share that might help us understand what happened and how he's come back to us. I believe it could be invaluable for our students and our school as a whole. Inko's relief was palpable, though a note of worry lingered. You want Izuku to speak to your teachers? If he's comfortable. We want to learn from him, and we want to properly thank him as well, Nizu said kindly. We also have a device prepared in our staff room. It uses a quirk under careful supervision, of course, that allows us to project and view someone's memories. With Izuku's permission, this could help us better understand his experience and ensure nothing is misunderstood or left out. There was a long silence as Inko relayed the request. In the background, Nizu could hear a faint, I don't mind, Mom. If it helps, I'll do it. Inko returned, sounding a little more confident. We'll come. Thank you for asking him, and for being so considerate. Nizu's smile could be heard in his voice. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. We'll see you both tomorrow at noon. Please come to the main office, you'll be escorted right in. As he hung up, Nizu turned his attention to the staff preparations. The conference room was already being arranged, the memory projection device checked and rechecked by Power Loader and a trusted third-year student whose quirk made the whole thing possible. Nizu wanted everything to be perfect, both to make Izuku comfortable and to ensure the staff could witness the truth with their own eyes. He glanced at the schedule on his computer, then at the empty teacup beside him. Tomorrow, he thought, would be a day that changed UA forever. Inko stood in the doorway of Izuku's room, watching her son quietly as he moved around, clearing off shelves and pulling down posters. The walls, once a shrine to All Might, plastered with magazine covers, rare posters, and meticulously arranged action figures, were slowly being stripped bare. Izuku worked methodically, gently folding the faded posters, setting the figures back into their boxes with a carefulness that bordered on reverence. Kage lounged on the bed, tail flicking lazily, but his eyes never truly closed. The black cat's ears twitched every time Izuku brushed past, or the floor creaked beneath Inko's feet. At last, Inko took a breath and stepped into the room. Izuku, she said softly, her voice gentle with concern. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. Hey, Mom. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up. I guess I don't need all this anymore. She looked around, her gaze lingering on a particularly old All Might plushie, its colors faded, its smile a little crooked from years of being hugged. It's all right, sweetheart. You don't have to get rid of everything. He was your hero for a long time. Izuku offered a small, sheepish smile. He was. But, things are different now. I'm different now. Inko nodded, walking over to sit on the edge of his bed, careful not to disturb Kage, who merely flicked an ear in greeting. I wanted to talk to you about something. Principal Nizu called. Izuku straightened, curiosity and a hint of worry flickering across his face. Did something happen? No, nothing bad, Inko assured him quickly. He invited us to UA tomorrow. The teachers want to hear your story, everything that happened to you. Nizu said it could help everyone understand what you went through, and maybe help the students and staff, too. Izuku looked thoughtful for a moment, glancing down at the All Might figure in his hands before setting it gently in the box. He wants me to explain everything. Even the hard parts. She nodded. He said they're preparing a special device, one that can show your memories, with your permission. He was very clear, only if you're comfortable. Izuku was quiet for a long moment. Kage's tail thumped softly against the bedspread, as if in silent encouragement. Okay, Izuku said at last. I'll do it. If it helps people understand, if it helps make things better, then I want to try. Inko smiled, relief and pride mingling in her eyes. She reached out and pulled him into a gentle hug. I'm proud of you, Izuku. No matter what happened, or what anyone says, you're my hero. Kage watched them, eyes half-lidded and content, but the faintest glint in his gaze suggested he'd be keeping a close watch on his human, now more than ever. Izuku changed into his old workout clothes, the fabric faded and well-worn after years of use, and laced up his sneakers. He stepped quietly out of the apartment, giving his mom a reassuring wave as he left. The cool air of the city evening met him at the door, a familiar, almost comforting chill. For a moment, Izuku just stood there, breathing in, grounding himself, before he started to jog. He let his feet carry him through the winding streets of his neighborhood, past the old park where he used to sit and imagine being a hero, past the convenience store where the owner sometimes slipped him an extra rice ball out of pity. People stared, some with surprise, some with thinly veiled disdain. But he kept running, letting their words and stares roll off him like rain. He pushed himself harder, past the edge of the shopping district and into quieter backstreets, lungs burning, legs aching in a way that felt good and honest. His mind drifted to his memories of the other world, the relentless training drills under Garp's watchful eyes, the bruises and scrapes, the taste of salt in the air and the thrum of a ship's deck beneath his feet. He remembered the pride of wearing that marine coat, the trust his friends had placed in him, the responsibility he carried every day to protect and serve, even when no one else would. That world was gone now, and the title he'd fought for meant nothing here. No one in Japan would salute him, call him captain, or trust him with their lives. But that didn't matter. He was still a Marine in his heart now and always. The DSPLN, the honor, the drive to help others, those things weren't bound to a place or a uniform. He found a quiet spot by the river, out of sight from the curious and the cruel. There, Izuku dropped into a familiar routine, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, then sprints up and down the embankment. His body moved through the drills automatically, sweat running down his face, breath coming in steady bursts. The rhythm calmed him, reminded him of who he was and what he'd survived. As dusk settled over the city, Izuku stood at the water's edge, hands on his knees, chest heaving. He straightened and looked out at the shimmering water, letting the silence fill him. Even if the world called him quirkless, even if they never saw past his old reputation, he knew the truth. He was stronger than he'd ever been, and nothing, no words, no stares could take that away. When he finally turned to jog home, the city lights were flickering on. He felt a little lighter, a little more himself. Tomorrow, he would face UA, share his story, and show them all the strength born from two worlds. For tonight, it was enough just to run, to train, and to remember that he was, and always would be, a Marine. The next morning dawned bright and cool, sunlight spilling gently through the curtains and lighting up the modest apartment. The comforting clatter of dishes and the sizzle of eggs on the stove drifted from the kitchen, where Inko was already bustling around, preparing breakfast. The rich aroma of miso soup and warm rice filled the air, wrapping the home in a sense of calm routine. Izuku, still in his pajamas, sat at the small table with Kage sprawled across his lap, the cat's head resting on his knee and golden eyes half-closed in contentment. He absent-mindedly scratched behind Kage's ears, lost in thought about the day ahead. Every so often, he glanced at his neatly pressed marine uniform, which hung nearby, its stark white and blue a sharp reminder of everything he'd been through, and everything he'd become. When Inko called out that breakfast was ready, Izuku gently scooped Kage up and set him on the chair beside his own before joining his mother in the kitchen. They ate together in companionable quiet, trading soft smiles and the occasional reassuring word. Inko, though clearly nervous, did her best to put on a brave face for her son. Once the meal was finished and the dishes cleared, Izuku finally rose and took his uniform from its hanger. He slipped into it with slow, steady hands, feeling the fabric settle across his shoulders. The weight of the coat was familiar, almost grounding an anchor to who he'd become. Kage, now fully awake, leapt up and claimed his perch atop Izuku's head, tail flicking with anticipation for whatever came next. A little before noon, a sleek private car pulled up in front of the Midoriya's modest apartment building. Inko peered out the window, nervous but determined, her heart pounding as she gathered her bag and called for Izuku. He joined her at the door, straightening his collar once more, and together they stepped out onto the sidewalk. The driver, a man in a crisp black suit and cap, exited the car and offered a respectful bow. "Good morning, Midoriya-san. Young Midoriya. I am here on behalf of Principal Nizu to escort you to UA." Izuku returned the gesture, bowing deeply in return, and Inko followed suit with a nervous smile. Kage, naturally, made no such effort, but his golden eyes regarded the driver with a regal, appraising calm. The ride through the city was smooth and mostly quiet. Izuku gazed out the window, watching the city move, people crossing intersections, shopkeepers setting out displays, students in uniform hurrying to their own schools. Every so often, he caught sight of his own reflection, and his marine coat. Inko, meanwhile, had Kage settled comfortably in her lap. She stroked his soft fur, marveling at how he leaned into her touch and purred with contentment. She glanced at her son, offering him a reassuring smile. For just a moment, the tension seemed to ease, the car's interior filled with the gentle sound of Kage's purring and the warmth of Inko's affection. Kage, for his part, was in his element. He enjoyed the attention from his other human, eyes half-lidded with contentment. But even as he soaked up the affection, there was an unmistakable edge to his presence, a silent warning that, for those who didn't know, once Kage claimed you as his human, no one dared to harm you. It was a truth that transcended worlds, a promise of protection that even the most hardened villains would think twice before testing. As the car pulled through UA's gates, Izuku sat a little straighter, feeling both the nerves and the pride that came with wearing his marine uniform. Inko reached over and squeezed his hand, grounding him as the academy's iconic campus came into view. Whatever happened today, they would face it together with Kage, ever vigilant, watching over them both. As the car pulled through UA's gates, Izuku sat a little straighter, feeling both the nerves and the pride that came with wearing his marine uniform. Inko reached over and squeezed his hand, grounding him as the academy's iconic campus came into view. Whatever happened today, they would face it together with Kage, ever vigilant, watching over them both. Waiting at the entrance was Aizawa, wrapped in bandages but standing tall, refusing to let his injuries show weakness. He greeted the Midoriyas with a respectful nod. "Welcome to UA," he said, his voice rough but sincere. "Please, follow me." But before leading them on, Aizawa turned to Izuku. Despite the obvious pain it caused, he bowed deeply. Izuku's eyes widened in alarm. "Please, Aizawa-san, don't. You're hurt, you shouldn't have to do that," he stammered, reaching out as if to stop him. Aizawa straightened, shaking his head. "You saved my life, and the lives of my students. I needed to thank you properly, Midoriya. I owe you more than I can say." Izuku stood frozen, overwhelmed by the gesture, while Inko blinked back tears. Even Kage seemed to sense the gravity of the moment, sitting a little straighter on Izuku's shoulders. For the first time, Izuku felt truly seen, not as the quirkless boy who left, but as someone who had made a difference. They stepped through the gates and into the main building. It didn't take long for the whispers to start. Students lined the halls, their curiosity barely contained. Izuku could hear them as he walked, voices hushed but not nearly quiet enough. "Is that him? The boy from 10 months ago? The quirkless one? He looks so different. Is he really quirkless? What's with that outfit? Is he playing dress up, or does he think he's better than us? Why is Aizawa-sensei with him?" Some of the words stung, and Inko's hand tightened in his. Her face was pale, her eyes shining with worry and hurt. Izuku squeezed her hand and managed a small, reassuring smile. "It's all right, Mom," he whispered, forcing calm into his voice. But Aizawa wasn't having it. His eyes flashed red, his quirk activating in an instant. The effect was immediate, the chatter choked off, and students scattered, scrambling to clear a path. Silence followed in their wake, the kind that comes from real authority. Aizawa led them on, never looking back. For a moment, Izuku walked tall, not just in his uniform, but in the knowledge that, for once, he wasn't alone. The moment the bell rang, the usual hum of Class 1A was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps pounding down the hall. Before anyone could even wonder who it was, the door slid open with a crash, and Mina Ashido burst into the room, breathless and wild-eyed. "Guys! He's here," she shouted, practically vibrating with excitement. "He's in the school." Every head in the classroom snapped toward her. Even Todoroki, who usually didn't react to anything, looked up from his notebook. Bakugo, mid-glare at Kirishima, paused. Uraraka nearly dropped her pencil. "Who's here?" Shiro asked, eyebrows scrunched. "Mina, what are you?" Mina bounced on her toes, barely able to keep still. "You know. The one from the USJ. The guy who saved us all, Midoriya. I just saw him with Aizawa-sensei. There's this woman with them who looks just like Midoriya. That's gotta be his mom. And there's a tiger cat-looking thing on his shoulders, just watching everything." The room exploded. Ida's hand chopped the air, trying to restore order. "Settle down, everyone. Let's not jump to conclusions." But no one was listening. Jairu leaned forward, her ear jacks twitching, from how loud Mina, "Wait, you mean the guy who saved us? He's in Udata right now?" "Yeah." Mina grinned. "He's wearing his uniform like a soldier. And he's got this super serious look, not at all like last time. It's wild." Kirishima's jaw dropped. "That's so manly. He took on villains without a quirk and now he's back. I gotta meet this guy." Bakugo scowled, arms crossed, but there was a flicker of something else in his eyes. "TCH. What's he doing here? This isn't some playground for wannabes." Ojiro, always the voice of reason, piped up, "Maybe he's joining UA? Or at least visiting. That was Aizawa-sensei with him, right?" Mina nodded so hard her pink curls bounced. "Totally. And the teachers were acting all serious. I think something big is happening. People in the halls were freaking out, like, whispering and staring and everything." Uraraka bit her lip, glancing at Ida. "If he really did all that without a quirk, maybe he belongs here more than anyone." Tokoyami's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. "A shadow returned after months away. Interesting." The room buzzed with speculation. What kind of person was Midoriya, really? Was he as heroic as he seemed? And what did it mean for Class 1A, already shaken by the USJ attack? Aizawa, still moving stiffly from his injuries, led Inko and Izuku down the long, echoing corridors of UA, every step drawing more curious glances from passing students and teachers alike. Izuku kept his back straight, marine uniform immaculate, Kage perched on his shoulders. Inko walked close at his side, her hands twisted nervously in her purse strap. They reached the heavy doors of the staff meeting room. Aizawa pushed them open, and the trio stepped inside. The core members of the UA staff were already assembled. All Might stood tall in his buff form, radiating calm power. Present Mike lounged in his chair, grinning, while Cementos sat with arms folded, his granite brow furrowed in concern. Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, 13, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl were all present, each one turning to assess the newcomers with a mix of curiosity and respect. And at the head of the table, Principal Nizu watched them with bright, calculating eyes and a small, welcoming smile. Aizawa gave a brief nod. "I've brought Midoriya Izuku, his mother Inko, and Kage," he said, gesturing at the sleek black cat. All Might stepped forward first, his usual booming voice softened by genuine warmth. "Welcome to UA, young Midoriya, and to you as well, ma'am." He gave Inko a gentle, reassuring bow. Present Mike shot Izuku a thumbs up and winked. "Nice threads, kid. Word on the street is you made quite the impression." Izuku tried to find his voice, but the weight of so many pro-heroes' eyes on him made his throat tight. He settled for a polite bow, echoing Aizawa's formality. Inko's voice was barely above a whisper when she answered, "Thank you for having us." Principal Nizu hopped down from his chair and approached, his smile unwavering. "We're grateful that both of you are able to come today. There is much to discuss and much to thank you for, Izuku." The room was charged with a sense of anticipation, as if everyone present knew a turning point had arrived. For a moment, Izuku felt the world narrow to this single room and the possibility that, at last, he might have found a place he could belong. Once everyone was seated, Recovery Girl was the first to break the silence. She adjusted her hat and looked kindly at Izuku. "If you don't mind, young man, would you be willing to undergo a few tests? We'd like to confirm your quirk status officially." Inko stiffened, her concern plain as she leaned toward her son. "Is that really necessary? He's been through so much already." Izuku gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, meeting her eyes with a calm, steady look. "It's okay, Mom. Honestly, I kind of want to know myself." He turned to the staff, his voice steady but tinged with curiosity. "I have a feeling, after everything I experienced on the Grand Line, and coming from a different world, there might have been changes to my body. It'd be good to find out for sure. Inko hesitated, searching his face for any sign of fear or uncertainty, but all she saw was quiet determination. She nodded, squeezing his hand. Aizawa gave his usual, inscrutable nod, but there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "We'll arrange for the tests before the meeting," he said. "Thank you for your openness, Midoriya." Izuku nodded, feeling the tension in the room ease just a little. For the first time since setting foot inside UA, he felt like he was steering his own story. After waiting for an hour, Recovery Girl and Izuku returned. "Thank you for agreeing to the tests earlier, young man. I know it's not easy to have your whole life under a microscope, especially after everything you've been through." Inko looked uneasy, worry flickering in her eyes, but Izuku gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "It's all right, Mom. I wanted to know, too." Once everyone was seated, Recovery Girl took the lead, her tone gentle but professional. "First, thank you, Izuku, for agreeing to the medical tests before this meeting," she said, glancing his way with a reassuring nod. "I know it couldn't have been comfortable, but the results are important." Present Mike leaned forward, curiosity alive in his eyes. "So, what's the story? Did the legendary quirkless hero get a surprise power-up out there?" Recovery Girl shook her head. "No new quirk. But there have been some significant changes." She opened the folder on the table. "His bone density is 4 times that of a typical person. That's not just rare, that's close to unbreakable. He's a lot heavier than he looks, too." Cementos raised an eyebrow. 4 times? That's almost inhuman. How's he even moving around at that weight? "His muscle density is increased as well," Recovery Girl replied. "He's stronger than he looks, and his stamina is off the charts. But that's not all. His skin is so tough it was difficult to even draw blood for the tests. Standard needles barely made a mark." Power Loader whistled, shaking his head. "Kid's practically got armor under his uniform." Recovery Girl continued, "All of his internal organs are more robust: heart, lungs, liver, kidneys. They're tougher, more resistant to stress or injury. And his blood work showed a higher oxygen carrying capacity. His red blood cells are unusually efficient. He could probably run a marathon without breaking a sweat." Vlad King looked impressed. "So, no quirk, but he's built for survival. Like his whole body adapted to a harsher environment." All Might smiled, amazing, he thought to himself. Inko looked worried, but Izuku squeezed her hand gently. "It's okay, Mom. I wanted to know the truth, too. Spending all that time away. I guess it changed me more than I realized." Principal Nizu's eyes sparkled with scientific fascination. "It's not a quirk, but it is extraordinary. Thank you for your openness, Izuku. And thank you, Recovery Girl, for your thoroughness." The staff nodded, a new sense of respect settling over the room as they regarded Izuku not as a mystery, but as someone who had survived the impossible and returned stronger for it. As the introduction settled, Power Loader tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention. "Before we continue, let's address the matter we discussed yesterday." He glanced toward the door, and it slid open with a soft hiss. A tall, focused third-year support course student entered, pushing a cart carrying a sleek device bristling with sensors and a softly glowing interface. She bowed respectfully. "Hoshino Mika, reporting as requested, sir." Nizu nodded, his expression pleased. "Thank you, Mika. As you all know, Power Loader and his team have completed work on the neural memory projection device. We agreed this was our best chance to review the events Midoriya experienced both at USJ and during his absence." All Might's eyes were full of curiosity. It's a rare opportunity to see things through his eyes, not just from a report. Power Loader gestured for Mika to set up the device. "It's been triple-checked for safety and privacy. With Midoriya's and his mother's consent, we'll be able to project select memories for the staff to review. This should provide clarity about the USJ attack, his training, and maybe even some insight into the changes Recovery Girl noted in his physiology." Inko's hands tightened, but Izuku met her gaze and nodded. "It's okay, Mom. If this helps everyone understand, I'm willing." Recovery Girl gave Izuku a compassionate smile. "There's nothing invasive, dear. Just a chance for us to learn and, hopefully, help you more effectively." Nizu's tail flicked with anticipation. "We'll proceed carefully, of course. Mika, Power Loader, please begin the setup. The more we understand, the better we can support you, Izuku." The staff watched as Mika carefully adjusted the device, and a sense of gravity filled the room. They were about to witness not just a memory, but the truth of a boy who had already changed their world. Power Loader stepped forward, hands on his hips, as Mika finished arranging the device at the center of the table. "Right, so here's how this works. This neural memory projector uses a non-invasive array of sensors. He pointed to the softly glowing band and the nest of fine cables. The subject Midoriya, in this case, sits in the chair and wears the headband. It reads electrical signals and neural patterns, basically interpreting the brain's memory recall process in real time. Mika nodded, her fingers flying over a touchscreen. It doesn't dig around randomly or force memories up. With the subject's permission, we prompt for specific events like the USJ attack, or his time away, and the device records only what he consciously recalls. The system translates those neural patterns into visual and auditory data, then projects them onto the screen for everyone to experience. Cementos leaned in, skeptical but intrigued. So, it's safe? No risk of trauma or leaking private thoughts? Mika shook her head confidently. The process is designed to only access memories Midoriya chooses to focus on. Nothing is accessed without his conscious intent. If he's uncomfortable, he can stop at any time, and the system immediately shuts down. Power Loader added, we've done multiple tests runs with volunteer staff and students. No side effects, no data stored after the session unless the subject gives explicit consent. It's all about transparency and control. Present Mike grinned, so, it's like a live documentary straight from his perspective? Exactly, Mika said, a hint of pride in her voice. You'll see and hear what he did, as he remembers it. It's the best way to understand not just what happened, but how it felt. Nizu's ears twitched with excitement. A remarkable achievement, Power Loader, Mika. Izuku, you have the final say. If you're ready, we can begin whenever you wish. Izuku glanced at his mother, then nodded with resolve. I'm ready. Let's do this. Mika finished positioning the headband, giving Izuku a reassuring nod. All set. Just sit back, focus on the memory you want us to see, and when you're ready, we'll begin projecting. Izuku looked around the table, nerves flickering in his eyes. Where would you all like me to start? The staff exchanged glances, uncertain until, to everyone's surprise, it was Inko who spoke up first. Her voice trembled, tears shimmering on her lashes as she turned to her son. Izuku, I want to know what drove you to that extreme. What made you want to take your own life? The room fell utterly silent. Even Izuku froze, stunned. Nizu's ears drooped, his paws folded tightly. All Might's face paled, shame drawing his eyes to the table. Present Mike and Midnight, who both knew fragments of Izuku's past, looked away, discomfort heavy in their expressions. Aizawa's jaw tightened, gaze locked on Izuku with a mix of worry and protectiveness. Are you sure, Mom? Izuku's voice was small, raw. You might not like what you see. Inko reached over, pulling him into a brief, trembling hug. I'm sure, sweetheart. Please, I need to understand. Izuku swallowed hard, nodded, and closed his eyes as Mika activated the device. The memory unfolded on the projection screen. The staff saw it as if through Izuku's eyes the last bleak day at Aldera, the teacher calling on him, sneering when Izuku expressed his dream to attend UA. Classmates' laughter, Bakugo's cruel taunts, the teacher's voice, cold and dismissive, someone like you should just give up. Maybe try jumping off the roof, maybe you'll come back with a quirk in your next life. Recovery Girl gasped, hands flying to her mouth. Midnight's eyes filled with horror. Vlad King's fists clenched on the table. As the memory continued, the perspective shifted to the rooftop the moment All Might's transformation faltered and his true, emaciated form was revealed. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. The memory shifted the alley, the sludge villain attack, All Might's sudden appearance, Izuku's awe and desperate hope. Inko gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the figure on the screen. That's All Might? Her voice wavered, disbelief and confusion mingling as she looked between the real All Might so tall and powerful at the end of the table and the fragile, gaunt man comforting her son in the memory. Mika, equally stunned, nearly dropped her tablet. She glanced nervously at the teachers, then at All Might himself, as if unsure whether she should apologize for learning something so monumental. Then, All Might's regretful words, no. You can't be a hero without a quirk. I'm sorry. All Might, watching, bowed his head even lower, guilt radiating from him, tears pricking at his eyes. Aizawa's face hardened, and even Nizu looked stricken. The vision faded, leaving the room steeped in silent, heavy grief. Inko wept openly, reaching for Izuku's hand. No one spoke at first. The truth and the pain of it was impossible to deny. Recovery Girl was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling with emotion. No child should ever have to endure that, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Not from teachers, not from classmates, and certainly not from us. Midnight wiped away a tear, her usual composure shaken. It's unforgivable. We failed him, society failed him. This is why so many kids with weak, quirks or none at all slip through the cracks. Vlad King's fists unclenched slowly. If I ever meet that teacher, he muttered, barely suppressing his anger. Aizawa's jaw was set, his voice low and cold. There's no place for educators like that in any school. I'll make sure the board hears about this. Nizu, for once, seemed at a loss. He looked at Inko, then at Izuku, his usual spark of cunning replaced by raw empathy. Izuku, I'm so sorry. For everything. Present Mike, usually the first to break tension with a joke, simply hung his head in silence. Snipe and Cementos exchanged grave nods, their faces hardened by a mix of outrage and resolve. All Might, still staring at the table, finally spoke, voice rough and quiet. I was blind. I thought I was protecting you by being honest, but I only made your burden heavier. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Truly. Izuku squeezed his mother's hand, his own eyes shining. Inko, still weeping, pulled him into a fierce embrace. You survived, Izuku. You're here. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so sorry I didn't see how much you were hurting. Izuku whispered, I'm okay, Mom. I made it through. I promise. Vlad King was the first to find his voice, his tone rough and simmering with anger. That Bakugo kid. I knew he was brash, but to push a classmate that far? That's not just bullying, that's cruelty. It's a miracle Midoriya survived, let alone grew into someone who'd risk his life for others. Midnight's lips trembled with fury and sadness. The way he egged on the others, how he laughed with the crowd. It's no wonder Izuku felt so alone. We all failed him, but Bakugo was the ringleader. If we don't address this, we're complicit. Aizawa's eyes were sharp, cold. Bakugo's actions weren't just the careless arrogance of youth. He's responsible for more than he knows. When we bring Midoriya into UA, Bakugo will be made to understand the full weight of what he did. Cementos shook his head, voice heavy. Kids can be callous, but that was beyond the pale. He needs counseling and consequences. This can't be overlooked. Snipe added, and the rest of the class went along with it. Herd mentality or not, it speaks to a bigger problem with how we handle kids who are different. We need a better system. For all of them. Present Mike, unusually subdued, muttered, I always thought Bakugo's drive would make him a hero. But that drive, without compassion, turns toxic. All Might's voice was barely above a whisper, thick with regret. He was one of my successor candidates. I saw only his strength, not the darkness growing inside him. I failed him, too. Nizu finally spoke, his tone resolute. Bakugo will answer for this, just as our institution must. But we can also help him change, if he's willing. No more looking away. Inko, still holding Izuku's hand in both of hers, wiped her tears. I'll never hate Katsuki. He needs anyone to help him. Please, don't give up on him, even now. If you can help him change, do it. For everyone's sake. A heavy silence followed, broken only by the soft hum of the memory device preparing for the next vision. The staff, chastened and resolute, turned their attention back to Izuku, ready to face whatever came next. Izuku took a shaky breath and nodded to Mika, signaling he was ready to continue. The projection flickered back to life. Bakugo, trapped and terrified by the sludge villain, his bravado stripped away. Izuku, powerless but running forward anyway, throwing himself into danger to save the very person who had tormented him. All Might leapt into the fray. The memory showed him impossibly strong and larger than life, shattering the villain with a single, heroic punch. Sludge and water exploded through the street, and sunlight seemed to return as All Might cradled both boys, battered but alive, in his arms. Izuku wiped his eyes, gathered himself, and nodded to Mika to continue. The device hummed softly, and the next sequence of memories flickered onto the projection screen. Kage, sensing the weight in the air, hopped from Izuku's shoulders to his lap, nuzzling his face against Izuku's hand and purring comfortingly. The little cat's warmth seemed to anchor Izuku, and even Inko managed a watery smile at the sight. Suddenly, the heroes on the scene, Death Arms, Mount Lady, and Kamui Woods appeared, larger than life, but their voices were harsh, frustrated, and scolding. What do you think you're doing, kid? Death Arms barked, grabbing Izuku by the shoulder and yanking him back from the chaos. You're just a civilian, do you want to get yourself killed? Stay out of the way. Mount Lady towered over him, hands on her hips. We're handling this. Don't interfere, you'll just make things worse. Leave it to the pros. Kamui Wood's voice was sharp, barely hiding his irritation. You're lucky you didn't get anyone else hurt. What did you think you could do against a villain like this? The memory made Izuku shrink in his seat, reliving the sting of their words and the helplessness that followed. The staff watched, some frowning, others looking away in discomfort. Midnight's lips pressed into a thin line. They scolded him for being brave. For trying to save someone when no one else would. Aizawa's gaze darkened, his voice low. They were more worried about protocol and paperwork than a child in pain. Izuku's hands trembled in his lap as the memory device hummed to life again. He focused, and the scene shifted. The staff watched through his eyes as he stumbled out of the chaos, only to be caught up by Bakugo, whose voice was already sharp with anger. Bakugo's face twisted with pride and resentment. "I didn't need your help, Deku," he spat, shoving Izuku roughly against a wall. "You think you're better than me now? Don't put yourself in my fights." Bakugo's fists flew shoves, a punch to the shoulder, a knee to the gut. Izuku didn't fight back, just curled in on himself, the sting of betrayal and pain mixing with the exhaustion of the day. Around them, a few classmates muttered, but no one intervened. The staff collectively tensed at seeing the raw aggression on Bakugo's face, the cruelty in his words, the way Izuku flinched but refused to retaliate. Midnight's eyes flashed with outrage. How could no one step in? Not a single friend. Vlad King's jaw worked with silent rage. He just saved Bakugo's life, and this is the thanks he gets? Aizawa's expression was thunderous, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. Bakugo needs a reckoning. That's not drive, that's poison. Even All Might, watching the scene, looked as if he might break. His voice was hoarse. "I remember searching for you, Midoriya. I couldn't find you after the rescue. If I'd only known." On the projection, the memory blurred with pain and fatigue. Izuku staggered away, clutching his side, his vision swimming. The staff watched as Izuku, battered and alone, disappeared down a side street, the sun setting on the worst and best day of his young life. The memory faded, leaving a raw ache in its wake. The silence in the staff room was absolute, every adult weighed down by sorrow, anger, and the knowledge that something had to change starting now. Vlad King clenched his jaw. That's not what heroism is supposed to look like. All Might's fists curled on the table, his regret deepening as he remembered that day from a new perspective. As the memory projection continued, the images blurred pain, exhaustion, and despair clouding Izuku's senses. The staff watched through his eyes as he wandered the city in a daze, battered and hollow, Bakugo's words and their teacher's cruel suggestion echoing over and over in his mind. The scene shifted to the rooftop of Aldera Junior High. The wind howled, gray clouds rolling overhead. Izuku's hands gripped the cold railing, knuckles white. The city sprawled below him, distant and uncaring. He stood there, tears streaming down his face, every breath a struggle between hope and hopelessness. He closed his eyes, one trembling foot stepping up, the world dropping away beneath him as he let go. In the projection, the staff felt the weightlessness, the terror, the desperate wish for it all to just stop. The moment stretched, hearts pounding, as the true depth of Izuku's pain was laid bare. Inko's sobs filled the room, raw and heartbroken. Many of the teachers had to look away. Midnight covered her mouth, Vlad King's eyes shone with unshed tears, Aizawa's jaw was clenched so hard it looked painful. Even Nizu, stoic as ever, wiped at his eyes. And then a sudden, blinding light. The world spinning violently. A sensation of falling, and then darkness. The memory ended abruptly, the room plunged into silence. The gravity of what they'd witnessed pressed down on everyone. All Might, voice trembling, finally managed to speak. "I never knew just how close we came to losing you, young Midoriya. I'm so sorry." Recovery Girl's voice was barely above a whisper. No child should ever feel that alone. Aizawa's eyes, red-rimmed, found Izuku's. "You survived," he said simply, fiercely. "You're here. And you're not alone anymore." Inko pulled Izuku into her arms, holding him as if she could shield him from every hurt, past and future. The staff sat in stunned silence, the true cost of neglect and cruelty burning in their hearts. And then, gently, Mika asked, "Izuku, are you ready to share what happened next?" Izuku nodded, voice steady but quiet. "Yeah. I want you to see it all. Especially how I survived." The final memory played, young Izuku on the roof, tears streaming down his face as he stepped forward. Below him, a swirling mass of black and red opened up, swallowing him whole. The room fell into stunned silence as the device powered down. The screen flickered as the next memory began to play. Izuku's body plummeted through darkness before splashing into the vast ocean. The teachers watched, hearts in their throats, as the unconscious boy began to sink. "My God," Present Mike whispered, his usual bombastic personality subdued by the gravity of what they were witnessing. All Might's breathing stopped for a moment, his skeletal form rigid with tension. The memory of his harsh words to the boy echoed in his mind, making this moment even more painful to witness. Fortunately, the rescue came quickly, strong arms pulling Izuku from the depths. The scene shifted to a medical bay, where Izuku lay unconscious with a small black cat curled protectively on his chest. "So that's where you two first met," Recovery Girl observed softly, looking at present-day Kage, who purred in confirmation. The memory crystallized into focus as Izuku awoke to find himself surrounded by three figures. The most imposing was an elderly man with white hair and a broad grin that somehow managed to be both friendly and terrifying at the same time. "That's Monkey D. Garp?" Nizu inquired, studying the legendary marine with keen interest. Izuku nodded, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Yes, that's my mentor and master." "And those two?" Recovery Girl gestured to the other figures in the memory. "My best friends and fellow trainees under Garp," Izuku explained, his voice filled with fondness. The teachers watched in rapt attention as Garp's booming voice filled the room. "Listen here, kid. You don't need any special power, devil fruit, or this quirk thing to help people and fight for justice. All you need is training and guts to reach your dreams." "What a remarkable man," Midnight breathed, watching as Garp's words sparked something in young Izuku's eyes, a fire that had been nearly extinguished. All Might felt a deep ache in his chest as he watched. Here was a man who had done what he should have done, encouraged a determined young boy's dream while offering a path forward, rather than crushing his hopes entirely. The memory continued as Garp extended his hand to Izuku, offering him a chance, not just to survive, but to thrive. "Kid, how would you like to become a Marine?" Young Izuku's tearful but determined "yes" echoed through the conference room, marking the moment when his life changed forever. The memories continued to unfold before the UA staff. Their eyes widened as Izuku's first steps onto the Marine base came into view. The sheer diversity of beings walking about left them stunned: fishmen, giants, and races they had no names for mingling naturally with humans. Is that giant even taller than Mount Lady?" Present Mike gaped at a Marine who towered over the buildings. The scene shifted to show a young Izuku being handed his first notebook by a blue-haired female Marine. His eyes sparkled with the same analytical intensity they'd seen earlier as he immediately began documenting everything around him. "Young Midoriya, you mentioned recording everything you saw," Nizu commented, watching as page after page filled with detailed observations. "But seeing it in action is truly remarkable." The memory flowed to the training grounds, where Marines of all shapes and sizes were conducting drills. Midnight shifted in her seat, fanning herself. Oh my! Such dedicated young men training so diligently. They watched as Kage, who had apparently ignored everyone else at the base, chose to follow young Izuku around. Present-day Kage purred smugly at the memory. The scene changed again, showing a stern-faced man in a hat, Bogard, Garp's right-hand man, leading Izuku to meet three imposing figures. Finally, they reached an imposing door. Bogard knocked once before opening it, revealing a spacious office where four figures waited. Garp stood near the window, his usual grin replaced by an uncharacteristically serious expression. Beside him sat three individuals whose mere presence seemed to fill the room with authority. "Midoriya-kun," Garp said, "I'd like you to meet some people." UA staff reaction. A tangible tension settled in Principal Nizu's office. For a moment, the teachers felt as if they themselves were standing before the highest authorities of another world. All Might's eyes narrowed, recognizing the gravity of being summoned by someone like Garp, and even Aizawa unconsciously straightened in his seat. Present Mike muttered, "That's some serious energy in that room. I'd need my best suit just to survive standing there." Nizu, ever the observer, jotted a note: "Leadership presence transcends universes. How would our students fare in such a room?" Memory. The first to step forward was a man wearing circular glasses and a braided beard, his white coat adorned with epaulets bearing seagull designs. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he introduced himself, his keen eyes studying Izuku with interest. Next was an elderly woman, her sharp gaze reminding Izuku somehow of Recovery Girl. "Vice Admiral Tsuru," she said simply, but there was a gentleness beneath her stern exterior. Finally, a powerfully built man with graying hair stepped forward. "Commander-in-Chief Kong," he stated, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Izuku bowed deeply, his heart hammering in his chest. "I Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you all." UA staff reaction. Recovery Girl smiled at the comparison to Tsuru, her eyes gleaming with pride at the respect the boy showed. "He knows how to make a first impression, at least," she murmured. Vlad King grunted, "Those top brass types, even just watching, you can feel the pressure." Snipe, arms folded, commented, "Shows respect, but doesn't let fear stop him. That's the mark of someone who's learned from real hardship." All Might's chest swelled with quiet pride. The boy who once stammered before heroes now stood before legends. Memory. "Please, have a seat," Kong gestured to an empty chair. As Izuku settled nervously into it, the tiger cat repositioned itself more comfortably in his hair, drawing a raised eyebrow from Tsuru. "Garp has told us some interesting things about you, young man," Kong continued. "About where you come from. But we'd like to hear it from you directly. And perhaps," he gestured to the phone still clutched in Izuku's hand, "see some of this evidence of your world that Garp mentioned." Izuku's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked his phone. This wasn't like showing Kobe and Helmeppo, these were the highest-ranking officials in the Marines. His future in this world might depend on convincing them of his story. UA staff reaction. The room at UA held its breath. Power Loader whispered, "That's what you call being put on the spot." Nizu, ever the tactician, noted, "Notice how quickly they move from introductions to investigation. They're not wasting time with pleasantries." Midnight watched the tiger cat with amusement. Even in other worlds, a companion's approval means something. Aizawa, seeing Izuku's trembling hands, felt a pang of empathy. He's scared, but he does it anyway. That's courage. Memory. But as he began to speak, to show them images of his world, he found an unexpected ally. The tiger cat's warm presence on his head, its gentle purring, helped steady his nerves. And more than that, he noticed how the others in the room seemed to take the cat's acceptance of him as some sort of positive sign. The high-ranking Marines leaned forward with increasing interest as Izuku showed them his world. Sengoku's eyes narrowed thoughtfully at the footage of All Might's feats. Tsuru made contemplative noises at the explanations of hero society and quirk regulations. Kong's expression grew particularly intense when Izuku demonstrated his phone's various capabilities. "Even Dr. Vegapunk has nothing quite like this," Garp muttered, watching Izuku pull up archived hero fight analyses. UA staff reaction. The faculty watched the memory with growing fascination. Power Loader almost jumped to his feet. "The tech gap, just imagine if we could get a look at that phone." All Might's face softened at the sight of his old exploits and the awe they inspired even in a world of pirates and Marines. Midnight mused, "He's showing them hero society and regulations. He's not just trying to impress, he's teaching." Principal Nizu's eyes sparkled as he saw the Marines' interest. "He's bridging two worlds. This, dear colleagues, is diplomacy in its purest form." Snipe chuckled, and the cat's basically his character reference. Memory. Speaking of analysis. Tsuru spoke up, gesturing to the notebook in Izuku's lap. "I noticed you've already begun studying our world with the same thoroughness you applied to your hero observations." Izuku blushed. I just find everything here so fascinating. The way different species coexist, the architectural adaptations, the military hierarchy, the fighting styles I've glimpsed." He ducked his head. "Sorry, I tend to get carried away." "Don't apologize," Sengoku said firmly. "That kind of analytical mind is exactly what the Marines need more of." The implications of that statement hung in the air. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he realized what might be happening. These weren't just introductions, this was an evaluation. UA staff reaction. Aizawa's lips curled in the faintest of smiles. "A keen mind that's always watching, always learning." Nizu leaned forward, tail twitching. "Young man, you've made your curiosity into a strength. That's rare." Power Loader nodded, his observations are meticulous. He could write whole textbooks from his notes alone. Midnight grinned. "His passion is infectious. Look at how even these hardened leaders are taking notice." All Might's eyes shone with unshed tears. "I told him not to dream, but here he is being praised for the very thing he was once mocked for." Nizu asked, voice gentle but probing, "Midoriya, was it instinct that drove you to analyze everything, or did you hope perhaps unconsciously that your understanding could help others adjust, just as it helped you?" Izuku's memory self stammered, "Both, I think. At first, it was to survive, but then I wanted to help others too." The faculty exchanged knowing nods. Recovery Girl patted Aizawa's shoulder. "His empathy is as sharp as his mind." Memory. "Tell me, young Midoriya," Kong leaned forward, his presence filling the room, "what do you want to do with yourself in this world?" The question echoed in Izuku's mind, bringing with it memories of another time someone had asked about his dreams. But this time, there was no dismissal in their eyes. No pity. Just genuine interest in his answer. The tiger cat's tail swished encouragingly against his neck as Izuku straightened his spine and met Kong's gaze directly. "I want to help people," he said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "In my world, they said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But here." His hand tightened around his notebook. "Here, maybe I can prove them wrong. Maybe I can show that analysis, strategy, and determination can be just as powerful as any quirk or devil fruit." A smile, small but genuine, crossed Kong's face. "Well then, Midoriya-kun. I believe we have much to discuss about your future with the Marines." UA staff reaction. A hush fell over the UA conference room. For once, even present Mike had nothing to add. All Might's shoulders shook with little sadness, but this time with a hint of pride. "I really messed up and lost the perfect one," he whispered. Nizu's voice was soft, full of respect. He faced the same question that once broke him, yet now he answers with clarity and conviction. "That's growth." Aizawa's expression relaxed entirely. "He's found his place. And it's not the power that matters, it's the resolve." Recovery girl dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. He's teaching us all something important, isn't he? Memory. The walk back to the barracks was a blur of excitement and nervous energy. Izuku's mind raced with everything that had just happened, meeting the highest-ranking officials in the Marines, sharing his story, and potentially having a path forward in this new world. So? Kobe practically bounced off his bunk when Izuku entered their shared room. How did it go? Helmeppo tried to appear more casual, but his curiosity was just as evident. Did they believe you about, everything? Izuku collapsed onto his bed, the Kage gracefully hopping down to curl up beside him. They did. And, he sat up, eyes shining, Vice Admiral Garp and Bogard-san are going to help train me. That's amazing. Kobe exclaimed. Though, maybe a bit terrifying. Garp-san's training methods are, insane, Helmeppo finished flatly. The old man's completely bonkers. Izuku laughed nervously, remembering Garp's enthusiastic mentions of throwing things. Well, whatever it takes to get stronger, right? And they said I'll need lots of other lessons too, navigation, marine protocols, history. The three spent the rest of the evening discussing what Izuku's training might entail, with Kobe and Helmeppo sharing their own experiences and offering advice. Kage listened with what seemed like amused interest. UA staff reaction. The staff at UA relaxed as the memory shifted to something lighter. Present Mike grinned, nothing bonds comrades like surviving insane training together. Vlad King nodded approvingly. He's found his people. That's how you grow. Midnight laughed. I'd like to see Garp's lesson plan. I bet it's creative. Power Loader scribbled, peer support is a universal constant. Good. All Might watched the camaraderie with a bittersweet smile, proud of the young man who'd learned to find and build new families wherever he went. Memory. 1 week later. The same office that had hosted their first meeting now contained a spread of training schedules and curriculum plans. Izuku stood at attention, trying not to fidget as Garp, Bogard, Tsuru, and Sengoku finalized the details of his development program. The boy's physical conditioning needs to be our first priority, Garp declared, punching one fist into his palm. Can't build advanced techniques on a weak foundation. Bogard nodded in agreement. His sword training will begin with basic forms and stances. His analytical mind should help him grasp the principles quickly, but his body will need time to develop the necessary muscle memory. And between those sessions, Tsuru added, reviewing a sheet of paper, we'll ensure he receives a thorough education in marine operations, navigation, and tactical theory. Your detailed notes show promise, Midoriya-kun, but they need structure and context. We'll also need to establish a cover story, Sengoku reminded them. As far as anyone outside this room is concerned, you're a promising recruit that Garp discovered during his travels. Nothing more. Izuku absorbed it all, scribbling frantically in his notebook. The tiger cat, which hadn't left his side all week, watched the proceedings with those same knowing eyes. Thank you all, Izuku said earnestly. I promise I won't let you down. Garp's booming laugh filled the room. Save that enthusiasm for tomorrow morning, kid. We start at dawn, hope you're ready for some cannonball exercises. The color drained slightly from Izuku's face, but his determined expression didn't waver. This was his chance to prove himself, to become someone who could help others in this new world. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them head-on. As they left the office, Bogard held him back for a moment. Remember, the stoic swordsman said quietly, strength isn't just about physical power. Your greatest asset is this. He tapped Izuku's notebook. Keep observing, keep analyzing. We'll help you transform that knowledge into action. The tiger cat purred its agreement, and Izuku clutched his notebook tighter. Tomorrow, his real training would begin. UA staff reaction. There was a collective sigh in Nizu's office. Every faculty member recognized the structure and care so different from what Izuku had known before. Nizu's voice was proud, they saw him. Not just as a survivor, or a curiosity, but as someone full of potential. They didn't just test him, they invested in him. Aizawa nodded, he's finally where he belongs. Surrounded by people who understand how to challenge and support him. All Might's eyes glistened. He's become the kind of hero I always hoped to be, but in his own way. Present Mike threw his arms wide. If that's not growth, I don't know what is. Midnight smiled warmly. I think UA has a lot to learn from the Marines and from Midoriya's journey. Hearing Midnight's statement, all Izuku can do is lower his head. In his head, Izuku thought, I hope they are ready for the dark side of what he has seen. Principal Nizu closed his notebook and looked around at his staff. Let's make sure UA never lets another child with this much heart slip through the cracks. Agreed. A chorus of agreement echoed, the staff united in their resolve. As the memory faded, Izuku looked up from the device, the support of two worlds now firmly beneath his feet. The conference room at UA had fallen into a hush. The memory device had powered down, its final image lingering like a ghost in the minds of everyone present. Teachers sat frozen, their expressions a mix of awe, sorrow, and reflection. But one figure among them was unraveling. Izuku Midoriya sat stiffly in her chair, her hands trembling in her lap. At first, it was subtle barely audible whimpers escaping her lips, her shoulders twitching as if trying to contain something too vast to hold. Her eyes were wide, unfocused, staring at the empty screen as though it might offer her answers. But there were no answers. Only pain. Then came the breathing. Short, shallow gasps. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her body struggling to keep up with the storm inside her. The sound of her breath grew louder, ragged, desperate. The room turned toward her, one by one, as the realization dawned. She was having a panic attack. "Inko?" Recovery Girl whispered, already rising from her seat. But Inko didn't hear her. Her world had narrowed to a single, suffocating truth: her son had suffered. Alone. In silence. And she hadn't known. She hadn't protected him. I didn't know, she choked out, voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know it was this bad. Her hands clutched at her chest, fingers digging into fabric as if trying to hold her heart together. Her breathing quickened, her body trembling violently now. Tears streamed down her face, unchecked, as the weight of everything she had seen crashed down on her. Izuku on the rooftop, ready to leap into the unknown. Izuku sinking into a dark ocean, unconscious and alone. Izuku standing before legends, fighting to prove his worth. Izuku smiling, but with eyes that had seen too much. I was his mom, she sobbed, voice cracking. I was supposed to protect him. The room was silent, reverent in its grief. No one dared interrupt her. No one could. I knew he was hiding things, she continued, her voice rising in pitch. He didn't want me to worry. He smiled, he said he was fine, but I knew something was wrong. And I let it go. I let it go because I thought he'd tell me when he was ready. Her breathing hitched again, and she doubled over, clutching her stomach as if physically wounded. But I should have pushed harder. I should have made him talk to me. I should have been strong enough to protect the one person I was supposed to protect. Recovery Girl moved closer, but Izuku was already on his feet. "Mom," he cried, rushing to her side. "Mom, please breathe. I'm here." He knelt beside her, hands hovering uncertainly before gently grasping hers. Her skin was cold, clammy, her fingers stiff with panic. He squeezed them, grounding her. "Look at me," he said, voice trembling. "It's okay. You're safe. I'm safe. I'm here." Inko's eyes met his, and something shattered inside her. The dam broke. "I'm not a good mother," she sobbed. "How can I call myself a mother after what I just saw? After what you went through?" Izuku's heart clenched. He had faced monsters, legends, and gods, but nothing hurt more than seeing his mother like this. "You are a good mother," he said fiercely. "You're the best mother. You gave me everything. You gave me love, hope, a home. You believed in me when no one else did. But I didn't protect you," she whispered. "I didn't stop you from jumping. I didn't know you were drowning. I didn't know you were hurting." Izuku shook his head, tears gathering in his own eyes. "You couldn't have known. I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to worry. I thought if I could just make it through, I'd come back stronger. I didn't want you to see me broken." Inko's sobs grew louder, her body shaking as she clung to him. "But I should have seen it. I should have known. I should have fought harder for you." "You did," he said, wrapping his arms around her. "You fought every day. You worked, you cared, you loved me even when I felt like I didn't deserve it. That's what kept me going." The teachers watched in silence, many wiping their own eyes. Aizawa's gaze was heavy with empathy. All Might's shoulders trembled, his own guilt mirrored in Inko's anguish. Nizu stepped forward, voice gentle. "Inko-san, your son is alive. He's thriving. And that's because of you. You gave him the foundation to survive, to grow, to become someone extraordinary." Inko looked up, her face streaked with tears. "But he shouldn't have had to survive. He should have been safe. He should have been a child." Izuku held her tighter. "I'm still your child. I'll always be your child. And I'm okay now. I promise." She buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He stroked her hair, whispering soothing words. "It's okay. I forgive you. There's nothing to forgive." Recovery Girl knelt beside them, checking Inko's pulse, her breathing. "She's stabilizing," she murmured. "Just keep talking to her, Izuku." "I'm here," he repeated. "I'm not going anywhere." Minutes passed. Slowly, Inko's breathing began to steady. Her sobs quieted, replaced by soft hiccups and trembling sighs. She leaned into her son, exhausted, broken, but held together by his presence. I saw everything, she whispered. Everything you went through. And I don't know how you're still standing. Izuku smiled faintly. Because I had you. Even when I was far away, I remembered your hugs, your voice, your smile. That's what kept me going. Inko closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. I love you so much. I love you too, Mom. The room remained silent, honoring the moment. No one spoke. No one moved. It was sacred. Eventually, Inko sat up, wiping her face with trembling hands. Her eyes were red, her cheeks blotchy, but there was clarity in her gaze now. I want to be better, she said softly. I want to be strong for you. I want to understand everything you've been through. Izuku nodded. We'll do it together. I'll tell you everything. No more secrets. She smiled through her tears. Thank you. All Might stepped forward, voice thick with emotion. You raised a hero, Inko. Not because of quirks or power, but because of love. That's something no training can teach. Inko looked at him, then at the others. Thank you. All of you. For believing in him. For helping him when I couldn't. Nizu bowed his head. No, it should be us thanking you for rising, such amazing young man. Izuku helped his mother to her feet, steadying her as she took a shaky breath. I'm okay, she said, voice still fragile. I needed to break. I needed to feel it. Izuku nodded. And now we rebuild. The conference room was quiet now. The memory device had long since powered down, its screen dark and still. The teachers had stepped out, giving mother and son space to breathe, to recover. The air was heavy with everything that had been seen, everything that had been felt. Inko sat on a cushioned bench just outside the room, wrapped in a soft blanket recovery girl had provided. Her breathing had steadied, but her eyes remained distant, glassy with exhaustion. A cup of warm tea rested in her hands, untouched. She stared into it as if it held answers she couldn't find anywhere else. Izuku sat beside her, close but not crowding. He didn't speak at first. He just watched her, his own heart aching with guilt and love. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, it was necessary. A space to process. To feel. After a few minutes, Inko finally spoke, her voice hoarse and quiet. I didn't know, Izuku. I didn't know it was that bad. Izuku nodded slowly. I didn't want you to know. I thought, if I could just make it through, I'd come back stronger. I didn't want you to worry. She turned to him, her eyes brimming with tears again. But I'm your mother. I was supposed to worry. I was supposed to protect you. You did, he said gently. You protected me in ways no one else could. You gave me love when I felt like I didn't deserve it. You gave me a reason to keep going. Inko shook her head. But I didn't see it. I didn't see how much pain you were in. I should have asked more questions. I should have pushed harder. Izuku reached out, placing a hand over hers. You did the best you could. I know that. I never blamed you. She looked down at their joined hands, her fingers trembling slightly. When I saw you on that rooftop, I felt like my heart stopped. I kept thinking, what if that portal hadn't opened? What if I lost you that day? Izuku swallowed hard. I think about that too. Sometimes. But I didn't jump because I wanted to die. I jumped because I wanted to escape. I wanted to find something, anything that would give me a chance. And you did, she whispered. You found a whole new world. You found people who believed in you. He smiled faintly. Yeah. I found Garp. And Bogard. And Kobe and Helmeppo. And Kage, of course. The tiger cat, curled at Inko's feet, let out a soft purr as if on cue. Inko reached down and stroked its fur absently. I saw how they treated you, she said. They didn't see you as broken. They saw you as someone worth investing in. Izuku nodded. They saw potential. They saw someone who wanted to help others, even without powers. Inko's voice cracked. That's what you've always wanted. To help people. To be a hero. I still do, he said. Even if I'm not in my old world. Even if I'm not a hero in the traditional sense. She looked at him, her gaze softening. You are a hero, Izuku. You always were. I just didn't see it clearly until now. He blinked, surprised. You really think so? I do, she said firmly. You faced things no child should ever have to face. You endured pain, rejection, isolation. And instead of letting it break you, you turned it into strength. That's what heroes do. Izuku's throat tightened. I didn't want to give up. I wanted to prove that I could still matter. You do matter, she said, squeezing his hand. To me. To everyone who's seen what you've done. You matter more than you know. They sat in silence again, the warmth between them slowly rebuilding the bridge that had been strained by distance and secrets. I'm sorry, Inko said quietly. For not being stronger. For not asking the hard questions. For letting you carry so much alone. Izuku shook his head. You don't have to apologize. You were always there for me. Even when I didn't let you in. She smiled sadly. I want to be better. I want to understand everything you've been through. I want to be part of your journey, not just someone you protect from the truth. I want that too, he said. No more secrets. I'll tell you everything. The training, the people, the challenges. I want you to know it all. Inko nodded, her eyes clearer now. Thank you. You've grown so much, she said. Not just physically. You've become someone incredible. I'm still me, he said. Still your son. She leaned her head on his shoulder. And I'm still your mom. Even if I'm still learning how to be the mom you need. He smiled. You're doing great. The door opened gently, and Recovery Girl peeked in. How are we doing? Inko sat up straighter. Better. Much better. Recovery Girl nodded. Good. Take your time. There's no rush. As the door closed again, Inko turned to Izuku. Do you think, someday? I could meet Garp? And the others? Izuku grinned. I think they'd love you. Especially Kage. The cat meowed in agreement. Inko laughed softly. Then I'll be ready. I want to see the world that helped my son become who he is. Izuku took her hand again. And I'll show you everything. Together, they sat in the quiet, the storm behind them, the future ahead. The UA staff filed back into the conference room after giving mother and son the time they needed. The air still felt heavy as they settled into their seats, exchanging quiet glances before Nizu folded his paws together and turned to Inko Midoriya. Mrs. Midoriya, are you ready to continue with the viewing? Inko straightened in her chair, her eyes still red-rimmed but her jaw set with quiet determination. A steady nod. One word. Yes. What followed was two of the most grueling hours any of them had ever experienced, and they weren't even the ones living it. The footage was a roller coaster that never leveled out. Drop after stomach-churning drop. Brutal training regimens that had no business being called training. Izuku bleeding, pushing, breaking, and somehow getting back up every single time. By the end of it, the room looked less like a faculty meeting and more like the aftermath of a natural disaster. Several teachers sat in shell-shocked silence. One had their head in their hands. Poor Inko had passed out not once, but twice, the second time being the moment the screen showed Izuku lying at the bottom of a crater, the unmistakable evidence of a cannonball impact surrounding him, courtesy of a commanding officer who had apparently decided that was a perfectly reasonable method of toughening up a recruit. All Might Toshinori Yagi had quietly relocated himself to a corner of the room at some point during the viewing and had not moved since. He sat hunched, his large frame somehow making him look very small, staring at nothing with the hollow eyes of a man being visited by ghosts. It was Aizawa who broke the silence. He looked around at his colleagues. He looked at All Might in the corner. He looked at the boy sitting at the table with his hands in his lap, somehow the most composed person in the room. Then Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and said what everyone else was thinking. Okay. What the hell, problem child? How are you still alive? The bluntness of it cut through the fog like a knife. Heads lifted. Eyes refocused. The room exhaled. Izuku rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish smile. It wasn't too bad, I think. The silence that followed lasted exactly 1 second. What? The word erupted from no fewer than 6 mouths simultaneously, overlapping into a single wall of sound that rattled the windows. RG leaned forward, planting both hands on the table. Kid. That wasn't training. That was torture. No sane person looks at what we just watched and calls that training. I mean, it really wasn't that bad, Izuku said, with the kind of calm that suggested he genuinely believed it. And besides, that wasn't even some of the harder stuff I went through. The room went very, very quiet. You're telling me, Midnight said slowly, that what we just watched was him going easy? Izuku nodded. Several teachers needed a moment. Aizawa's sharp eyes slid sideways to Nizu, who was calmly sipping his tea with an expression that could only be described as thoughtful. Don't. Nizu looked up, the picture of innocence. I beg your pardon? Whatever idea is forming in that head of yours right now, no. We are not doing anything even remotely resembling what we just watched. My, Nizu said, setting down his teacup with a gentle clink. Whatever would give you the impression that I would suggest something like that? The smile that followed was several degrees too sharp to be reassuring. Because I know exactly how that sadistic little mind of yours works, Aizawa said flatly. In his corner, Toshinori Yagi was fighting a quieter battle. He had watched 2 years of Izuku Midoriya's life play out. On that screen. 10 months ago, he had once dismissed a boy he had told, gently but unmistakably, that some dreams simply weren't possible. And what had that boy done? He had walked into another world entirely and found someone who made Gran Torino look like a kindergarten teacher, and he had kept going anyway. My training, All Might thought, staring at his hands. I thought my training was rigorous. The weight of that settled over him like something he would be carrying for a long time. Meanwhile, in another part of the city entirely, an old man was contentedly working his way through a fish-shaped taiyaki when a sudden, inexplicable sneeze nearly knocked the dessert out of his hand. He looked around, rubbing his nose with a suspicious squint. Someone's talking about me. A beat. It's Toshi. It's definitely Toshi. He took another unhurried bite, eyes narrowing with the slow consideration of a man forming a plan. Maybe I should pay him a little visit. Give him some special training for talking behind my back. Back in the conference room, Toshinori Yagi shivered for reasons he couldn't explain. Back in the conference room, the staff had moved into a harder conversation, one about the system Izuku had operated within, the chain of command, the methods deemed acceptable. The more they discussed it, the more the mood in the room darkened. What they had witnessed wasn't just physically extreme. The room had settled into an uneasy quiet following the discussion about training methods when Nizu set down his teacup with a deliberate clink and tilted his head in that particular way that meant his brain had already moved 3 steps ahead of everyone else. There is something I've been meaning to ask about, he said pleasantly. During the viewing, there were several moments where the subject was mentioned only in whispers, or deliberately avoided in conversation entirely. His dark eyes fixed on Izuku. This Void Century. What exactly is it, and why does simply mentioning it seem to make everyone around you so deeply uncomfortable? The temperature in the room seemed to drop a degree. Izuku went very still. It wasn't the stillness of someone caught off guard. It was the stillness of someone carefully deciding how much to say, the same instinctive caution that 2 years of military conditioning had drilled into him. He exhaled slowly and folded his hands on the table. The Void Century, he began, his voice quieter than it had been all morning, is a 100-year PRD of history that has been completely and deliberately erased from the official record. No books. No maps. No archaeological documentation that's permitted to survive in any sanctioned institution. He paused. The world government, the ruling body of our world, outlawed all research into it. Not discouraged. Outlawed. The study of it, the discussion of it in certain contexts, even the possession of certain historical texts related to it carries severe consequences. How severe? Nizu asked, in the tone of someone who already suspected the answer and wanted confirmation. Izuku met his gaze steadily. There is an island that no longer exists. The room was very quiet. Ohara, he continued. It was home to the greatest archaeological library in the world. Scholars who had dedicated their entire lives to understanding history, real history, the kind that predates what the world government teaches. They were piecing together fragments. Getting close to something. He stopped, jaw tightening. The world government's response was a buster call. Which is? Aizawa asked, his voice flat but his eyes sharp. A military action reserved for what the world government classifies as an absolute threat to global order. Multiple warships. High-ranking officers. Authorization to eliminate the target. Izuku's voice remained level with the practiced evenness of someone reciting facts because emotion would make them harder to say. They didn't just destroy the library. They destroyed the island. Every building. Every tree. He looked down at his hands briefly. Every person. Silence. An entire island, Midnight said slowly, because people were studying history? Because they were studying that history. Whatever is buried in the Void Century, whatever the world government has worked for hundreds of years to keep hidden, they consider it dangerous enough to kill an entire population over. Izuku looked up. One scholar survived. She was already considered a wanted criminal for her research. Everyone else on that island, the residents, the civilians, people who had nothing to do with the archaeology, gone. Snipe let out a long, slow breath. And the Marines carried out this order. It wasn't quite a question. But the way he said it made it clear he understood the weight of what that meant, and he was watching Izuku carefully. Yes, Izuku said simply. The Marines carried out the order. The unspoken thing sat in the middle of the table between all of them, the same complicated machinery that Vice Admiral Tsuru had once tried to explain to a younger, more wide-eyed version of him. He could almost hear her voice now. The world isn't as simple as heroes and villains. He remembered sitting across from her, pen flying across his notebook, trying to capture everything she was saying while simultaneously wrestling with everything it meant. She had been one of the first people in that world who had spoken to him not as a recruit to be processed, but as a young person trying to understand something genuinely difficult. Sometimes maintaining peace means working within an imperfect system, she had told him. Trying to change things gradually rather than breaking them entirely. And he had asked her because he couldn't ask. It was the question that had been building since he first read about the celestial dragons and felt something cold settle in his stomach. But how do you know when to accept something versus when to question it? It was Midnight who broke the contemplative silence that had settled over the room following Izuku's explanation of Ohara. Going back a bit, she said, leaning forward with her chin resting on her hand, during the viewing, we saw a promotion ceremony. Warrant officer, yes? She gestured to him with a curious tilt of her head. That's a significant rank for someone your age. What exactly did that involve? Izuku straightened slightly, the way he always did when the topic shifted to anything marine-related. Old habits. It came after about 2 years of active service and field operations under Vice Admiral Garp. The evaluation covered tactical analysis, field performance, and, he paused, choosing his words carefully, mission outcomes. Garp, Aizawa repeated, filing the name away. The same man who thought cannonballs were appropriate training equipment. Yes. Fantastic. Aizawa's expression didn't change. And what exactly does a warrant officer do? It sits between enlisted ranks and commissioned officers. More responsibility, more independent operational authority, more access to classified intelligence briefings. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Garp-san said I'd earned it. I didn't really feel like arguing with him about it. Smart boy, Nizu murmured approvingly. Present Mike, who had been unusually quiet for the better part of an hour, suddenly perked up. Okay, but we also saw something about some pirate? Straw Hat something? Because the way everyone around you reacted to that name, it seemed like a big deal. Inko, who had recovered enough to sit upright with a cup of tea cradled in both hands, also looked up at this. She had seen her son's face during that particular sequence of the viewing. The way it had shifted into something complicated and careful. Izuku exhaled slowly. Straw Hat Luffy. And who is he? Midnight pressed. He's. Izuku paused, and for a moment he seemed to be genuinely searching for the right framework. He's a pirate. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. One of the most wanted men in that world and climbing. He turned his pen over in his fingers. He's also Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. The room absorbed that. His grandson, Aizawa said flatly. Yes. Which made our orders to apprehend him somewhat situationally complex. I imagine, Nizu said, with the serene amusement of someone who found institutional contradiction endlessly entertaining. He doesn't look like much when you first meet him, Izuku continued, and something in his tone shifted, less a soldier giving a briefing, more a person trying to describe something that genuinely defied easy description. He's loud, he's chaotic, his decision-making process appears to be entirely instinct-based, and he has the attention span of, he stopped himself, glancing at Inko, of someone very easily distracted. The ghost of a smile crossed Inko's face. But, Izuku said, and the but carried real weight, everywhere he goes, people who had been failed by the system abandoned, oppressed, labeled as criminals for simply knowing too much or being in the wrong place, they end up free. Not because he planned it. Not because he calculated the outcome. His pen stilled. Because someone was suffering in front of him and he decided he wasn't going to walk away. The room was quiet in a different way now. Less stunned, more listening. He freed an entire village from an 8-year occupation, Izuku continued, the words coming more easily now. He exposed a warlord who had been manipulating an entire kingdom toward civil war. That's the equivalent of one of your government-sanctioned heroes secretly working to destabilize a country for profit. He went to war with the world government itself, he hesitated, to save one person. Not a kingdom. Not millions of lives. One person, because she had been told her whole life that she didn't deserve to exist, and he looked at her and said, I disagree. Silence. Midnight had stopped twirling her hair. Snipe had set down his coffee. Even Aizawa, who had perfected the art of looking unmoved, was watching Izuku with an expression that had become very still and very focused. He sounds, Present Mike said after a moment, slowly, like a hero. He has a bounty that keeps going up every time he breathes, Izuku said carefully. He is, by every legal definition that world has, a criminal. That wasn't what I asked, Present Mike said. Izuku looked at him. Then he looked down at his hands. No, he said quietly. It wasn't. He didn't answer the question directly. He didn't need to. The answer had been in everything he'd said for the last 5 minutes, written plainly enough that everyone in the room could read it. Nizu set down his teacup. And did you ever apprehend him? The corner of Izuku's mouth moved. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was adjacent to one. Garp-san gave him until dawn to leave port and then chased his ship with cannonballs. A beat. We considered it a successful operation. Aizawa put his face in his hands. Garp-san has a very specific relationship with the concept of duty where his grandson is concerned, Izuku added, with the careful diplomatic neutrality of someone who had learned to say nothing by saying exactly the right words. I see, said Nizu, who clearly saw everything. And what about you, Midoriya? What kind of relationship did you develop with the concept of duty, where the Straw Hats were concerned? It was the most direct the principal had been all morning. Izuku was quiet for a long moment. Outside, somewhere in the building, a door closed. The ordinary sound of an ordinary school going about its day. I kept very detailed notes, he said finally. In a very thorough cipher. Nizu smiled, and it was the warmest one he'd worn all day. Of course you did.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.